Hello again, and welcome to the IS3 Bingo Lockout 2, Day 2. Hello, hi. I'm Giddy. I'm your host once again for today, and I'm here today with Aya. Hello, Aya. Welcome back.
Yeah, you guys are stuck with us today again.
Oh
So
no.
yeah.
But oh yeah. Oh yeah. But yeah, Aya. Uh let's quickly go back again and re-review the rules. Hey, I mind if you take this part once again?
Yeah, so I mean, you guys, if you were watching yesterday, you already know the rules, but we are going to do a quick rehash of it because things are going to be a little bit different today with how the matches are going to be working. So we still have all of the normal stuff, so players will be competing to clear a board of objectives as they play IS3. And because this is Bingo Lockout, once a tile has been claimed, it is locked and cannot be claimed by anyone else. Some tiles will be worth multiple points, and I believe multiple just means 2 points instead of one. But this will continue until either player claims more than half the total points, or whoever has more points when the time runs out. Unfortunately, yesterday we also had a bit of a strange situation, didn't we, Goody, in that first match where the players just kept going on and on. We had to default to an emergency ruling, but hopefully that does not happen today. It will still be exactly the same. But there are also some other rules and other stipulations. All matches will be playing at Surging Waves 4. Players will have a set amount of time after the board is revealed to prepare where they can ask questions and clarify about tiles. If the timer runs out at a draw, we will enter a sudden death where the players play until the next point is achieved. The prospective investment system in the shop is not allowed to be interacted with at all, and players are allowed to restart the run to clear challenges. Now we are in the round of 8, guys, and well, if you were in the round of 64, you already got a prize. But I mean, goody, these top 8 players are looking for a bigger prize than I guess would be usual. What are we looking at here?
Y-
There's just like some boxes. I'm just looking at I'm just looking at a bunch
oh,
of black boxes here.
yes. Well, to all the players who has qualified for day two, it's great. They get to see they finally achieved top eight, and now they get these mystery prizes. Ooh, I wonder what they are. Maybe you need to complete the tile before they finally reveal it to us. Hmm.
Yes, they have to clear the notorious cannot tile before they can claim their prize. It's now something.
Cannot without 6 stars. Yeah, for surely, and they'll finally give it to us, right? Of course, of
Yes,
course. But
finally, hopefully.
yep, the top eight, pretty much, if you qualified for day two, you qualify for pretty much the top eight prizes. So now, we're moving on. So the rules are pretty simple, similar to day one. The match details, I mean. The matches played during day two are the quarterfinals, the semifinals, and the finals. In day two, the boards, now instead of 17 tiles, will be a 25 tiles with quarterfinals and semifinals lasting for 40 minutes, and players will have 5 minutes before the match proper to prepare and plan out. So the boards will have a total of 29 points this time because of 25 tiles, and so to win the round, a player will have to reach 15 points to win the match.
Yeah, so today's games are going to be a little bit longer, obviously, and because they are the quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals. But the finals are actually going to be even longer than this because we're going to have a series on our hands when we get to the finals. If we move on to the next area, then you'll see that the finals will be a match, a best of three, I should say, where match one will be 30 minutes, match two will be 30 minutes, and if it goes down to it, there will be a 45-minute tiebreaker to end it all. And of course, this will be running exactly the same as all the other games. You just have a majority of the points, or when time runs out. So that's going to be basically how this is going to be running today. It is a little bit different, but I'm sure that you guys will be very familiar with it if you were watching yesterday or if you were watching last time on Bingo Lockout. But yeah, so we've had some pretty insane games yesterday, didn't we, Goody? We've had a lot of competition and we saw a lot of close games on stream and also off stream. But there can only be winners and losers. And there are more, well, let's just say that there are only 8 people left. There are only 8 people left today, so
There
we
are
will be
only
watching all the
8 people
matches.
left indeed. Yes. Look, we got on column one, we got Yotes, ZZX Moose, column three, Sakami and Kotori, and then Piero and like how do you pronounce that? I'm so
I
sorry.
I believe we are going to be
Oh
pronouncing
yeah.
that as Jian, I believe. So that will be Piero versus Jian in the top right there.
Ah yes.
Uh,
Okay. So on the
so
top
yeah,
top right, row A and row B, and then on row C and diagonal right we have Larfic and RKNP 23. So we got to see Takami's match yesterday and Kotori, so definitely wanna watch out for that match. But
yeah.
here we have the hardest sweep of yesterday's tournament matches. We have Duong versus Omni H, where Donk scored a 9-1 against Omni H. Look at the board. Omni H was
Yeah,
able to only grab 8 collectibles, and Donk just ran away with all 9 tiles. Clear stage with 1 tile only. Defeat the last enemy with a stage with 2 star. Defeat the floor 3 boss. Travel to a passage. Have 5-1 to 2 star operators. They just rolled Omni H out of their match. That's
yeah.
actually pretty impressive.
I'm so
Mhm.
surprised that Omni even managed to get 8 collectibles because I feel like if you're rolling that hard as Duo, like, wouldn't you just be getting those 8 collectibles in the first place? But getting a tile for Omni, I guess it's not a clean sweep, so to say, 9-0. But I mean, yeah, like some of these tiles. I mean, what do you think was the problem here for Omni? Is it just did you just get unlucky, or what do you think is maybe
Maybe
it's a skill
maybe
issue?
Omni was going for tiles that Duong got, and Duong just got to the tiles first. And so it was like, oh no, the tile I was going for was just stolen by me, and stolen by my opponent. And I can't really do anything, and no, it just kept snowballing over and over again. I mean, look at the other tiles like spell spell, three-letter word, etc. I mean, also we could also go to the next one, which is the closest match, which Hien versus D Condor, which went I think to an eight eight to eight scenario like our round one earlier, where round one yesterday. I mean, look at the board. Look, they literally
Yeah,
took all the tiles
this is a
of this
full
board as
board.
well.
This is a full board. I guess this just goes to show that, like, these players are really starting to be competitive with each other. They're like going for things. They have the skills available. It's just, sometimes there's games like this where you go 9-8. It's like sudden death, and then there are other games where you get smashed 9-1. Sometimes it happens. Sometimes it doesn't. But we also
Yep.
have another interesting stat here, which is the lowest point victory, which was a 5-2. Goody.
Five.
There's only
Damn,
7 points claimed the entire match. Like, are there any of these tiles that look particularly difficult?
uh, I mean, look at the tiles that were given to them. Like, have all classes deployed at the same time, so that means they need at the bare minimum 9 operators, and then swap your tactical equipment. The guaranteed way to swap your tactical equipment is to buy one on the first shop, and then pretty much get to the second shop and buy another one. And in some cases that really happens rarely, because you don't really get a shop maybe until floor 4, floor 5. It just really depends. And then clear defeat the floor 3 boss with no 6 stars. 6 stars are just plenty popular, and sometimes some people just can't really get out of their way to recruit only 5-star operators. Defeat the last enemy with a cursed operator. There's just a lot of nuance pretty much to for these styles. There's a lot of things that you need to do beforehand before you're able to clear some of these styles. So I'm kind of not surprised that these players here weren't able to get those niche tiles in the time that they were given.
Yeah, keeping in mind that yesterday I believe it was 25 minutes for on the clock for these matches. Today's matches will be a bit longer, but yeah, 25 minutes to do this kind of stuff, like swapping your tactical equipment that basically requires that you find two shops. But yeah, we're gonna go on to the next and final stat that we have, which is the closest match that we had between Yarosel and Eden Boy. It was a 7-8. And I mean, you guys can see just how close this was. I believe the two players were head to head at a 7-7. And the final tile that was cleared was the that one on the right there, clear an emergency with no 6 stars in the squad. And you can see just how close it is. Both of them clearing the stage within like half a second of each other. Just absolutely incredible.
That is like around a 3-frame difference or something. That it looks very, very close.
Yeah, I don't think you can get any closer than that when it comes to highest Bingo Lockout. This is as close as you can get, and I think actually watching the game back, I believe that since Eden Boy was the one who emerged victorious here with that point of clear the emergency with no 6 stars, but I believe Aerosol actually got really unlucky and spawned an extra enemy at the end of the stage that was walking around for I think 20 seconds, and I mean got unlucky, lost the match then. I mean, it was the crying
It doesn't
invisible
help
dog.
that it doesn't help that the map that they had water tiles slowing the
Yeah.
special enemy down even more.
Yeah.
Oh no.
It's just all these little things piling up slowly, and that's just how it goes. Aerosol unlucky this
That's how
time.
it goes. It was just it's just plain luck. Imagine just losing out just by a few frames because of just an extra special enemy, and then not to mention just the map itself actually working against you as well. And oh man, that would definitely blow.
Yeah,
But
so that's kind of it we have for all of the stuff yesterday. Obviously, some very exciting matches, but we are going into today. And I mean, these players that we're watching have clearly proven themselves to be capable IS3 players at the very, very least. And today's first match that we're going to be watching is Piero versus Jian, who I don't think we watched on stream yesterday, did we, Goody? I don't think we watched either of these players, I'm pretty sure.
I'm pretty
But
sure we haven't watched either. But let me quickly check the bracket again. Hold on.
yeah, even though we didn't watch it yesterday, I believe that Jian is actually an old timer when it comes to the IS3 Bingo Lockout because they appeared in the last IS3 Bingo Lockout that we did about 6 months ago. And I remember a story about Jian that stuck in my mind forever, which is that Jian graduated, I believe they graduated school, and then they immediately went in to start playing IS3 Bingo Lockout. Got their they just immediately came over and said, "Yeah, let's play some IS3, guys." They got I believe they got past a few rounds before they got knocked out. But I mean, if that's any dedication to speak of, Jan has got it. So this is going to be an interesting match. Piero, a bit of a wild card when it comes to PvP tournaments at the moment. I don't believe I've seen
No,
their name
but
in these
yep.
tournaments.
But Piero, I mean, we watched Duong yesterday on stream, Eha.
Yeah.
Like we also showed Duong on the match, the match where he went 9-1 against his opponent. But Piero is also the one who knocked Duong out of this tournament. So Piero actually might be a much more cracked player than we think they are. Because
Yeah,
we saw how Duong played yesterday, where they're very efficient on clearing out tiles early and pretty much just simply clearing through the board itself. And if Pierre knocked Duong out, that just means that maybe it's more likely that Piero just is much more faster than Duong on their match yesterday. So it's definitely, we definitely want to see this match and see how Piero plays out. Anyways,
yeah,
we're
I'm
about
actually
to
looking at that. I'm actually looking at that. It was a 4-6, I believe, between Duog and Piero. And Piero with 6, obviously, and they won. But yeah, like you said, we are going into the board, which is a 5x5 today, by the way. It is bigger. So
A
it's gonna be
very
stuff to
much
play
more
as well.
bigger board. Does that make any sense? A very much more bigger board. Huh.
It's just big. It's large. It's ginormous.
It is large. There you go. You should
Yes.
just call large. Yes, sir.
But yeah, we
We
will be
should
looking
get
at
the
this
boards
soon.
revealed in a moment here.
Right.
Let's just wait for a little bit, and it should reveal. Yeah, revealed. Here, there we go. We got 25 tiles to go this time, so let's quickly speed through them. Like, see if there's anything that catches our fancy. Let's see. Take a hit from a boss without taking damage. Take a hit from a boss without taking damage. Oh, that's gonna be a little bit interesting. There's a good amount of ways that you can do that tile. Have our operator die in one hit from max HP. Clear stage with passive skills only. That's also gonna be interesting. Have 3 more unique operator summons, including traps, deployed at the same time in the stage. Have 3 more max hope. Clear a stage with exactly 1 hope. If exhilarating, apply movement speed debuffs. Defeat an invisible enemy without blocking.
Without
Is there any
blocking.
tile here that catches your fancy? Yeah.
Well, I mean, we've seen a lot of these tiles yesterday, obviously, so we are going to be seeing some of the same things. But I mean, that tile that you were talking about with defeating an invisible enemy without blocking does require you to have some specific operators in mind, right? There are some operators that can reveal invisible enemies, for example, but you know, you can't just use some. You can't just use an operator to clear those enemies. Yes, there are invisible enemies pretty early on in IS3. It's just whether or not those players will have the presence of mind to take those operators in the first place so that they can clear that tile immediately. But I guess there's also another one which is that I'm looking at here, which is take a hit from a boss without taking damage, which I mean, I think the only way I can think about it is like a shield, right? Is that like the only way?
A shield definitely would trivialize this. Pretty much, you bring somebody like maybe a Neural Radiant Knight S2, or you can have a collectible, which is like the medicine sticks, which gives all your operators like 2 shields on deploy. So that's also a easy way to do so.
Yeah.
What else we have? I have 4 operators of the same race. We saw a similar tile on yesterday's board, which was 3, now up to 4. So definitely will take a lot longer to take that tile. And unless you like play certain race, unless you play like some specific races that covers almost all classes, or probably even all of them. Something like Liberi, who has at least 1 of each operator in each class now. Amazing. And
Yeah.
also being very cheap as well. Like most of them are like 5 stars, just only a handful of 6 stars, 4 stars, 3 stars. Yeah, all rarities, all classes. Yeah, birds got them all.
Yeah. Actually, I'm actually wondering about this tile here. It's kind of in the middle on the right here. Clear a stage with only operators with 10 or that cost 10 or less DP in the squad, right? I'm wondering if this is going to have some issues for some people that don't have like potentials, for example, because there are some operators that are very close to that 10, but if they cost 11, it doesn't count anymore, right? Is this going to be the first instance of a pot-gated IS3 that we're going to see? But obviously there's some other ways to get around that. I believe, like, for example, one of the Pioneer modules reduces your first deployment by like 4 cost, and I believe that will probably count if, of course, the operator is 10 or below at that point. But it will be interesting to see what these players can pull out of these like tiles. Some of them seem to be a little bit different in the approach that they're taking, trying to get you to play for a little bit longer, go for a little bit longer runs, for example. So hopefully maybe we'll see people going to 4-4 and 4-5 goody, because we didn't see that like at all yesterday. Everyone was just restarting with 4-3
yep.
over and over again.
I mean, there's definitely incentives to go for a longer floor here. Look at look at the very middle tile. Enter floor 5 with a prime number of LP.
I think that's
LP?
life points.
Ah,
Yeah.
life points. Ah, okay.
I think that's
Enter
life
floor
points,
5
yes.
with a prime number of life points for 3 points. So maybe we're gonna have to see a little bit of tactical leaking before entering floor 5. And then I could just imagine it's like somebody does a little bit of leaking just to adjust their HP seals, only to get like E6 on their collectible on floor 4 and gain HP out of
Yeah.
nowhere, ruining
Yes,
their
that
prime
happened.
number for 3 points. That would actually be so hilarious.
Yes, but we are
also
into
have
the matches today, guys. We are into the matches today, and need I remind you that this is the semi-finals, and these players are going to be going on to the quarterfinals for a chance at glory. It is Piero versus Jian, and I mean, guys, what are these guys doing, Goody? We see a mountain, we see a Ling, again, I should say.
I mean, it's just the same. It's just the same stuff as usual. I mean, what I was saying is that earlier, where the floor 5 can earn you 3 points, but we also have the floor 3 boss style, which earns you 2 points as well. You
Ooh,
clear the
yeah.
floor 3 boss stage without blocking any enemies. Ooh, that's gonna be interesting. Maybe the players would be incentivized to probably pick up some zero block operators. Maybe we'll get to see Mizuki, you know, or we'll see like just more of a range team comps coming out here. But Piero, kind of loading in a little bit slow.
Yes, this
Okay,
might be
it's
a
okay.
hardware diff here.
No hardware gaps. No hardware gaps. Surely, right? Surely not, right? Of course not. Of course not.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with this, guys. It's just pure skill and RNG, obviously.
Of course. Let's see here. Oh, wait. Jian, actually, that's pretty smart. I think they went for the mountain here, so they can clear a stage with only operators with 10 or less DP in squad. Mountain costing,
Yes.
if I remember, 9 DP on E1. So that should be a free tile once they get to complete this stage. If the sniper walks forward, yeah, there you go. Mission
Actually,
accomplished.
that one is also going to clear a stage with only male operators in the squad as well, which is just to the right of that 10 or less DP squad. Will Jian actually realize that that is a tile that they should have claimed as well, though, is another issue, because we should remind you that, yes, if the players do not call their tiles, then they will not claim them. And, oh, wait.
Oh wait, activate the same
Wait a
manual skill 4 times
Oh my goodness.
consecutively as well. And they also get the only operators with 10 or less DP in the squad. So wow, a 3-for-1 for Jian right here. Wait, we didn't even see the same manual skill 4 times. I was like, oh
I think
yeah,
that-
right.
yeah,
You
the
could
mountain
press
S2.
mountain skill multiple times to make him switch stances. Pretty much on skill 2, you can activate his skill and he'll change his stance, pretty much giving him 1 block, a reduced amount of defense, but he gets +1 block count, attacks all enemies he's blocking, and some HP regen. But what you could do as well is pretty much turn that off and pretty much activate the same manual skill 4 times consecutively. Actually pretty smart. Good, pretty nice play there by Jian.
Yeah, Jian definitely picking this operator very very carefully to just snipe all 3 of those tiles. We did see yesterday that players that can snipe many tiles early on do often have the advantage, but I mean, I'm not going to count Piero out of it yet, even though they have been struggling with the lag on the emulator a little bit, I think. But they are going into 4-2 though, so I think they will be a little bit ahead of Jian for the moment right now. It'll be okay. It's all okay at the end of the day.
Let's see here. What kind of tiles the players are trying to go for this time? Oh wait,
Yeah,
is that
I'm just kinda looking through
the?
here.
Oh wait, no, that's never mind. Piero, I just noticed picked up a collectible that reduces their SP additional SP by 15. Very annoying collectible, if I say so myself. But sometimes with the correct operators, actually wouldn't really affect you as much.
Yeah, I actually saw with Piero. Piero actually has a Liscom in his squad, and I believe that Liscom is an operator that can stun herself. So that will be one of the tiles there. I believe that's probably the reason why they took it up. Also, I can't help but feel like there is something on the line here with a 0 block operator, a 1 block, a 2 block, and a 3 block operator in a line, in numerical order, which is on the bottom right of the board there. That could be pretty easy if you picked up a Stalker Specialist, for example, that has 0 block. I'm not sure, are there any other operators that have 0 block naturally? I can't think of any right now. But that could be on the line for someone.
I'm not sure if the tile would count if an operator would manipulate their block. Somebody like Heidi S1 or Heidi S2 would make the tile count. Oh yeah, right. Also, operators like liberators like Minar, Tequila also have 0 block off skill, and then have 3 block when on skill, which makes it a little bit flexible if they decide to pick up an operator similar to that.
Oh, yeah, how can I forget about the
Piero also grabbing have an allied unit stun themselves. No conviction. Wait, what operator stunned themselves? Oh, was it the the Liscom? Oh yeah, right, with the skill
with the S2,
right.
Yes. She stuns us up at the end for, I believe, 5 seconds, I think it is.
Or 5 seconds, yes. It is 5 seconds. It's 5 seconds. Wow, I wouldn't imagine somebody picking up Liscom just for this, but I guess we see it here. Ooh, right, Jian as well, getting the 0, 1, 2, and 3 block operators in the line in a numerical numerical order, I mean. So that's the
0 block operator. Oh, the Myrtle. Wait,
also
Myrtle
counts for that
as well. Wait, yes, because Myrtle reduces her block to 0 because she is a flag bearer operator, so that will count. Oh,
that's actually pretty smart. They also used the
yeah.
cruise as well to get the 1 block that they needed. Mountain for the 2 because of his skill 2, and then Hung for the block 3 pretty much. Wow,
Yeah,
wow,
I
actually
didn't even
Hung
remember
usage.
that Hung existed, to be honest with you. And I also didn't remember that ranged operators actually have 1 block just generically, so that someone like the Cruise does count for that. But yeah, that's
Piero as well
kind of
also
incredible.
defeat the last enemy of a stage with a 1-star operator with their castle. That's pretty nice. Piero also getting on the board 4-2 right here in favor of Jian. So this is an emergency. Do we have any emergency tiles that are involved in this board? I don't think so.
Yeah, there is. Clear a floor 2 or above emergency. It's kind of in the right on the top there. But I think both of these players are in floor 2, so if they find an emergency, that's right away.
Piero just entered a emergency stage. They pretty much are actually forced to take the emergency because both paths that they could take are both emergencies from what I remember. Yeah, so they opt for Omen here. A little bit of a tricky stage, but because of the double broodmothers, so there's actually not a lot of safe room for melee operators to stand on, unless they want to get hit by broodmothers. But it should be just fine for Piero, so there's no cause for concern.
Yeah, I mean, I think these players are just kind of going through, and like we said, this board is probably encouraging you to go for a longer run. So maybe these players aren't going to be going for too many things early on in favor of getting a stronger run later on, going into the 4-5 and into the 4-6 even if they decide to do that. Not sure why you would, honestly, but maybe this is kind of why this is a bit slow at the moment. It is 4-2 I think it's 4-2 to Jian right now. If I'm not mistaken.
Actually, Piero as well, almost able to get clear stage with exactly 1 operator of each rarity in the squad. Look, they have Calcet on 6-star, Liscom on 5. Oh, they just need a 4-star left now, actually. Because they have Orchid on 3, they have Yato on 2, and then Castle on 1-star. So they just need a 4-star here, and then pretty much clear stage, and that's another call for Piero.
If they call it.
Okay.
That is.
If they call it, but I mean they can't right now because they need
Yeah,
to
if they
find
remember
a
to do that later.
4-star operator.
Yes, they do pick up the
Well,
Poziemka though.
they actually, yeah, they instead of going for that tile, they instead opt to go for a 6-star instead. Pretty interesting choice. I would have just tried to go for it right there. Oh, never mind. They get a supporter tag, upgrades their Ling, gets a bit more hope. That's actually pretty good. Yeah. Oh wait, here they get a Vanguard. Wait, they do not. They still do not buy the 4-star.
What's very
But trust the process, I guess. Trust the process. Question mark.
Well, yeah, trust the process. But I think that Jian is also pretty close to that as well. They do have the Lancet. They do have. I don't believe they have a 2-star yet, but they have the Ansel.
Do not have a 2-star yet, so they're actually neck and neck. Just needing one more operator for both sides to get that one tile.
Yeah, and actually, might I add that Jian is currently on floor 2 and he has 0 collectibles. I actually don't know how that's possible, especially when you go to the shop, but that's kind of strange. I'm not sure what they did to get there. Oh, maybe there's their first collectible.
Oh.
There you go.
Oh.
Wait, are they actually on floor 1? Sorry, I might have made a mistake with that. I
no,
think
they're
actually on floor 1.
They're on floor 1?
No, but they're on floor 3.
That's floor 2.
Never mind.
They're on floor 3 now, not on floor 1, because floor 1 always ends with the shop, and floor 2 always ends with the collectible in hand. So, okay, let's see. Like let's see what tiles that players can get in this in this floor. Clear the floor 3 boss stage without blocking any enemies. Maybe Piero is probably trying to look to get that tile. It's gonna be a little bit hard with what they have on hand. Maybe if they upgrade the Poziomka, they switch off to Ling S2. Maybe get like one extra ranged operator on the way, and maybe they can actually get that floor 3 boss tile, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have to use only ranged operators for that, obviously. If you do a ton of damage from range from a melee tile, that's still good. So, you know, you have operators like your fortress defenders, like your Ashlock, your Horn, that can deal damage from a very long distance away. So maybe they don't even have to block them, but they can still sit on a ranged tile, on a melee tile, sorry. Obviously, there are other operators who just deal so much damage from range, like, you know, you still have your Silver Ashes, you still have your Minars that do a billion damage, even though they're sitting on a melee tile. So not having to block the boss doesn't force you into ranged only, but it's definitely a little bit easier, and it doesn't require as much thinking, I guess, if your ranged operators are very strong. But something that I have been greatly looking forward to, Goody, that I don't think anyone has gone for, which is this fill a 3x3 grid with allied units. Now, I have been looking at every stage up until now, and I think I've only seen like one stage, maybe 2 stages that have had a 3x3 grid where you can deploy operators. I think Piero is on one of those stages right now where I've seen that there is a 3x3 grid on the left-hand side there. But obviously it does depend on what kind of operators you have. I don't know if it's
definitely
worth it,
be a lot more easier for Piero, because Piero has access to 2 operators that actually can summon for them. So maybe if they just get one more, or just fill the rest of their squad up with operators that can fill melee and range tiles respectively, then they can easily get that 3x3 tile pretty easily later down the road. Speaking of which, Jian finally picking up the clear stage with exactly 1 operator of each rarity in the squad. Pretty much, we talked about it earlier where they just needed a 2-star, and now they finally got it. Also, while we're talking about it, Piero as well got apply movement speed debuffs other than slow onto 4 enemies at the same time. What was Piero's operators like again?
I believe it was the Elysium that was doing that.
The Elysium was doing the slow. Oh yeah, that's right, because Elysium skill 2, for those of you who do not know, well, it generates DP, and it pretty much inflicts a debuff on up to 4 enemies around him that reduces their defense and gives them a movement speed slow. So it's a very good debuff, because not to mention you inflict the defense shred, you get DP, you also get a movement speed slow. It also procs Elysium's talent, where it gives all snipers that are currently deployed more attack speed. So it's Elysium, a very good vanguard for snipers in general, and as well for the movement speed debuff. Oh, ooh, wait, what stage is that? Piero, I've actually never played this stage with the Crushers. Oh, this is the duck stage.
Special stage. Yeah, it's a special
this
duck
is
stage that can appear
this is
from
the
an
special
encounter.
duck stage. I have actually never played this stage before. That's actually super
Yes. I believe this stage is from an encounter on floor 2 or 3. I can't quite remember, but this stage is actually
it is
quite
encounter.
difficult because, as you can see, there's that crusher at the bottom side that can break the rock right next to them. And if they do break that, then the duck just goes right from that red box into the blue box without going all the way around. So this stage can be very difficult to clear if you do not have very strong operators at this point, which is not guaranteed since it is a very early floor. But as you can see,
no,
didn't
they
get
just
the Duck Lord,
narrowly missed
unfortunately.
it.
Yeah, didn't get the
They
Duck
narrowly
Lord,
missed the Duck
unfortunately,
Lord. If Carlson was able to probably get one more attack in of a sort, then actually it probably would have been able to kill the Duck Lord as well. But hey, a free combat is still a free combat, even though you did not get the main prize. But oh well, it is what it is. Let's see. There's a couple of tiles we haven't talked about yet. Clear a stage with hovering enemies without landing any of them, and no leak. Oh, okay. So pretty much they need to kill all the hovering enemies. They need to find a stage with hovering enemies, which is very abundant in floor 4, floor 5, and they cannot pretty much stun them so that they get knocked down from flight, and pretty much not leak any enemies in that same stage, which is also worth 2 points if I may add as well. It's a pretty easy, like kind of easy task-ish. It's the problems that these levitating enemies are pretty tanky in the first place. And they also attack back because wait, the what are they called again? I kind of forgot. Yeah.
I am pulling a blank right now as well. I know exactly.
But pretty
what
much
you're talking
these
about,
those enemies pretty much while in the air, while they're in low altitude hovering, can deal range attacks and also deal sanity damage, and they also hit hard. And they also when they deal sanity damage, they pretty much reduce your defense and also deal like a set amount of 2 damage. So it's just such an annoying enemy to fight against.
Yeah, I actually need to mention 2 very important things right here, which is that I believe this is Piero has the 3 operators that they need to clear the have 3 or more unique operator summons, which includes traps deployed in a stage. They have the Ling, they have the Kaltsit, and they have the Pozyemka as well. So that is 3 summons that they can use. Whether or not they'll actually go for it is going to be interesting. But the more important thing that I'm looking at here is on the side of Jian. So Jian is in the floor 3 boss right now, which is Requiem Aeternum. It is Saint Carmen. And one of these tiles in the very top left here is take a hit from a boss without taking damage. And now I can see a specific operator in their squad right now that might actually be able to kind of bend the rules in a sense and get that, which is the Surta. Because obviously Surta, as we all know, does have the invincibility, so to say, when she reaches 1 HP. I actually don't know if that is E1 exclusively, or if you can also... Sorry, I don't know if that's E2 exclusively, but that might actually count here if she lives. Does get retreated though, so maybe that is not the case. I am not a Surta expert, I am sorry for that. But we saw yesterday, this stage was such a problem for our 2 contestants in that match where they were trying to clear that boss without while killing it as the last enemy. And it looks like that invisible scout revealer is the one that is going to be is going out, and will Saint Carmen kill his operators?
I mean,
This is going to be kind of
earl-
dicey. Oh,
it is kind of dicey. At least Jian got
Jian?
their Ansel one shot from
Jian?
from.
Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no, no, it had Saint Common has struck it again.
Oh no!
Oh.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. Pretty much what they were trying to do, which I felt like was just such a greedy play, was clear the floor 3 boss stage without blocking any enemies. And like I said last stream, the one of the main problems of this map was the invisible revealer. So pretty much they did not have any operators that was able to pierce through the invisibility of these revealers, and now Jet, because of that greed, actually let the invisible unit walk through and now reveal the high ground, and then Saint Carmen just pretty much started one-shotting everybody on the high ground and just pretty much didn't have enough AoE. And but it's did Jen manage to have an operator die from in one hit? I'm not sure if that counted,
so.
or they asked to claim the tile, because I thought I saw their Ansel get one shot by Saint Carmen, but maybe it was a yeah. So
obviously, it is up to the moderator's discretion at the time when the players complete these tiles. If it is a bit too close to call, then that is up to them whether or not they will award the tile or not. But yeah, I did see that Ansel might have gotten one shot. Also, I think the Myrtle also might have gotten one shot. But since that tile hasn't been claimed yet, I guess that was a no-go. But it does look like Piero is in the boss stage as well. Wonder if they're going to try for these 2 tiles as well, clear the boss without blocking any enemies. I guess that's
nope,
failed.
they
the
just threw Ling in front. Nope, they're definitely taking it a lot more safe. But what Piero could definitely get here is the 3x3 tile that you mentioned here. AI. Look, they have enough.
Oh,
They have enough ranged operators to fill out the rest of the 2 blocks, and then pretty much just has to throw out some summons to fill the rest of the 3x3 tiles that they need. Look, they already have Poziomka down, Ling down, Kalsit down. Oh, there's a little bit of struggle there because there's only Kalsit and Hibiscus are their only healers. So, but it's looking okay. It's looking okay. Just need looks like they only need 4 more tiles to clear that specific tile out. But it's looking just fine, don't worry.
Yeah, something about this stage actually is, I believe that Piero actually rolled the special form of this boss, which is a random. It's basically random if you have less than 100 light, that you can get a special form of the floor 3 boss. I think this one is the 2 forms, 1 heart, I believe, where the scorpion guy at the bottom is quite significantly stronger, but I believe it has way less HP. So is that going to play into this at all? I don't know. I think the Ling is definitely strong enough to clear this basically by herself, but it will be interesting if this is going to be the way that Piero goes out. It looks like that Ling Dragon is going to be going down, though.
The Ling Dragon went down, though. That might be an issue, but no, looks like the Scorpion is just moving around, just taking their sweet time. If the Bishop would just move a little bit faster, then it would be just
Hurry up,
fine.
please.
Oh wait, no. What are they doing? Oh no, they just need they pretty much just need 3 more tiles left to clear out the 3x3 tile. But they deployed Elysium on the left hand side, but they don't have any more. They don't have any more units. Oh, they're even pulling out some more units. Yeah, come on. What, the Kalsit S3 literally doing no damage to the Bishop because he's just so fat, man. Bro's got so much HP. Oh, wait.
Oh, there you go.
He's almost got it, actually. Oh, one more. Nice. Yep, you got the boss easy. But I think it's a missed opportunity to not go for the 3x3 grid with allied units. But at least they got they got through the floor 3 boss stage. Well, they didn't get the floor 3 boss tile, but it's still alright. I think what Piero would like to go for is enter floor 5 with a prime number of life points. Hey, Aya, I'm not really good at math. Do you know what prime numbers are?
What a prime number is? Well, yeah. So a prime number is any number that it cannot that is only divisible by itself and one. And we did we did have a little chat about this before the stream, and yes, one is not a prime number. So we cannot have. So if you have one, then that will not count for that tile. So it will have to be anything from like 2, 3, 5, 7, 11. Those kinds of numbers will count for this tile. Unfortunately, you will have to get all the way to floor 5 though, and it looks like Piero will be going into floor 4, I believe this is. So a little ways to go. And will they have the presence of mind to actually go for that? Because that tile is worth 3 points. Hopefully they don't get screwed by some random lives that pop in here and there on the floor transition. But
I mean, look at Piero's HP. They're currently sitting at 7, which is a prime number. So all they have to do is pretty much just not gain any life or not lose any life.
Yeah, just play flawlessly. What's the problem? Just be perfect.
Just
right?
play flawlessly and then suddenly roll a 6-star roll a 6 on their collectible. Not to mention they got the upgraded dice, so now they actually could roll up to 8. So it'll be so funny if they pick the dice. They did pick the upgraded dice, right? I'm pretty sure they picked the upgraded dice. Yes, they did. So imagine if they pick the upgraded dice, and then what happens is that they roll a 6 or higher, and then their extra collectible that they're forced to take is because of the extra collectible from rolling a 6 or higher is gain max life points and just ruins their prime number. That would be that would be super funny.
Yeah, I'm actually not sure if this is the case, but I do not believe shields count toward this. I believe it is actually lives. I will have to check that later. But yeah, there are a lot of
Shield
life
should
game.
not count.
Yes, there are a lot of life game relics that you can get. I think there's one that gives you 2 lives and 2 shields. There's one that gives you 6 lives. I think there's one that gives you 7 lives and restores 1 life every single time you go into a node. So it looks like Jian just failed again. I actually didn't catch that. They just failed the run once again. So it looks like
this is
Piero
actually
gonna be
pretty
able to
rough
keep
for
going.
Jian. They're forced to reset twice, while Piero is just pretty much smooth sailing. All they have to do is just get to floor 5. They don't even need to clear the boss or anything on floor 5. They just need to get to floor 5, and with a prime amount of HP or life points, and pretty much that's like an equivalent of 3 tiles in one go. But what other tiles here that the players can grab here? I think Piero can also grab the bind, sleep, and stun the same enemy. All they need left is just a operator that can inflict sleep actually, and then it should be free. Oh, but wait, Piero's got a problem. We got an army of dodging seaborns running towards the blue box. Wait, oh no, the dodge miss. Oh no, never mind. He's got it. Let's go.
Yeah, looks like
80% by the way. 80%. Poziomka.
It looks like Poziomka might be very useful here because she does have a module that can just completely ignore dodge when the enemies are in the frontal tile. Don't know if they had the module. I couldn't quite catch that.
No, interestingly enough though, that the module only affects Poziomka herself and not her not her summon. So it only counts Poziomka's frontal tiles and not the summon and not her typewriter. So the typewriter pretty much just managed to clutch up and hit the 80% dodge that the seaborn enemies had on that map. Ooh, that was a little bit too close for comfort because they also didn't have any crowd control in hand. Their Texas is still stuck on E1, so she cannot access her skill 3 yet, which is the one that inflicts stun. And seeing here that we actually only have around 10 minutes remaining Both players are having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 points for Jian and 5 points for Piero. But if Piero manages to get this floor 5 floor 5 tile where they enter with a prime amount of HP, then I think they're pretty much almost set to win this match. But obviously, even though you get these multi tiles, like what we saw earlier on the close matches during the intro, you're not exactly guaranteed to win. But it definitely makes winning a lot more easier because you don't need to earn as much tiles, because obviously you spend your entire run, pretty much Piero spending his entire run on this one run just to get to floor 5, and hopefully without any hiccups would pay off, because if it doesn't pay off, it's going to really hurt. It's going to really hurt if it doesn't pay off for Piero.
Piero is not in the lead right now, like you said. It was a what was it, 7-5, I believe it was. Yeah, it was a 7-5 with Jian in the lead. But Jian has been struggling with these runs for some reason. It's just kind of not working out for them. They're taking very strange operators that are looking to clear some tiles. I believe before they had a Totter and something else that, you know, did defeat the invisible enemy without blocking, but then that run just miserably failed. Now they have the Mudrock, so maybe the Mudrock is going to try and take a hit from a boss without taking damage, because Mudrock does have those shields, but obviously that implies that you're getting all the way to floor 3. So is there going to be enough time? There's only 10 minutes left. On the other hand, though, Piero is already on floor 4, and there are so many tiles up for grabs here. You know, having a squad size 10 or greater is probably just an inevitability at this point. Entering floor 5 with a prime number of life points, that's 3 points in a single tile. Maybe it's possible. Having, you know, filling the 3x3 grid with allied units, I'm sure that Piero is going to have enough of these operators available to clear that if they have the presence of mind to actually go for it. There's also other ones like have an operator die in one hit from max HP. That's also pretty easy with how these enemies are scaling later. So, you know, Piero, there's so much on the line here, because they still are not in the lead, but they have so many things available to them. It's just which one of these are they going to be going for at this point, because Jian, kind of feeling a little bit comfortable right now just going through these stages, has the deep color and the Mudrock. I've never seen this combo before in my life, but I mean, if Piero doesn't pick up the pace, Jian could just be looking at a 6-5 victory here in these last 10 minutes. So
no, there's no way.
I mean,
Piero definitely should make it to floor 5. I just also noticed that, didn't we comment about somebody clearing a emergency stage, but apparently they did not call it out because the tile is still unclaimed, which is weird. But Piero, but it doesn't matter, I guess. Oh, Piero as well. Have an operator die in one hit from the Crusher. The AoE actually taking out one of their high ground tiles. That's actually pretty funny. But let's see here.
Sacrifices must be made sometimes.
Wait, no way. Wait, Piero. Look at how much HP Piero has. Piero has 8 HP.
8?
He has
8 is not a prime number.
That is not a prime number. Oh no.
No, Piero,
the 3
please.
points that they worked so hard for.
They will be going into floor 5 with 8 HP, which, as far as I'm
you know what?
concerned,
I
is not
think
a
you know what happened. I think one of their level ups gave them one extra HP from leveling up, if I remember.
Yeah.
And oh no, they did not notice. They had a chance to leak one enemy at the very end, but wasn't able to do so, because they probably thought like, oh yeah, I have 7 HP right now. There's nothing that can go wrong, but everything went wrong right here.
Everything has gone wrong, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, missing out on those 3 points is going to be absolutely tragic for on the side of Piero here. So, I mean, when you're looking at Piero, there's so many things they can go for still. There's, like, you know, like I was saying earlier, taking a hit from a boss without taking damage. Highmore I mean, she does hit a lot, but if you have one of those operators with maybe some dodge or a shield or something like that, or resist if you have one of those operators, that is a very rare stat. But taking a hit from a boss, not unreasonable, especially because I just realized they have the Liscom in their squad, which does have a complete attack block on her first skill when it gets charged. So, you know, is that going to be in the cards for them when they get to the Highmore at the end of this run? On the other side, you know, you have Jian still kind of trekking along, just like, yeah, I'm just playing the game, guys. I'm just playing. I'm in the lead. It's okay. It's 7-6 right now. Do I really need to care? They did just clear an emergency, and yes, there is the tile god, clear a 4-2 or above emergency. Finally cleared.
Finally.
Pretty sure.
I think
yeah.
somebody that's such a blowout. Somebody probably missed that earlier. And now, whoever, I think it was Piero. Was it Piero who got the
I'm
fourth
sure that it was
emergency?
Piero. Piero's on floor 5. If they have not cleared an emergency at that point, I feel like something is going wrong. So, you know, Piero just, you know, having to call the tile. Maybe they don't even realize that the tile is being claimed because, like, you know, there's 25 tiles. Can you really keep track of everything here? Evidently not, apparently. So, it's going to be going pretty close here. It is currently 8-7 still. Lots more on the table still, but are these players going to be going for these? Are these players going to be looking at you know, some of these easier tiles, or maybe going for these ones that are just on the run that they're already on right now?
I still cannot believe that nobody has gotten any of the tiles that are worth 2 or more points. Like, but maybe Piero is looking
Yeah.
to get the. Oh no, not. Piero's not even able to get that because one of the caveats for clear stage and hurrying enemies is to not land any of them, and we can clearly see that Piero has landed some of them by using Texas Alter with their skill 3. So not even that tile is gonna get claimed, but maybe Piero would want to try to go for it over here. We'll have to see what they go. We'll have to see what they go for, but on a future stage. But yeah, without that Texas S3, I don't think they'll be able to like safely clear a map, which they also have to not leak, by the way. So they do have to punch through those flying manta rays. Oh, and looks like they opted to just reset here. Maybe go for some of the tiles that can be achieved much more earlier on the earlier floors, but they only have 3 minutes left. There's not really a lot of time left to be able to do much. Look at the scoreboard. Yeah, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Wait a second.
On Piero.
Wait, Goody, hold on, just a moment here. Who is spelling a 4-letter word with the first letters of 4 adjacent operators here? That was Piero, wasn't it?
Wait. Oh, that's what they were doing earlier.
What?
Wait,
I didn't even see that. Hold on. I need to think about this for a
spell?
moment. I did not even notice that. I saw some operators up there. There was a concert, there was a Ling, there was a Poziemka, and I think there was something else. I didn't quite catch that, but that is one of those tiles that we've seen in a previous bingo tournament that basically no one went for, but it looks like Piero getting on the opportunity there. I will try and have a look at what word they actually spelled there, but I mean, that does, I believe, does it quite tie up the score? It doesn't quite tie up the score.
Not yet, but Piero definitely has a much more closer chance here, because Jian has 8 points while Piero has 7. So all Piero has to do is probably get some of these more niche tiles that haven't been cleared yet. Maybe fill a 3x3 grid with allied units. Bind, sleep, and stun could be achieved, but there's pretty much only 2 minutes left on the clock. Will Piero be able to even get at least 1 more point to tie this and bring this to sudden death?
Well, they're going to have to get 2 points now because Jian just got the take a hit from a boss without taking damage, and apparently Big Adam is a boss. It does not have to be specifically the IS3 bosses, and they did just find the stage with Big Adam with it. And like we predicted earlier, it was the Mudrug with the shields that just took that giant hit from Big Adam, completely nullifying it. So that is going to put Jian a little bit further into the lead. It is 9-7 now. So I mean, Piero, you do not have that very much longer. You have only about 90 seconds left. Are you going to be able to get 2 points to force a sudden death here? What can they? What can Piero even get here?
That floor 5 blunder, that floor 5 tile blunder from Piero actually just probably costed them this entire match. That if Piero got that, floor 5 tile, that would have been 3 points. He would have still been on the lead with 10 right now, where Jian would have been just at 9. And I think now, because Piero wasn't minding their HP seals, I think he's paying the price here by just simply losing this round. Oh no, we have like around 30 seconds left. There's not really much anyone can do at this point. I don't think anyone can really finish a tile or finish a stage in this small amount of window. So maybe Jian gets it here. Maybe, let's see. Maybe Piero manages to get 4 operators of the same race right here. Yeah, they're looking. Oh, they pick up the Kafka. Oh, are they trying to go for? What are they trying to go for?
Apple operators are saying, I don't know. I think this is
they're just digging and. No, it's over. There's no more time.
There is
that's
no
so
more time.
Unfortunate for Piero. There's just no more. The timer is out and Jian takes it by a 9-7. That's just so unfortunate. One of the level ups from Piero, they didn't notice and gave them a extra HP seal, pretty much putting them out of a prime number. Oh, that's so unfortunate. I was talking about like, oh, maybe the collectible will screw them over, but nope, never mind. It was just straight up from the level up. Leveling up on IS3.
Your teachers always, if you always wondered why maths is important in school, this is the point. You know, it's when you're, a couple of years later, you're playing IS3 Bingo Lockout, and you need to know what a prime number is. 8 is not a prime number. In fact, 8 is probably one of the least prime numbers you can possibly have, because it has a lot of divisors. So, that is unfortunate when it is worth 3 points. But yeah, it's going to be a 9-7 in favor of Jian. Jian will be moving on to the semifinals. But yeah, Goody, like, there are some missed opportunities here. There are some
I
maybe
felt
just
like
missed
Piero,
calls as well.
Piero definitely had a lot of missed opportunities on this board. We saw Piero finish the floor 2 or above emergency. They were actually forced to play emergency, if I remember correctly, because both of their paths had to pretty much take either one emergency or the other. It was the Omen. It was the Omen one as well, actually, and so they just pretty much weren't able to call it out. And not to mention, there's a couple of tiles they could have gotten, something like a 3x3 tile. They pretty much had a lot of supporters. They had a Ling. They even picked up a Magellan on the middle, but they just didn't go for that 3x3 tile when they definitely could have gotten it a lot more earlier than they should have. And
it's a bit unfortunate that I think Piero had a lot of these tiles ready to claim, but they just kind of didn't. For example, I think there was also one at the bottom there where to have 10 squad size. I'm not quite sure how much squad size there were, but they were on floor 5 already. It's kind of likely that they did, so maybe that was also a missed opportunity.
I think their squad size was at 9 when you needed 10.
9.
So just a little bit unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, well then we're going back to that thing. It's like, okay, what if you don't fail that stage in floor 5, and then you level up again, you get a squad size? That's another tile that you could have gotten right there, so these little kind of tiny mistakes that end up happening are sort of accumulating on top of each other, saying like, oh, you don't get this now, you don't get this now, you don't get this now. And of course, also going all the way back to the beginning, where you have to rebuild your entire squad on a board that really encourages you to go far, to have lots of operators available, to have lots of summons available, for example. That is unfortunate for Piero, but that is how it goes in sometimes in IS3 Bingo Lockout. So we will have a look at the other games that are going to be played today. I don't believe we have the next match set up right now, so I mean, Goody, when it comes to the 5x5 board, right? Do you think the 5x5 board is actually like harder than the 4x4? Because there's a lot of the same
it's
tiles.
definitely harder.
Yeah.
I definitely think it's harder, not because the tiles of the difficulty changed, but because there's just so much more to keep track of. I definitely missed a couple of tiles even early on. I was like, oh wait, right, I'm surprised, like, oh right, the mountain pickup also was able to take this other tile as well. I didn't even see that. So that it definitely catches you off guard.
So like, yeah, I think the 5x5 is yeah, I guess that is a really big factor into it, is just being aware that these tiles even exist. And I guess sometimes if you don't look at the board enough, you can kind of look at one tile and say, I'm gonna go for this, but not even realizing that like the tile next to it is also a tile that you can get at the same time, for example. Like, we were focusing so much earlier on being able to clear the 4-3 boss without blocking any enemies, and then also taking a boss without taking a hit from a boss without taking damage, for example, having an operator die in one hit. A lot of those can probably be done like in the same stage, basically, especially if you're getting the Requiem Aeternum. But when we are going into the next matches, guys, for the semi-finals and the finals, we will have a poll, so you guys that can you guys in the audience can vote on a tile that will be added to the board that the players are going to have to play with in the semi-finals and the finals. We will be doing a poll for each game. So if you will please go into the chat, whether you are on YouTube or whether you are on Twitch, there will be a poll there where you can decide whether or not these players are going to be suffering for the next match with an awful tile. So I would encourage you to go do that. But while you are doing that, we are setting up the games as we are going on. And I mean, Goody, there are some pretty crazy tiles involved with this kind of stuff. Do you have like a favorite tile that we've seen so far, actually?
I mean, the cannot tile from yesterday was so fun to see. We had games decided because of that cannot tile. Remember where it went to 808 and it got stuck because of the cannot tile. And Lesot probably could have won the entire match with their cannot lead had they cleared the cannot map that they tried to risk for on floor 1. But let's look at the audience voting here. The two tiles that were presented is defeat a floor 3 boss with every operator in squad sharing the same name link, or defeat floor 3 boss with every operator in squad with different name links. So, now that you also have to now that one of the tiles, definitely you have to keep in mind on what your squad, how many characters your operators has in squad. I feel like, for me, the second option with different name links is definitely a lot more easier than the one sharing a same name link. Because I feel like, oh yeah, every operator has like different varying names, and then if you can just choose like, oh yeah, this is my 5-letter operator, it's my 6-letter operator. But if the audience votes for the first one, I feel like nobody is able to finish it with
how are you gonna have that many operators with the same number of letters in their name? Like I love Arknights, but I cannot think of like two operators that have like the same amount of letters in a name, like off my head. It's especially when you're thinking about, okay, how is your account built? Do you just have a lot of strong operators, or do you have just the perfect amount of operators? This could only be like, this might be trying to get a 2 to 3 op of the boss stage, which can be very difficult, especially since a lot of these very strong operators tend to have long names, particularly if you're thinking about altar operators that have extremely long names. It's basically impossible to match them up with anyone, so hopefully that's going to be going through, because I would love to see players looking at that and thinking, what am I going to do about this? And I think it actually do we have the results yet, Goody? I'm looking at this.
I'm checking the results right now, and I think it looks like operators in a squad sharing the same name length as one.
Oh,
So, oh no.
okay
Oh,
then.
no.
Okay.
You know
Well,
what's funny?
hopefully-
You know what's funny? It just means that alters are pretty much locked out of clearing a floor 3 if anybody wants to even go for this tile. Because if you think
Yeah.
about it, something like Texas, right? Oh, Texas is a five letter name. Ah, that's pretty simple. And then you suddenly add D Omertosa, and now it's like, oh yeah, how I can't use my Texas anymore.
Yeah,
But
well, I mean,
there's-
to be fair though, if you manage to pull off a Texas Alter solo of the floor 3 boss, then I guess that would technically count if you had some really
Counts?
good.
Oh, that's actually pretty smart. Just bring one operator.
Yeah, just bringing one operator
Bring
because
one operator.
yeah, and we have seen a lot of operators that are, I guess, more inclined to being able to solo things. Like we've seen the Texas Alter so many times. We've seen the Ling a lot of times, and Ling is an operator that is notorious for being able to like solo or at least duo like pretty much every single stage in the entire game. So is that going to be something that we're going to go on to? Is just like people just bringing Ling to clear that tile? Whether or not they're actually going to do that, or whether they realize that that is probably legal, it will be another issue, because I think we saw a tile yesterday which was clear a stage with only operators in the same row, and the players were able to clear that tile just by having one operator,
One operator.
deployed. So I mean, I'm sure that it would probably work, but you know, clearing things with Ling is no joke still. She is a fairly complicated operator at times, especially if you're trying to solo things. So will these players actually be good enough? And of course, it depends on the map. But you know, Goody, I can't think of a more awful tile than that, other than maybe the Cannot tiles. And I really hope that we see that Cannot tile again, because that was definitely a point of contention for the earlier matches that we've watched. But it is kind of interesting to see what these players are going to be pulling out, because as we go further on, these boards are going to have kind of, I believe they're going to have a theme actually, Goody. So these boards, especially this one, I don't remember what theme this was actually. It was Class Nights?
What was
I
it again?
believe?
It was classes. Yeah, it was
I
classes.
believe it was Class Nights, yeah. So this next board is going to be themed around classes of operators. So, you know, will these players have enough of a particular class to clear many of these tiles? We don't know. Obviously, it depends on the actual tiles themselves, but, you know, we are going to be getting into the board pretty soon.
In
We're
just
just
a
setting up
minute.
some things
Oh,
on the back end.
yeah. So I just want to talk about the voted tile, right? Like, I see a little bit discussion here on what would actually be the optimal number of letters that you want in
yeah.
an operator. And I'm looking through my list right now, and from what it looks like, at least on my 6 stars, that there's a lot of 6-star operators that actually have 6-letter words that are pretty usable. We have Milnar, 6 letters.
Yeah, okay.
We got Irene, 6 letters. Gnosis,
Uh-huh.
6 letters. I mean, these are 6 stars, but there could be a good amount of 5 stars as well that are 6 letters. Oh, would you look at that? Ceylon, 6 letters.
Wow, incredible. Ceylon is a
Wow.
6-letter word.
Ceylon.
Will we
No
be seeing
way.
the Ceylon yet?
But yeah, there's a
Oh,
lot
no.
of 6-letter operators that I feel like can be used if you're just not opting for pretty much just pressing Ling and praying to something. But let's look at the board here. Like I said, the team for the semifinals board is classes. We get to see player floor 2 or higher stage with only casters and vanguards in squad. Deploy the same non-specialist operator 3 times in a stage. I wonder that is. They start with a yat and ends with a O.
I wonder which operators you could use for that. But yeah, I'm seeing so many of these tiles actually. It's the same thing, you know. like clear 4-2 or higher stage with only medics and specialists, with only casters and vanguards, with only snipers and defenders, with only guards and supporters. Like these are pretty mutually exclusive at this point, because you know you're going to build into one kind of squad, and then suddenly there's another tile that you can't use that for, right? Because you don't have any of the snipers and defenders, for example. So these players might have to actually restart these runs, or they're going to have to be very aware of the kinds of operators that they're taking throughout the run, so that they are strong enough to go into the later stages. Like, you know, maybe running the medics and specialists one is better for later on in the floor 4 or floor 5, when, you know, your Texas Ultra and your Yotes Ultra are going to be very, very strong and they can just clear everything by themselves. Whereas maybe your, you know, snipers and defenders can be earlier on, so you can take your low rarity snipers like your Cruise, or you can take your low rarity defenders like your Beagle or your Quora or your Matterhorn, for example. Like, I'm sure that there is definitely going to be some amount of strategy involved with these kinds of tiles. But I mean, are you looking at any other of these tiles? I can see a few of them that are a little bit questionable, shall we say, and maybe these players are going to be kind of
I mean, there are some questionable ones here, but at least some of the tiles like get to floor 5 with at least one of each class is definitely a lot more easier than having a prime number as your on your HP seals, and simply forgetting that, oh no, I accidentally gained one before the end of the map. That's just so unfortunate, honestly. But this like the defeat, pretty much we saw the defeat of floor 3 boss with every operator in squad sharing the same name length. They're a floor 3 stage with only one class in squad, so these are like half tricky, but if you play around them, shouldn't be that hard. Like we said, right? There's just some operators who can simply solo a stage pretty easily by their lonesome, if they're maybe they just need like an E2. Yeah, some of them just simply need an E2, or even then, in some cases, just actually could solo it on E1, like Ling, Ling, and another one could possibly be Scene. Scene's also a good operator. Scene or Deep Color are also good supporters that can possibly solo as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the supporters are going to be kind of the X factor here for these supporter ones, because yeah, a lot of the supporters don't do that much damage. I know that's changing as time goes on, but yeah, a lot of these supporters, the summoners are definitely going to be very useful for these players that maybe don't have many built supporters. Like maybe you don't have your Zuzurans or your Gnosises, for example. You just only have like the Scene, for example. Yeah, maybe she could just solo a stage for you, and that would be basically it. So it will largely depend on what kind of accounts these two players have in terms of like what they're capable of doing. And I'm sure that they're, you know, if these players knew each other's accounts, they would be able to play around it a bit more. But I'm not sure that that was explicitly allowed or anything to research other people's accounts before this. So maybe it will just be random. Maybe it will be a strategy. Maybe it'll just be luck that someone gets a different tile that you were looking for. But it does look like we are going to be getting into game. It is a 40-minute game.
Yep, like quarterfinals as well earlier. Let's see here. The players pretty much just going at it already. Let's see what they pick up here. Oh, they pick up a Mudrock. And Yotes here actually going for like a 5-star approach. I think what Yotes wants to get as soon as possible is have 5-star operators. So operators like La Pluma just pretty much soloing the entirety of floor 1 and almost all of floor 2 by her lonesome, even just at E1 actually. So they could just pretty much simply focus on grabbing more 5 stars just to get the 5-star operator 5-star operator tile as soon as they can. Oh, a little bit of leaking for Kotori. You know, just Mudrock things being 30 costs. It is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, Kotori is probably going for this clear 4-2 or higher stage with only snipers and defenders, because Mudrock is a very strong defender and can solo many stages by herself. But will you even get to 4-2 when you're forced into something like a Symbiosis and you only have a Mudrock in your hand? So I have no idea if that's actually what they're going for, but it does look like that is at least part of the plan. But it's kind of anyone's game at this point. I mean, we're just in the first stage, and these players are just clearing everything out. Obviously, Kotori getting the
I'm just
longest
looking
stage
through,
here.
like seeing what tiles that the players can pretty much clear out as fast as possible. I'm not really seeing like any free tiles that players can get at the very beginning, like we've seen earlier. Is like, oh yeah, I just got like 3 tiles at the very beginning of the game. Oh, also it looks like Kotori as well, getting stalled out by the by
Yeah.
by Gopnik once again. Oh no! Oh, they retreat the Mudrock here. That obviously don't want to stall for a lot more time. Just get his ass in there. Oh, but he's gonna lose out on like almost half an entire stage of worth of time just because of that Gopnik once again.
Yeah, Gopnik has been kind of an annoying factor in a lot of these runs, apart from the first day, where I believe that was a tile to encounter or kill them. But yeah, for these past couple of matches, these special enemies really are just a waste of time sometimes. And you can very clearly see it, like Kotori is like barely just out of the first stage, and Yotes is already onto the second stage, and they have, you know, all of the extra things like the extra recruitments. It does look like they are going for the 5 stars though, because that is 3 5-stars, the Glaucus, the Pluma, the Cruz. Hibiscus is obviously a 3-star, but yeah, that could be a really quick pickup here. But it looks like we got our first tile claimed on the side of Kotori, which was clear as state with only defensive recovery skills. And Mudrock skill 2, yes, that is a fact.
Yeah, right. With the skill 2 only. Right, that is a defensive skill. I'm actually surprised that I remember also seeing in one of the stats that we had that nobody was able to clear a stage with only defensive recovery skills as well.
Yeah, I think that
it was like one of
rare,
the it was, I think it was the board which had like 5 to 2, and then one of them was like clear stage with only defensive recovery skills. Really, guys weren't able to like pick up something like Mudrock to simply clear out a floor 1 stage like this? Like, oh well, it do be like that, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, that defensive recovery is not a very common stat. It's mainly reserved for defenders. I don't think there is a non-defense. No, there is one actually. Dagda. Dagda is a defensive recovery operator at skill 1. But yeah, like that stat is not very common. So I wouldn't be totally surprised if players were not able to go for that tile just because they didn't have any of those operators available. But like we said here, Mudrock is one of them. So that is a clear win there. It's pretty obvious win as well. So it looks like we will have a 1-0 for now, as Kotori and Yotes are just kind of trying to clear these stages out. It's pretty standard stuff.
Yeah, pretty standard stuff. I think the most important part of floor 1 is definitely going to be the shop, because one of the tiles is have 3 class book collectibles which mostly appear when you're shopping on Cannot store, and another one that can possibly have that you can possibly pick up is a hand collectible stuff and then pretty much recruiting the operator of that class of the corresponding hand that you have gotten. So definitely I want to see what collectibles, what items both contestants are able to get here. We see actually Yotes already on the shop here. Let's see what he got. I see a hand. I see one hand, but they don't have enough. They don't have enough ingots to buy it, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, unfortunately, that hand got a double cost increase. So it usually costs 16, but it now costs 32, and it's very likely that you have 32
very
ingots
unfortunate.
At the end of the first floor. Like,
it
wow,
was also a
rough.
hand of super speed too, so that's actually a pretty good. That's one of the more better hands that you can use. Stuff that pretty much it was a hand of super speed, right? Pretty much it buffs.
Snatcher.
Oh, it was hand of Snatcher, so it's the Vanguard one. So it would have given pretty much made almost all their Vanguards free, like all the Charger Pioneers, pretty much free, and gain 6 DP on kill. So, but it do be like that. I also saw a book that they could have bought, but they just opted to just recruit a Texas, probably to just go for the five-star operators.
Yeah, it does look
Kotori as
like,
well, actually, activating the same manual skill 6 times in the stage. Huh? Wait, how did they even get that? But they also, I think, was it? I remember they grabbed a Black Knight as well.
yes, I
Maybe they
believe
were
it
able
was
to.
the Black Knights.
Oh yeah,
So
they
that was
were
skill
the
that
Black Knight skill
activated
1.
6 times.
Right.
Yeah, but it
Yep,
does look like
okay.
Kotori just restart the run for some reason. I actually have no idea why.
I think they didn't like how their floor 1 went, and so they just opted to like, okay, I'm just gonna see if I can get probably some better items on my first shop instead, and just reset. Pretty much probably change up how the squad works as well. Maybe they want to opt for like have all range tiles be occupied by allied units at the same time. They actually picked up a lot of range units this time around. They went for Beanstalk, Robin, Cruz. So definitely looking to go for some of those tiles, for some of those more niche tiles that definitely would probably require a lot more specific units.
Yeah, it looks like Yotes is actually struggling with this stage. He only has 1 life left, and those are 2 of those little slugs, and it looks like they will be going through.
Wait,
and
oh
like
no!
Yotes has
This,
also
the
failed to run.
altar! Please, the altar, no!
It looks like Yotes has also failed their run, so both of these players are going to be restarting pretty quickly. I think a silver lining there for Yotes, though, was that they did deploy the same non-specialist operator 3 times. So, I mean, it is 2-2, but these players, they are struggling to get past this first floor, basically, which is kind of a surprise, unfortunately. But, wow. Oh, okay, never mind. Kotori, kind of missing out on that dog, wasting a little bit of time. It looks like Yotes will be picking up.
Why is there
I think
so
that
many
was-
special enemies in this round? We have like a Gopnik. I think there was like 2 Gopniks earlier, right?
Yeah.
And then we
that's
have
just
the
it.
Crying
So
Doggo.
many.
So that's like 3 special enemies in 1 round.
We haven't even gone to 4-3, and there's so many special enemies. It's kind of just
Oh my
maybe it's unlucky
God.
for some people. Maybe it's not unlucky for some people. I guess it just depends on your perspective of things. But yeah, I mean, these players are just still on floor 1 now. So I mean, Goody, when we're on floor 1 or floor 2 or something, is there a tile here that you're looking at specifically that you're targeting? Because, you know, there is still a long way to go until you get to floor 5 or floor 4, or even floor 3. So are you looking at a tile here that you can maybe snatch up early on? Because, you know, a lot of these tiles do require you to kind of go far. If these players can pick up these early tiles, for example, maybe that's the thing that's going to be getting them into the lead. So, yeah,
I think one of the I think one of the tiles that both players missed out on, because they already both reset. So I was like, okay, if I'm gonna reset this early, why don't I just go for the push or pull 5 enemies in the same hole? So I would grab probably a Shaw here early, and then just pretty much roll one of the random stages with the numerous amount of holes in floor 1, and pretty much just get a free tile on my own. Speaking of which, like I said, Kotori looking to grab some more niche tiles. Look, they just recently have all range tiles be occupied by allied units at the same tile, and the sniper squad only having 4 range tiles, and conveniently having 4 ranged operators. Yeah, very nice. Good stuff. Pretty slow game. Actually, we're like 10 minutes in, and we're only 3-2 compared to like the other matches where it's like, oh yeah, I have 6 points on the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a slower match. Do you think that's partly because, you know, these 2 players, they did say, oh, actually, let's interrupt that thought for a moment, because I think that, who's that? I think that is Yotes, who just got a... Yotes just got a Hand of Pulverization in the shop. But actually, Kotori is also going to be available for them, is a Hand of Choker. So the requirement for this tile is have a hand collectible and an operator of its listed branches. So do either of these players actually have one of those operators? I don't believe
Yep,
that.
they pretty much... Yotes was able to recruit Dusk and buy the Hand of Pulverization at the same time, so that was actually super lucky. Both players
yeah.
actually almost snatching the tile from one and the other. So, but Yotes was able to get to the shop first and was also able to get the AOE caster needed for that. Pretty much, if you don't know what kind of pulverization does, it AOE snipers, AOE casters, and what's the archetype that Rosmontus is called again? It's
Flinger.
called
The flingers.
flingers. Pretty much flingers are uh gain attack. Pretty much gain attack as long as they're constantly attacking, if I believe, and
Yes.
and it like stacks up to 150%. But you know, it's a pretty strong collectible, but something that's a little bit hard to use just because these AOE snipers, like these artillerymen, these splash casters, they're very hard to deploy, very early, very consistently, and sometimes the collectible doesn't really stack up that well because we need to keep attacking. We need to keep attacking like multiple enemies to keep the stacks up going, and suddenly there's no enemies, and now they lose up all the stacks that they've been building for the collectible. But it's still a pretty solid collectible in general. But I guess the point of the collectible in this case is to just pretty much get that one extra tile. So now
Yeah.
so now Yotes actually has to play around their dusk. What can they get? Oh, they actually are going for the floor 2 or higher stage with only casters and vanguards in squad. So they should be able to get that other tile as well. I actually didn't notice that they had an Enos and then also picked up a Dusk at the same time. So very good play by Yotes there.
Yeah, I mean, there are some other. I'm just kind of wondering if this Dusk pick is going to kind of bite Yotes in the behind later on, because Dusk, yes, she is quite a strong operator, but is she really going to be able to pull through when it matters most in the later stages? Because obviously Dusk, one of Dusk's greatest strengths is her little freelings, those little spawns that she has on her third skill and her talent. And there are a lot of flying enemies later on, so I wonder if Dusk is going to be a bit of a liability at this point. But I mean,
I think
yeah,
it's a problem for I think it's a problem for the future because by then Yotes will probably have much stronger operators to be able to deal with floor 4 and floor 5 enemies, and by then probably Dusk will be E2, will probably be doing a different role, probably just generally blocking for the other operators to deal with the enemies that Dusk can.
yeah. I'm looking at the side of Kotori here, and their squad just seems to be like a very weird hodgepodge of random stuff. We have, you know, the Beanstalk, we have the Robin, there's a Black Knight, but then you have a Midnight and a Hibiscus and an Orchid for some reason. I'm actually not sure what this squad is doing, and also they're not deploying these operators. I'm trying to think about what is going on here with Kotori. I'm sure that they have some sort of grand master plan going on in the background here, but it's kind of I'm just kind of struggling to see what's going on here, especially when on the side of Yotes you have kind of two just very strong operators. You have the Enos, you have the Dusk. They seem to be very more focused on just getting very high quality operators versus having very like just many sort of lower quality operators at the same time. So like we saw earlier, Kotori did get those tiles of, you know, clearing a stage with only casters and vanguards, for example. Sorry, not that one. The have all ranged towers be occupied by allied units at the same time. So those kinds of squads definitely do play into those kinds of tiles, but there are many other tiles that don't really want you to do that. You know, you have only medics and specialists. Well, is that going to be only ranged tiles? No, because you can't really deploy many specialists on ranged tiles. With only gods and support, it's the same thing, you know.
Yeah. Speaking of which, I just noticed that Yotes squad has Enos and a Dusk, which if you can count how many letters they have, are also 4.
Oh my
so
gosh.
maybe they're gonna try to go for a floor 3 with every operator in squad sharing the same name length. Maybe what they could do, they could probably pick up Ling on the way, and by then Ling is
Oh,
also a
yes.
four-letter operator.
Oh, you
That would
know,
be
actually,
funny.
you know, the greatest thing about this is that all of those Nian siblings are 4 letters, except for Xiangyue himself. You have the Nian, you have the Dusk, you have the Ling, all of them 4 letters. So maybe we could be seeing a Sui alliance here for to claim that tile if they have all of those operators. Very excited to see that, if that is possible. Unfortunately, the big bro will not be able to take part in that one, but I'm sure he's cheering them on from the sidelines. So
Yeah, maybe Yotes is like, okay, since I have like 2 4-letter operators, I probably want to try to go for this floor 3 tile with 4-letter operators at the same time. Like I still have an entire floor to go, so that's still a lot of vouchers that we can pick up and see who we can pick up pretty much.
yeah, it's. I think I've just noticed that Kotori has reset again. For some
For the
reason. They
third
reset
time.
the room again.
That's like the
Yes.
third reset, wasn't it? I'm just so surprised that Kotori isn't going for some of the obvious tiles that they could have just went for. I mean, they picked up a Calcet as their starter, so they pretty much can't pick up a extra pusher. But I feel like if they get like a early specialist voucher here after this combat, they should definitely get a shifter so they can get some of these easy tiles. Stuff like, yeah, push or pull enemies into the same hole. That's what I'm saying. And there's also a couple of other tiles here that it's a little bit harder to grab. Something like clear stage using only arts damage. So maybe Kotori probably could have like just picked up some. Could have reset into a squad that only deals arts damage. Something like, ooh, I'm gonna bring a arts guard and probably probably a caster just so I could duo this floor one map. Yeah. And yeah, but Yotes is just running away just at floor 3. How many different classes do they have actually? Do they have a Vanguard, a Sniper,
believe it's
and like
4.
caster only, and the Defender? So they have 4 out
5.
of the 4 5 out of the
It's 5.
tiles that they need, because they need stuff like floor 5. They need operators like be in floor 5 with at least one of each class. So they need to have pretty much the other 4 classes. And then what else does it? What else? Am I missing anything? Like have all classes deployed at the same time. That's also another tile that they can go for when they when they're building for the floor 5 with at least one of each class.
Yeah, and it really looks like Yotes here does have a lot of tiles on the table for them, because, I mean, as we said, going further and further, you're going to have more operators in your squad just naturally. As you do more combats, as you find more encounters, as you find more shops, you're going to get way more of these recruitment vouchers. So maybe there is one style here when you're going for, in the case of Kotori, for example, Kotori is really just restarting over and over, getting those guaranteed recruitments at the very start of the run. And I believe they are actually going for the top left tile here, which is clear floor 2 or higher stage with only medics and specialists in the squad. So
wow, what a
there is a
surprise.
Calcit on the screen. There is a Calcit, and only a Calcit, mind you, so that tile will be going to them. Pretty obvious that they're going for that. But yeah, like, you can go for this kind of early style here where Kotori is just restarting, getting these recruitments, and just trying to bash these out as quickly as possible. But there is also that other side where Yotes is just going for the long run, trying to clear a lot of these different kinds of tiles that are only really accessible when you go further. You know, having 3 class book collectibles, that's not gonna happen if you keep restarting over and over, unless you get obscenely lucky, obviously, and you have as many ingots as you can to get them from the shops. Having something like 15 available hope, that is definitely something that Yotes can go for in the future, because, you know, you're just gonna have hope. You're gonna have so many strong operators, it doesn't really matter. I'm looking at Yotes right now. They have 4 snipers in their squad, which is a tile. Have 4 operators of the same class. That's the Poziemka, the 2 cruisers once again, and the rangers that is filling that out. So it is currently 4-4. Goody. It's 4-4, and we have
it's
like
4
what,
to 4.
20 minutes Like
21 minutes, and it's only 4-4. When to lock somebody out in this round, you need what, like 16, 17 points? Wait, no, is it? It's how many points? Like 13, right, or something? But I think it was 17. But pretty much.
maybe we're the ones that are bad at maths.
Yeah, maybe we're the ones who are bad. Yeah. But you think I feel like what Yotes is trying to do here, instead of going for the floor 3 boss with every operator in the squad sharing the same name rank, they're opting to go for play a floor 3 stage with only one class in the squad, which actually they almost could have done here, except for the fact that Beagle's in their squad right here.
Yeah, maybe a missed opportunity here, just not taking that Beagle out. But I mean, there are some other tiles here, Goody, that don't have, I guess, specific classes of operators in mind. So, for example, on the right here, there's have 3 operators stun the same enemy. Which is not necessarily a class-specific thing. That's just having 3 operators that can stun in the first place, and we do see that kind of every now and then. Cruz Alter at least does have a stun attached to her talent, but is Yotes gonna go for more of these operators that can stun, try and work off of that instead? There's also other tiles like, for example, defeat a skimming Sea Drifter without it getting dropped. That obviously needs you to get to floor 4 because they don't appear before floor 4. Completing a medium difficulty task, that's also something that you're going to have to be very aware of when you're looking at the floors in advance. Where are these regional commissions? Because it is a fairly rare tile to go to. So it looks like, it looks like
Kotori resetting for like the 4th time of this match. Kotori, I mean, like, with the amount of resets Kotori, I felt like he could have had like, I think Kotori just has to change tactics here. Just pretty much go for these tiles one by one for every run they got. Look, see, they even picked up the Shaw immediately, just so that they're probably gonna get this push or pull enemies into the same hole. I was like, fine, screw it. I'm just gonna go for this one tile and probably just reset again, and then we'll just do it over and over again. But the Yotes here, actually, it's also in a pretty, it's in a pickle, so to speak, because look, they only have 2 HP COs. They didn't even bother going for any of the special tiles that they can go for on the floor 3 boss tiles, floor 3 stage. So stuff like, I think what happened earlier was that they wanted to do the floor 3 stage with only one class in squad, but did not leave the Beagle out by accident. Did not remove the Beagle, I mean, in their squad. So what happens that they did clear it with only snipers, but it just didn't count because they had the Beagle in their squad, which was just very unfortunate. That would have been 2 points for Kotori, and that would have put Kotori equal to Yotes, who Yotes has already 6 points. So right now it's a 6-4, because Yotes has just pretty much just been playing the maps consistently, but just not able to get the floor 3 boss with every operator in squad sharing the same name length. Pretty unfortunate, if I believe. I think they would have tried to go for it had they rolled a supporter. I don't think I've seen them roll a supporter voucher and then like roll 2 supporter vouchers, because if they did, I feel like they would have picked up Ling and definitely would have tried for the squad that we were talking about earlier, the Ling, the Dusk, and the Ines as a trio. But just really unfortunate, just not getting the vouchers that they need for that specific tile. So I guess Yotes just trying to go as far as possible, maybe get to floor 5 with at least one of each class in these last 15 minutes, and maybe if they're lucky with what collectibles they get, they probably could have at least 15 available. We shall see, honestly, because for Kotori, I feel Yeah, it
did look like Kotori picked up the push or pull 5 enemies into the same hole in that floor 1 stage. It was the Shore that ended up happening there, so that does kind of almost even up the score. It is currently 6-5 at the moment. Still in favor of Yotes though, and Yotes is a little bit further on in the run. You can see they're doing this stage with the floor is lava basically, and it looks like they might be having a little bit of trouble actually. Nah, it's okay, Chris has it. But yeah, there's definitely...
Okay, nice.
This definitely can be a bit of a difficult stage that Yotes is doing, because it does have the, I believe the Dublin guards that kind of work off of each other, but something that Yotes does
twins,
have,
yes.
yeah, something Yotes does have up their sleeve is the Ines, and I believe that is a E2 Ines as well, and Ines can reveal invisible enemies, and one of the Dublin guards is invisible, so if you can get rid of that Shadow Blade very, very quickly, then it kind of just trivializes the other one, because the other one doesn't really do that much damage. Yeah, it's tanky, but it's not that much. Whether or not they'll actually go for that is another issue, especially because they have so many ranged operators available to them. Maybe they don't even have to deal with that enemy, but it is going to be kind of interesting to see where Yotes is going from here, because yeah, they're just getting to floor 5, I guess, but do they have a plan beyond that? Because you should never count out someone like Kotori, who, yeah, has been struggling a little bit, but they are still only 1 point behind, and there are many, many tiles on here that are definitely up for grabs with the kind of style that Kotori is going for. So I wouldn't say that Kotori is completely out of it yet. It's just, do they actually have a plan or not? Are they actually working towards something? Because if they're not working towards something, then it really does come down to luck at this point. And when you're this far in the tournament, I'm not sure you really want to be putting all of your chances of getting that high mode body pillow into the hands of RNGs. It just feels like kind of an incorrect way to play this. So we are looking here. It's pretty standard stuff. It's pretty standard stuff. So I'm just gonna.
What now?
I'm just gonna stop. Okay. I'm just gonna stop. Okay. Please take it away.
Hey, yo, I didn't even get this insider info. Hey, you should not show the backside of that body. I mean, what? Huh? I mean, no. There's no body pillow. There is no officially licensed body pillows in this.
So it doesn't
being given out, or is there?
But yeah, it looks like we're currently 6-6 now, actually, because it seems like Kotori did get the. I believe that was the have at least 3 ranged operators die in a single stage. So it's currently 6-6, Goody, and it's. I mean, it's kind of getting really close, especially because we are running down on the time. Remember that this is a timed tournament and there is only about 11 to 10 minutes left. So will these players be able to get their last few points in at the very last moment? Especially those big tiles like those 3 in the center there. Clear a floor 3 stage with only 1 class. Neither of these players have really tried to do that yet. I guess Yotes did try that, but unfortunately failed that. Be in 4-5 with at least 1 of each class. Maybe one of these players could go and try and do that, because it's
I think Yotes is the only one who's able to get the floor 5 with at least 1 of each class. There's just not enough time for Kotori to make through all of floor 2, floor 3, and floor 4 on around 10 to 15 minutes. There's just not enough time for Kotori. But Yotes is actually pretty close. It's just a matter of getting the correct vouchers for the classes that they're missing. We see that they have Sculptor for supporter, so they have Sniper, Vanguard, Defender, Guard. They have a Caster from Dusk. What else are they missing? They need a Specialist, right? So they need a Specialist.
Yes,
I don't think they have a Medic. They don't have a medic, and they have a supporter, right? Huh?
Yes, they have a supporter. I believe that is.
They do have a supporter, so they so Vanguard, Guard, Defender. They have a guard, right? They don't have.
Yes,
They do have a guard with La Pluma. La Pluma is their guard. So they're just lacking a specialist and a medic to pretty much get the floor 5 with at least 1 of each class.
Yeah, I mean, do you happen to know any really good specialists in IS3, Goody? Because I'm kind of drawing up a blank here where I just can't really think about what specialist.
A good specialist in IS.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just I don't know if Yotes is really on the mind of. Oh, but look at this Rat King kind of wrecking the defense there, but it will you will get
Nah,
defeated
it's
by the
alright.
Berserker,
It's
I believe,
alright.
so
Scalter
that's fine.
got bodied a little bit. Sorry, sorry, Scotty fans, but yeah, at least they managed to break through they managed to break through the shield first before anything went wrong. Yo, it's getting a La Pluma guard. They only have like I think this is their last combat. No, they didn't offer the combat. Instead going for the safe house, and yeah, that's their last combat. So I don't think they're able to get any more vouchers after this. So I think Yotes has to skip on the floor 5 with at least one of each class now, just because they're just not rolling the correct vouchers, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, of course, there is that aspect of luck in here, and Yotes is going into the 5th stage, and look at that, that's Pool of Procreation. Will they actually take it? They do not take it. Maybe that is a missed opportunity, because defeating a skimmed Sea Drifter without getting dropped can be completed in Pool of Procreation, because that is a stage that has a ton of those enemies, and it looks like Yotes' squad is strong enough to clear that stage, but they do decide to go for Mechanical Menace instead, which does not have any of those enemies, unfortunately. I think also Kotori picked up the clear A4 to a higher stage with only guards or guards and supporters in the squad. So I mean, doesn't that put Kotori in the lead right now? That is currently 7-6 right now. Suddenly Kotori just finding the tile that he needed to get into the lead.
Oh no, we had this scenario as well earlier on the first match that we saw, where the one player was just simply building up for that big points on floor 5, and then suddenly, oh no, what do you mean that I missed? Now suddenly they're now in a deficit, and now in the back burner, because now they missed that opportunity of 3 cool points, which would have put them in such a big lead.
Yeah, it's just, you know, these 3-point tiles and these 2-point tiles even have been a real kicker, because they seem to be not that hard from the outside, but I guess when you are actually playing the game, you're like, where is my specialist voucher? Where is my specialist voucher? Then suddenly you're right before floor 5 and you're just like, oh, well, I guess I don't have one and I don't get the 3 points. I've invested so much of this time and it just didn't pay off, right? And I guess that is the risk that you take for going for those tiles in the first place. Whereas Kotori, you know, didn't take that risk, and suddenly they're in the lead because they're taking all of the easier tiles that don't require as much on RNG, or maybe aren't as reliant on RNG in the first place. So it does look like Kotori is struggling a little bit with that stage. They are down to 1 life, but it looks like that's, I believe that's a Heimel, right? That Heimel will be clearing that stage. So
just by a sliver, actually, 1 life. I was a little bit scared there for them, but that should be a clear floor 3 stage with only 1 class in squad for 2 points for Kotori. So that actually puts Kotori back on the board with now that's, since that's 2 points, that's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Kotori now has 9 points as opposed to Yotes, who has only 6. Wow, and a 3-point lead all of a sudden from Kotori, and with only around 6 minutes left. I guess Yotes, I guess Yotes only really has to roll a specialist here. And oh my god, they didn't get it. They're gonna go for a reroll.
oh, there is a specialist voucher, but there's no ingots.
There's
No,
no
there's
ingots.
They can't buy it. They're so broke that they can't even buy the specialist voucher. And that is 3 points that they're gonna be foregoing entirely.
Oh no! Okay, I guess Yotes
No
can
way.
try to go for pretty much try to go for some of the other tiles here, like defeat a skimming Sea Drifter without getting dropped. That's the Manta Race that we've been talking about since earlier. And I guess maybe what is, yeah, they already have the medic, so literally all they need left is the specialist for that 3 points, and hopefully before the timer runs out, which I believe we only have 5 minutes or less remaining, the
Yeah, I mean,
they pretty much
something I should mention actually is that this squad that Yotes has in this stage does have these skimming Sea Drifters. But the way that you drop those skimming sea drifters is that you can stun them out of the air, which is what you don't want to do for that tile. Unfortunately, though, Yotes actually has an operator who can stun them out of the air at random, which is that Cruise Alta. So when they're going for this tile, they're going to have to kill basically everything with either the normal Cruise, the Dusk, or the Poziemka, and not let the Cruise get in range at all, because if that Cruise stuns that enemy out, it's going to be awful, and they're going to lose yet another tile. But I mean, like you said, we have like what?
They got Poziomka. Poziomka pretty much just cleared it no problem. Just actually shredding this skimming sea drifter with skill 3 and the typewriter. Just pretty clean, you know, just Poziomka things really. So
Yeah,
now Yotes now has
very strong.
7 points. Actually closing in on Kotori here. You know, if we just know how much time there's left, because there is no timer on the screen right now. Surely,
Where did it go? Where did it go? We lost it. What? It's gone. Wait, these players are just gonna be playing for all eternity now, guys. We're gonna be here forever.
Yep.
You guys are stuck.
We're gonna be here forever. We're stuck forever. Okay, we just got word that there's only around 3 minutes left on the clock actually. And I think with that 3 minutes, both players can at least get one more stage done before the end. Right now, Kotori is in the lead, right? With
yeah, it's currently 9 to 7 in favor of Kotori.
Oh my God, Yotes! Finally, so lucky! He finally got the bounce. He got the specialist they needed. That should be the floor 5 with at least one of each class, right? So.
Let's do a quick count.
Checking it now.
Yeah. Huh? So medic, sniper, supporter, vanguard, caster,
Vanguard,
specialist, guard, defender.
guard,
That is all
defender.
8 classes.
That's 3 points. Yo!
That is 3 points.
Oh, bringing it back. No way. Holy.
And Yotes clears.
God,
We have at least 15 available hope at the same time, so that's another point. That's 4 points in the space of about 10
4
seconds.
points. Oh no. Kotori only has like a minute left to catch up, and there's no way I think for Kotori to pretty much get that much points at the same time. Oh, what a turnaround. I mean, Yotes just gonna enter the floor 5 boss, but there's not really much that Kotori can do anymore, man. Oh,
yeah,
that's
Kotori,
so lucky. If Yotes actually missed that specialist there, Yotes definitely would not have won that. Oh my God, that is so lucky from Yotes.
Yeah, and
we have
Yotes,
1 minute remaining
going...
left. Kotori just gonna try to see what tile you get, but Yotes, I think, trying to gain as much DP as possible just to get that, have all classes deployed at the same time, on this last minute remaining. They should be able to actually, no, they might not even make it. No, wait. They're gonna have the Beagle deployed. That should be
That
should be the, have all classes deployed at the same tile. So
yeah, and I mean,
just another point lead for Yotes. Oh my God.
Yeah, with that final tile, it looks like Yotes is just kind of locking this out.
Yeah, I think
Kotori.
Yotes just
no chance
sealed the deal. There is no way Kotori comes back from this. Oh
yeah.
my God.
And we will be ending the game right about now. That will be
right
the end of this quarterfinal.
And that should be it. Congrats to Yotes for pretty much literally pulling it back from the brink. But even then, right? Actually, no. Even without the floor 5 tile, Yotes actually would have still been in a 2-point lead, wouldn't it? Because Yotes is 5 points up. So if you remove the floor 5 tile, that's only Yotes only loses 3 points, and that still would have put him in a 2-point lead, right?
Yeah, it would have. I mean, it would have been a 2-point lead, like you said. But also, not having that specialist would have also completely locked Yotes out of having all classes deployed at the same time as well.
Yeah. So
because you would not have that specialist, right? So, yeah, like it would have been a much closer game for that. But I mean, props to Yotes for just literally pulling pulling that back on floor 5 only, just getting like, I think they got like 5 points in that floor. And I guess that just goes to show that, yeah, Yotes' strategy going for those endgame stages really starting to pay off here at the end, whereas Kotori just kind of flailing in the first few floors. Yeah, getting a lot of points, but you know, you're not really contesting those really high value tiles like that being 4 or 5 with at least one of each class, which also leads to the having all classes deployed at the same time. Yes, Kotori did manage to get the 4-3 stage with only one class in the squad, but I mean, at that point, you're just kind of giving up too much, I feel. So, well done to Yotes for really pulling that back. That
super
was
well
kind of
done to
incredible.
Yotes. The floor 5 full run actually really paid off. Just 5 points out of nowhere coming in. It's like, oh no, can Yotes pull this back? And then suddenly like 5 points. Oh my god, Yotes is in the lead out of nowhere. That's just amazing, honestly. But like,
It is really
what could Kotori could have done right a little bit better? Maybe they could have maybe just a few mistakes on their early runs, just kind of put them off their balance and just kind of ruined their flow for the entire match. You see that like Kotori just failed one run and then suddenly decide to reset another and then reset another, and like I think we saw like 5 resets from Kotori's on just this one round. I don't think they.
Yeah, I don't even think
they
Kotori
actually
got to
never
4-3.
made it to the floor 3 boss. They didn't even make it to the floor 3. They
Yeah.
made it to floor 3, but they didn't make it to the boss. They didn't make it to the boss. Oh my
Yeah, I mean,
god.
Kotori, I feel like Kotori definitely had some outs there. Or maybe just some, maybe a little bit better planning could have got them into a better position. Like, for example, you can see in the bottom, actually, I don't even know if you guys can see the board anymore, but in the bottom left there was a clear A floor 2 or higher stage with only guards and supporters. Maybe that can be done at the same time as the tile next to it, which is clear stage using only arts damage, right? Because a lot of supporters only deal arts damage, especially having those slowers, right? I believe Kotori cleared that tile with guards though, so maybe if they had a little bit of a different idea about how to approach that tile, they could have just cleared 2 at once, and suddenly, you know, you close the gap once more, and it's getting a little bit closer. There's a little bit more pressure on the enemy. So I definitely think Kotori had some outs here towards the end, or maybe just things that worked better with their strategies, maybe being a bit more involved with what kind of operators that they were going to be taking and the plan that they had going into it. But we are going to be moving on to the next audience vote, Goody. They're going to be moving on to the next audience vote because the next the next game is going to have a different audience voted tile. So please, if you are watching this on YouTube or Twitch, then you can go and there will be a poll in the chat box that you can vote for the next tile that's going to be added to the board that the players are going to have to deal with. So yeah, what do we have, Goody, here? Because I believe we have different tiles available for us.
So we got the we got pretty much the same tile. Defeat the floor 3 boss, but with a different caveat this time. We have defeat the floor 3 boss with only operator names starting with A to L in the squad, or operator names starting with M to Z in the squad. I wonder how much more stronger operators are in the second option than the first.
Yeah, that's, I'm thinking of a few in the second option that could be, you know, a little bit strong, just a little bit. I mean, I'm sure we've seen some of them before, but you know, I can think of a lot of operators as well in that first category that can be very strong. It will depend on who's actually playing and what kind of operators they have. I'm not sure which one do you want to see.
There's a lot of popular operators. On the second category, I don't know, somebody like somebody that starts with a T, you know, somebody that starts with a Y, somebody that starts with an M.
Yeah, there are definitely some operators here that could be worth taking. But like we said, you know, this is with only operator names starting with M to Z, and like we saw before in the previous match, even though that audience voted tile was a little bit harder, I believe. What was it again? It was defeat the floor 3 boss with all operators having the same length of their name, right?
Yes.
Yeah, even though that tile was a little bit harder, This one will still require you to be a little bit more aware of what operators you are taking, because I believe that this will probably be a 2-point tile as well. And I mean, as we've seen, these 2 and 3-point tiles can really make the difference when it comes down to the wire, like in that last game, where suddenly, oh, my opponent has 5 more points than me. How did that happen exactly? How did that happen? So
amazing.
so yeah, we'll be looking at
yeah.
this.
All right, so Paul, the results are almost in, just not yet. We're pretty much wrapping up the poll on each side. It was actually a little bit closer than the poll earlier. We're just tallying it up. But I believe the winner of the voting is actually the A to L in squad. Yeah, pretty much the A to L in squad pretty much won the voting. So let's talk about that tile actually. What
Yeah.
notable operators would you pick up on A to L? I know my favorite medic.
That happens
I
to
know
be
what
A to
medic
L,
I'm picking up. I definitely know what medic I'm picking up. But on like the 6-star board, what like a 6-star would be nice to pick up from A to L.
Yeah, I mean, that does encompass a lot of operators. I guess when we're thinking of like the traditionally very strong operators, right? You have like Chen, for example, Chen Hongdae, Chen Alta, for example, still a very strong operator in IS3. Physical damage, there's the slow or the movement speed debuff, and the defense shredding, all of that kind of stuff. Very good operator still. There is stuff like AF Yala, for example. There's Exia. You have options. Basically, you have a lot of
There's
options.
a lot of
here
good options.
You have a lot of good options. Actually, something that I missed was Golden Glow, actually, which I don't believe we've actually seen Golden
I have
Glow all
never
that
seen
much.
anyone pick a Golden Glow because
Yeah, we haven't seen
Golden
Glow that much
Glow,
in this
yep.
tournament.
Golden Glow is a strong operator, but just the tiles, the boards that was given to the players, just not really aligning with Golden Glow. Like there's no tiles really involving any casters or destroying bosses without in a much longer distance or anything. Golden Glow is still a good pick, but the players just prioritize picking up operators that just clears out objectives instead of just picking up strong operators. If we're picking up strong operators, we'd definitely see something much more different. We'd see more Texas. Well, we've been seeing a lot of Texas Alter, but we probably would be able to see like Yato more. I haven't even seen Minar being picked yet, actually. On this tour.
I've had a horrible realization. I think that Yato is actually legal because it's Kirin R Yato, isn't it?
Oh,
and that is a K operator, isn't it?
A K
that is an operator that
operator.
actually belongs in the K category. I'm pretty sure. I will have to check with the judges on that, but that should count. So we are maybe going to see Yato if players decide to pick her up. But I mean, something about that actually, Goody, is the difference between Yato and Texas, right? Because now that we have this tile online, we haven't seen Yato like at all. Yato Alter at least. We haven't seen Yato Alter at all in this tournament, right? Do you think that players are just like kind of undervaluing her, or do you think she's actually worthy of not being in this tournament that much because she's not that useful? Because I've definitely seen a lot of I've seen more normal Yatos than Yato Alters. Let's just say that.
Actually, that is true. You see more Vanguard Yato than Kirin Yato, because, like I said, the opportunity cost of recruiting 6-stars is just a lot more expensive than just picking up somebody that is 1 hope or 0 hope, and that's probably the reason why we don't see a lot of the popular 6-stars, because hope is a factor in IS3, and while it would be nice to pick up all the 6-stars on the way, you just pretty much have to be conservative on which 6-star operator you can pick, because most of the time, unless you go for a full run, you probably can only pick up 1, 2, at the very most 3 if you manage to get collectibles that increase your hope, or just get them for free randomly. So that's probably the reason why we don't see a lot of Golden Girl, a lot of Minar, a lot of Kirin Yato. Even though players would probably definitely want to have them in their squad, they just can't because of the opportunity cost. Maybe they want to pick up more 5 stars along the way. Because looking at the board, well, yeah, see, look, recruit 10 or more operators. So maybe they want to pick up. They're probably gonna pick up a 6-star, 1 6-star, and then just fill the rest out with like 1-star, 2-star, 1-star, 2-star, 3-star operators, and then just pretty much level up that 1 6-star. That 6-star, the 1 6-star, the 2 6-stars that the players can only grab is so much more valuable that they cannot really waste it on a character that is good, on a operator that is good, but just won't cover all of their bases. That won't cover every base. Somebody like Texas Alter.
I guess when it comes to like operators like Minar and Golden Glow, right? Yeah, they do a lot of damage, but I mean, what else are they doing? You know, like Minar does a ton of damage, but is he stunning operators? Is he stunning enemies? Is he particularly good at like stalling enemies until you can complete some other condition, right? Is he particularly good at these kinds of things as opposed to a different operator that is more specialized into doing those kinds of things? I guess that is why we haven't seen stuff like Minar and Golden Glow, but it is going to be kind of interesting to see if these players will pick them up as they go into the later stages, because the later stages are of course more difficult, and maybe these operators will start to become necessary, especially if you're trying to get something like only using operators from a certain portion of the alphabet, right? Maybe you have to use these operators because that you just don't have any other strong options, for example. But it looks like that we do have the board good. We do have the board available for this next one.
Oh so, no, look!
Talk to me about
we have the cannot tile again!
He has returned!
He has returned! Let's go!
Oh no, Clear cannot see the big picture for 2 points. Now, I believe, Goody, that see the big picture is the more difficult cannot stage. It is the one that you can only find beyond floor 3. So if players are going to want to clear that tile, they will have to go all the way beyond floor 3 and find a shop and be able to clear that stage in the first place. So that will be interesting to see if, you know, because we saw, like yesterday, all these other players were just trying to clear cannot in the first shop, which, you know, maybe a bit overzealous sometimes. But, I mean, talk to me, like, do you see any of these other tiles that could necessarily screw someone over if they don't think about it too much?
I think another one that would be interesting to see, like we have cannot, right? But another one would be wander into Wonderland and clear at least one stage.
Oh, yeah.
So Wander and Wonderlands can spawn as early as floor 3, but would pretty much spawn in battles that are pretty much equivalent to floor 5 maps. And if they decide to take a Wander to Wonderland early, they potentially have to face a floor 5 map with operators that with very minimal operators. If they manage to go in there at floor 3, so something like, oh no, I only have 1 6-star that's at E2, and then like the rest of my squad is just 3 stars, and then suddenly I have to fight a very hard map, something like Out of Control, even though it's only Surging Waves 4, you can still get screwed over by, oh no, is that a emergency Out of Control on my floor 5 on my Wander to Wonderland when I only have it. When I only have an equivalent amount of hope and vouchers for floor 3, I guess I am screwed.
Yeah, and I think Wander into Wonderland has a higher chance of spawning emergencies. I believe you can even get 2 emergencies in a row there, so it's very likely that if you go into a Wander into Wonderland, it is going to be an emergency, and it is going to be one of those floor 4 and 5 stages. Although, when you do go into Wonderland, you do get a relic, I believe, at the very beginning, guaranteed. So that might help with some people, but, I mean, getting a Wander into Wonderland in and of itself is a very rare node. And also, you need a key. You need a key to go into that. So, if they don't have a key, maybe that's going to be a missed opportunity. Will players be saving their keys up until that moment just in case, or will they just use them because they rather the benefit right now? But it looks like we are into game. It is Larfic versus Jian, but it looks like these players, nothing too out of the ordinary here. We see, the Lacluma on one side, we see the Ling on the other side. I mean, we've seen this before already, right? We've just seen this over and over again. I guess the question now is, are they all on the same side of the alphabet? I think they're not.
I feel like this Wander to Wonderland tile is a lot more important than we think it is. Look, there's different there's another tile that also could synergize with Wonderland. So like deploy 3 different summons in an emergency. You saw that like
yeah.
we can only like players were only able to get that much amount of summons by like floor 3, floor 4. So if you're not able to roll any emergencies or you're just not yet ready, you could just and you find a Wonder to Wonderland at floor 4, floor 5, you could just hop in that way. You'll definitely probably see one emergency there and could definitely go that might as well pick that up while I'm going to Wonderland. Oh, but look, Jian actually getting promote an operator without using any hope but from the shop. Pretty lucky there. What? And Larfic as well, defeat the last enemy of the stage in the blue box, and spend every ingot in the shop without using the investment system as well. That's actually very, very good. So that's 2 points from Jian, just from a shop, not even a combat node. Oh,
Yeah.
and let's
It does look
see
like
what else.
Larfic is actually going for that operated name starting with A to L, because I do see the Ling, the Hibiscus, and the Cardigan in the squad, and the Castle 3 actually. So maybe that could be something that is going into part of Larfic's strategy going into floor 3. Jian, not so much. I believe I saw a lot of like random operators here, like Puma, Project Red, Enos, Orchid specifically. I don't think O is in the first half of the alphabet, is it? I don't think that is. But there is quite a bit of contention here because we've already gotten 1-1 at the moment.
Ah,
35
wait,
minutes
look at Jian though. One of the
Yeah.
tiles that we can see is clear stage on floor 2 or above with 1 tile only, which is a little bit tricky on the ruling side. I mean, La Pluma could have possibly soloed this, but they deployed the SP station, and obviously, if you're doing a 1 tile only, you cannot use the other tiles in the map. So maybe it's a little bit of a missed opportunity here for 1 extra free tile, because Oklahoma definitely could solo this without any problem, but it's just that since they used the SP charging station, that probably would have invalidated the 1 tile only run pretty much.
Yeah,
So,
I think it might have been on the side of Jian with that tile. I think it might have been already invalidated because they do have the Last Night, and I'm pretty sure the Last Night also invalidates that because the Last Night does sit on a tile. So I'm not sure if they would have gotten it anyway if they didn't use it. So maybe that's just kind of an unlucky in that case.
Just a little bit unlucky. They opted for the Last Night, but possibly just to get more collectibles. Do we have any tiles involving collectibles? No, right?
No, I didn't see any.
Yeah, I don't see any. So it's just they just I think they passed. I think they spent the dice on the Last Night. I wasn't paying attention, but they just ended up rolling into Last Night anyways. So but yeah, seeing a little bit of a ruling here that Last Night would count as a I think counting on the 1 tile, so pretty much invalidating Jian's tile for the floor 2 with 1 tile only. Pretty unfortunate, but it's alright. Let's see. There's also a couple of other things other tiles that Jian, like the players can possibly go for. I think Jian's got how many operators do they have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 operators so far. So they're actually like 4 away from recruiting 10 or more operators, and then. Oh yeah, not to mention the clear floor 2 or above stage with only 1 class. That I think the Last Night also counts as a Vanguard So unfortunately, that also invalidates another tile from Jian because they technically cleared it with 2 classes, which is La Pluma, which is a guard, and Last Night as a vanguard. So very
Yeah.
unfortunate there in that case as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Last Night does count as a vanguard. For some reason, Arknights in somewhere in the code is just like, yeah, the Last Night is a vanguard, and the way that you can check that is actually with the hand collectible for vanguards. I believe it's the Hand of Snatcher, if I'm not mistaken. The Hand of Snatcher will allow vanguards to gain 6 DP whenever they kill something. And if the Last Night manages to kill something while you have that collectible, it will gain you 6 DP. So it does count as a vanguard, and unfortunately for Jian, that will count against clearing the stage with only one, I believe it's with only one class, right? I didn't actually see. Where's that tile? But yeah, clearing floor 2 or above stage with only one class does not count because the Pluma is not a vanguard, and unfortunately the Last Night is stuck on that tile forever. So unless you kill it, obviously, but that did not happen. And
Oh,
yeah,
here.
so we're kind
Look at Larfic. He has a opportunity to get the Broodmother, the Broodmother tile without it throwing any Broodlings because they pretty much ran Ling S2. So they're just gonna kite this down, goes down in just a second here, and that's another tile for Larfic. Now 4-1 if they decide to claim it. If they decide to claim it.
Yep. Yep.
There you go. There it is. There it is. They get the claim. They get the claim. So
Actually, you know what, Goody? You know what I just realized is that we actually have 2 Canot tiles in this one, and they're actually on
wait,
the
I
opposite
thought we
sides.
mentioned. I thought we mentioned that because we did.
No,
mention
I didn't
that
realize.
Thursday.
I did not realize we
Oh,
had
you
2
didn't
of
even
them, though.
realize?
Yeah, we actually have both of them. We have the big picture, which is the 4 to 5 to floor 4 to
And then we
6
have fishing in
stages.
the pond, which is the floor 1
Yeah.
to 3.
Yeah, and obviously
yeah.
one of those is worth 2 points. And well, if we
I
saw
feel
anything
like
before...
nobody would try to go for the fishing in the pond. If you guys do, then oh, you guys are you guys are my favorite if you guys do. But I think it's a lot more easier to just build into a full squad and then just go for see the big picture, which is the floor 4 or above cannot fight, because by then they'll probably have a much more better squad to deal with the cannot map, even though it's significantly a lot more harder than fishing in the pond.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that like yesterday. It's like everyone is just absolutely struggling with this stage so much, but these players don't even look like it's even on their mind. They're just like, nope, I'm not doing Cannot stage, way too hard. Or maybe it's just not even part of their game plan. They're just like, I'm gonna be be doing my own thing. It looks like Larfic is trying to clear the stage with only Ling for some reason. Is this just a flex, or is there something that I'm missing here? But oh yes, clear at 4-2 or above stage with only one class. That is a supporter. Ling is definitely a supporter, and I don't think the dice has a class, so it doesn't count. But yeah, I mean, that's definitely in the cards for Larfic here. We'll be getting that if they remember to call it, but it is a 4-2 right now between.
Yep,
Jian.
their link's also E2 already. I didn't realize, but it's already on E2. So definitely, I feel like with just one extra operator, they can definitely get the floor 3 boss with only operator names starting with A to L on Larfic's side here. And
Yeah,
then
I'm actually very surprised, Goody, that we haven't seen a special enemy yet, and there happens to be a tile that requires you to kill one of those special enemies. Where are they?
We
government
ran
that
out of
was wasting
special
everyone's
enemies
time early?
on the last round. We ran out of special enemies for the last round because they all
They just-
appeared in the
there's
last
no
round. Bro. There's no shit. They took no shot. Amazing. Oh, God.
Yeah, and I think I've actually seen that none of these players have even encountered one of those special encounters that guarantees one of these enemies either. So, I mean, I guess it's just unlucky at this point. Like, these enemies just don't want to show up because they know that there is a point on the line here at the point. But I don't know, man. It's currently 5-2, something like that. You know, we're gonna have to see some luck involved with this because Jian is currently behind quite significantly, and yes, they are on the 4-3 boss right now. I don't even think they're going for. Oh, actually, maybe they are. No, there is a Texas altar in their squad.
There's
but,
the Texas, so it's not valid.
Yeah, so they aren't going for that special tile, unfortunately. But, you know, getting to the 4-3 boss and having the opportunity to go beyond and start clearing some of these other tiles could be a possibility for Jian. Just, he's going to have to pick up the slack because it is currently 5-2. Oh my gosh,
I guess what Jian's trying to go for is one of those tiles that just takes a while to even get, even though it's pretty easy, which is reach a flawless strategy streak of 7 or higher. We'll get to see their streak after the boss battle, so we just have to just remind ourselves and check it out afterwards. But yeah, Larfic has a good true A emergency here. Pretty much just trying to get through the floor 3 as soon as possible. I'm pretty sure they're gonna go for the defeat floor 3 boss with only operator names starting with A to L. Because and pretty much yeah, Larfic was going to pretty much build up for floor 3 boss with only operator names starting with A to L, and also got word from the mods that Jian actually gets the 0 keys and 0 dice revoked because they interacted with the investment system to gain pretty much zero keys, if I believe. Yeah, they use the investment system to use, keys.
Yeah, the investment system does require you to use a key, and that is explicitly not allowed in this tournament to interact with that system at all, so it is revoked. And I do not believe Jian will be able to get that tile if they continue this run. So that will be 1 tile gone, which is kind of a bummer because it is literally half of the points Jian has right now, which will be gone. Only claiming that promoted operator without using hope. Jian is really going to have to step it up a little bit because going into this, you know, Larfic is catching up. They are getting to that 4-3 bus. They are getting closer, and it looks like they do have a more solid game plan in mind with that defeating the 4-3 boss with only operator names starting with A to L. And you know, there's so many more things on the line here, like enter 4-3 boss with only 1 HP. That's definitely something that Larfic can try to do. Is a little bit scary, a little bit risky, but their squad definitely seems strong enough where they can clear the 4-3 boss leakless at least. So I am going to be looking at Larfic to see what kind of things they're going to go for, but I'm also looking at Jian to just try and steal these tiles away before, just leverage that advantage they have of being later into the run, seeing if they can get to these other tiles, like, you know, entering one into Wonderland or having enemies fall into different holes, entering a shop with 5 ingots or less, for example. All of these things can really be done in the later stages, so it's not quite a lockout yet for Larfic. He still has a ways to go. And so does Jian.
I feel like Jian, if with a good amount of RNG, maybe they enter into a Wander into Wonderland node here, would probably be able to get some points back, because from the looks of it, they have a really good team. They have like triple specialists, and then, you know, so they have 4 fast redeploys on their team, and they also have good collectibles. I saw that I think they picked up the fireplace collectible, which is when they're attacking. Wait, I don't think they picked it up, but I saw it, but I was not sure if they picked it up themselves. Which is, I think if you attack a seaborne enemy, you gain SP on hit, but I don't think they picked it up. We'll just have to check later. But I saw that as one of their options, and you know, if you kind of suck, if you kind of know what floor 4 and floor 5 is, almost all seaborne enemies at that point. So it's a pretty good collectible, if you say so myself. But
yeah, like you said, I'm not sure if they actually picked it, but I know that the other collectible that was up for grabs there was the Black Tulip, I believe, which is also a very strong relic. Honestly, that choice of relics after the boss is kind of ridiculous. Those two relics are incredibly powerful, but Black Tulip does give a stacking attack bonus over 60 seconds if you're not using skills, so it can be very useful for operators with infinite skills, or just things that you want to hold for a very long time. Not super useful for like fast redeploys, or something like a high more that activates her skill very, very quickly. But either way, I don't think you can really go wrong with either of those two relics. And I'm also not entirely sure if Jian is going to be making full use of those relics either, because going into the board and looking at the future, I mean, those relics, they're good, they let you do more damage, they get you more skills, but does it really help you in any of these, with any of these tiles? I can't really see it, honestly. So, unfortunately, maybe, if you want to call it that, but it looks like, yeah.
I feel like
Yeah,
Jian's
looks like
just...
Larfic is... What is Larfic doing, actually?
I
Clearing the
think
stage
Larfic's trying to
with one tile
save
only.
his... I think Larfic's trying to save their streak. Wait, no, they're not? No, never mind. No, it's Jian's the one who has a flawless streak, if I believe. But what were they trying to do?
Yes,
I guess
Larfic
they were
actually
just
cleared the
trying...
stage
Oh, I think they were
on
checking
4-2.
if they're leaking for different enemies, maybe?
Maybe?
Oh no! Larfic
Actually,
got the
no.
flawless strategy first of
Oh.
7. And I thought Jian was on the lead on that because they were just much more ahead, but apparently, I guess Jian took like a lead in one of the earlier stages that we didn't see, and just wasn't able to build a flawless streak until and just Larfic just caught up in that regard. So now another point for Larfic, just 7-2, a 5-point lead from Larfic. Oh my god.
Yeah, something
And-
actually very interesting there with Larfic is that they actually leaked in that stage, but it was a shield that they consumed, and you do not lose your flawless streak if you consume a shield instead, a life point shield that is. So while they did leak that last crusher, the flawless strategy streak is still alive, and they managed to clear that tile. So, you know, being very aware that yes, I do have shields, I can leak things, it doesn't matter. But they also cleared a stage on floor 2 or above with only one tile. Somehow the Highmore managed to clear, I think that was the nest, by herself, which is kind of ridiculous in and of itself, with only one leak as well. It's kind of incredible, but I mean, it's looking a bit grim here for Jian, because Jian only has 2 points, and there are currently 7 points for Larfic. So is it going to be another one of these sweeps? Because I believe the majority for these kinds of boards is a 15-pointer, so there is a long way to go if Larfic wants to end this early. But with the pace that they're going at, I mean, it does kind of look like they're going to be getting closer and closer to that 15 points. So maybe we won't have a timeout for this one, as we have had in many of the matches beforehand.
But I feel like it's also unlikely because their pace has been just so slow in general. Like the semi boards have just been so slow in general. We saw like on the 30th minute mark, we only had like 5-2 or something similar, like 4-2, and then like 10 minutes later, we only we're still at the same spot. We're at 7-2. Well, now 8-2. Larfic actually picking up 0 keys and 0 dice. Oh no! That's how that Jian had, but got their revoked because of a ruling. So that's super unfortunate for Jian. Just earning a point and then losing it, and then getting it stolen by Larfic. So that's super unfortunate.
Yeah, I think I've seen Larfic on this stage, this Sanguinarch's Legacy. I feel like Larfic's just been on this stage forever. I feel like I've been watching it for the past like 5 minutes, because I've been eagerly awaiting Larfic. Yeah, I've been eagerly awaiting for Larfic to get to the 4-3 boss, because it does look like they are gearing up for that operator names starting with A to L in their squad. I cannot see a single operator in their squad that does not have a name that starts with for the letters of A to L. So that is going to be something that we will have to look out for. And I hope that the mods actually realize and looking at it beforehand. And it is a course correction. So course correction is not a terribly difficult boss, especially when you have the Ling, for example. Looks like they are going to be quickly fixing up their squad just before, so they don't make a mistake, I guess. and you know, some nice planning. It looks like the touch actually. The touch will not have to be in there because touch does not come. T does not become before L. So
Don't forget
it will
the
not hurt
Termex
their
as
medic.
well. You don't
Ah,
want
yes,
to
and the
do that same
Termex.
mistake of bringing a defender on your sniper clear, like
Yeah.
like the round prior. But yep, that should be it. They're probably just double checking and they're off to the races. So it should be a free 2 points here for Larfic as long as they, well, is it 2 points? Is the floor 3 tile 2 points?
No, I think that's only 1 point. It's only
Oh, it's
1
only 1 point this time. Oh, surprisingly.
point. Yes, they actually moved the 2 points onto the cannot tile because I mean I feel like that is
A
probably
lot
a
more
little
harder.
bit harder.
I think
Yeah.
I would agree that it's a lot more harder. I feel like
Yeah, it's a little
if
harder.
Jian wants to get, I feel like if Jian wants to stage a comeback here, they have to get the enter floor 5 with at least 2 of each rarity, and then they should just, if they see a shot, they should just go for the 2 points of the cannot tile. I feel like their squad is strong enough to be able to clear cannot at this point already. Oh, wait. No, they rolled a Wander to Wonderland, but they had no key. Oh no!
Oh.
They were forced to skip
Oh.
it. Ah,
That
that's
is-
so unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know
Oh,
what
they
even the worst
spent
part
the
about that
key?
really-
Yeah, they spent the key for the investment, but lost it, and then they lost tile, and then now they lose the Wonderland because they don't have a key to access it. Oh, that is so unfortunate for Jian. It's just not going so well for Jian. That would have turned a lot around. Like enter wanted they also had enough time to do almost everything as well. Like enter Wander the Wonderland and clear at least one stage. Enter, and then they'll be able to finish the boss and probably like with 5 minutes remaining. So they would probably spend the rest of the stage just going through floor 4 and then enter floor 5 with at least 2 each rarity, and maybe as well, maybe there would have been a shop as well, so they could have done clear cannot see the big picture with during the Wander to Wonderland or on floor 5. It's just, oh my god, you just missed out on potentially like 7 entire points, which could have turned this entire round around actually.
Yeah, I think I did believe I did see that there was a shop on that floor 5, and I think we're actually getting some news that Jian has forfeited the match early. 15 minutes early, it looks like Jian is actually taking a mental L here and has forfeited the match. So it will be going to Larfic, and I believe the score was, what is that, like?
8?
8 to 2.
That is, wait, no, that is 9 to 2.
9 to 2?
Oh.
Oh,
Just
that is
such a,
that's rough.
just that one blunder on the investment system, pretty much costing Jian one point, and then pretty much getting stolen by Larfic, and then losing that exact same key into Wonderland, pretty much losing out on another 7, potentially 7
Yeah.
points.
Just
That's
a
just
mistake
a
after
super-
mistake
just-
after mistake. Yeah.
Like we just
Unfortunate for
seen
Jian.
it all the time, like in the matches that we've been watching from day 1 up to today, where this one small mistake just led to another, and then pretty much just costing the entire match, and it's just very unfortunate from Jian. It's just such a big blow on Jian's side there. But Larfic just taking a convincing victory of 9 points to 2.
Yeah, 9 points.
A
to
very
2.
solid
It's-
performance, pretty much qualifying for the finals. So who won on the match prior? We got
Yes, I don't believe that we will be watching the other semi-final game. So we will be hopping straight into the finals after a little bit, and the finals, need I remind you, is a best of 3. So that will be something very interesting. We're going to be here for quite a while watching those games. So we will have a look at the other semi, and we will get you the winner of that very quickly. Oh,
we just
didn't we do it?
yeah
we did it.
We
Yeah,
did the
we just did
semi
it.
earlier.
We just had a look at that, didn't we? Yeah, I'm just lost completely. But I think it was Yotes,
definitely
wasn't
just
it?
had a look into it.
Yeah, I just had a quick check, and I've been told that I'm an idiot, and we did just watch Yotes win the other semi-final. So we will.
I mean,
going into
I'm a
the
double
finals.
idiot. I kind of forgot who won the earlier match, cause.
So, yes,
But
we
it
will
was
be going into the finals with
it was
Yotes.
Yokes, right? It was Yokes who won the earlier semi match, and now Yokes has to face off Larfic on the finals here on a best of 3. So
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we watched the first few games today, the quarterfinals and the semifinals. It's been, I mean, this game wasn't that close, I would say. I guess there's a lot of things that went wrong in this game as well. But the match that we watched before, which was the Yotes versus Kotori, I mean, that game was quite a lot closer than this one, and we did see some very strange things that happened in there. Definitely with like the differing styles of how players were going for it, right? We saw players that were going for really far, and then we saw players that were just resetting over and over and over and over again. So maybe we're going to see more of that into the finals, but it is going to be Yotes versus Larfic in the finals today, Goody. And I mean, we've seen both of these players play. Do you have any bets? Do you have any bets on who's going to win this?
I have no idea. Both players honestly showing a really strong performance on both ends, even though I feel like on this finals it's not a matter of who plays better, but more on who makes lesser mistakes on these finals, because we saw that just one small mistake, which like, oh no, it's fine, I just screwed up on this one tile, just simply led to a multitude of them at the later part of the run, just as we saw with Jian, right? And we also saw as well with Kotori on the earlier semis, where Kotori just made this one mistake, forcing him to reset early, and then suddenly we see another 3 resets from Kotori, just trying to stabilize onto any run, but just pretty much just probably giving up midway and just ending up, okay, I'm just gonna try to farm up one tile for each run and just see if I can hold this lead. And then suddenly, since Kotori can't contest any of the later tiles at floor 5, Yokes just suddenly just gets a massive point advantage out of nowhere, just from 2 stages, pretty much turning the entire match around in favor of Yokes.
Yeah, I guess that just goes to prove that, you know, you can do whatever you want, but if you don't get to those tiles before your opponent does, if you don't give yourself the opportunity to get those tiles beforehand, then, I mean, that's the whole point of the game, is getting tiles and getting points. But we will be moving into the finals in just a bit, but before that, we will be taking a small intermission of about 15 minutes, so we will be back then, and yeah, we'll see you for the finals between Yotes and Larfic. See you then, guys.
Yep,
Bye.
we'll see you. Hello and welcome everybody back to the Bingo Lockout 2 for the Grand Finals. Hello, hi, welcome back. I'm Goody and I'm here with Aha once again. Welcome back, Aha.
Yeah, do you think that they're sick of us yet, Goody? I think we've
Not
been here for
of
like
course
8 hours
not.
or something over 2 days.
Of course not.
Are you
It's
guys
just
sick
been
of us
3
yet?
hours. No,
Yeah.
of course not.
I'm sure that some
Anyways.
people are at least. But yeah, we're going into the finals match, and obviously the finals match is going to be a little bit different, guys. So the rules are going to be slightly different because it is a best of 3, and the matches will be a little bit shorter, and the rulings for who is going to win each of these matches is also going to be a little bit different. So the finals will be a best of 3. Every match is going to, well, sorry, not every match. Match 1 and 2 is going to be 30 minutes. If we do not have a winner of between match 1 and 2, then we will go to a tiebreaker, which is 45 minutes. Now, something very important about these matches is that it is not a majority of the points you need anymore. It is now only 13 points, which is much less than the majority. So matches 1 and 2 and of course the third match will be much faster. It'll be much more intense because these players will have to go for these points as quickly as possible, because they are not going to be able to rely on just running the timer down to all 30 minutes. So that's going to be very important distinction here. For matches 1 and 2, they will be played essentially back to back. There will be a little bit of a break in between where the players can rest up, kind of reorient themselves, obviously. But between matches 1 and 2, if the players are in the middle of a run, then they will be able to carry on with that run in match 2. So depending on the board, which they will be able to see beforehand, this is going to be a very interesting thing about whether players are going to be going for those longer runs, or maybe if match 1 they're going to be going for the shorter runs first. It's up to them, obviously. They don't have to continue the run, they are allowed to restart, but that is something that we are allowing them to do in this best of 3. But we do have boards available for these final matches, Goody, and well, if we've seen anything on these boards so far, it's that they can be very unforgiving sometimes. They can be awful sometimes. So looking forward to what's going on here. But
oh yeah, so pretty much before we get to the boards, just wanna put up like an example scenario for that ruling. So like, let's say in match 1 you pretty much you finish up, but you're still in a run that is currently on floor 3. You can pretty much just simply pause on that moment, on that run, and then look at the board and decide if you would like to restart or continue that run. So that's just an example, right? So maybe you could just lead up if you think that you won't be able to finish the first board, win the first board. You could probably like push as far as you can up to pretty much prepare for the second board and gain a small advantage that way. So pretty much, yeah. For the finals board, the first team for this board is Curses. Pretty much, we know a lot of we're pretty familiar with Curses, aren't we, Eha?
yeah, Curses. I mean, I'm actually not entirely sure which type of curse there is, because there is technically 2 curses in IS3, right? There are the operator curses, which you can get at the beginning of every floor, obviously, that debuff your operator in certain ways, like, you know, getting frozen for 15 seconds, or having all your stats basically halved, including like your redeployment time, your HP, your attack, etc. But there are also those floor curses that can also kind of screw you over, like getting, I believe, 70 attack speed, but having minus 50% healing effectiveness or something like that, or maybe it's the other way around.
Yes,
actually.
yes, yes. So
yeah, those kinds of
you
things.
gain an amount of attack speed, and you lose healing effectiveness for the entirety of the floor. Or there's other curses like pretty much gaining ingots for every non-combat node you encounter, but losing all of that earned ingots at the very end of the map, the floor. So, but you know, there's also a third kind of curse. You know, maybe it's the stream curse. Maybe it's the feature match curse, where we see people getting rolled over, or just having such tight matches, or pretty much choking all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the pressure, man. It's the pressure. They know they're being watched. It's like, I have to perform, but I guess some of these players just cannot abide by that sort of pressure on them. And well, I mean, this is the finals. We were eventually going to get here, and these players know that if they are in the finals, we are going to be watching them. So hopefully they don't get cursed in the same way, even though that's what they're going to have to be dealing with. It is curses and more curses, but we have the board, Goody. And okay, there is a lot of
there is a lot to go through.
weird stuff, yeah.
One thing that immediately caught my eye was complete a hard difficulty task. Earlier, we had a similar one for the regional commissions, but I don't even know if anybody even got a regional commission on the earlier rounds. So, and now not to mention it's going to be a hard difficulty task. There are some very annoying hard difficulty tasks out there. It could be like the freest thing ever. Oh yeah, here you go. Just take a -2 deploy for the next 4 battles, or pretty much just take an extra stat buff for the next 4 battles, and then you just suddenly get like, hey, have you considered gaining some light? Have you considered gaining 15 light? And you're like, oh wait, how am I even gonna gain 15 light in this mode? And you just get like a paperweight of for your regional commission, and it just gets stuck. And now you have that potential of like, oh yes, I finally get the regional commission, and you just get a regional commission that's just unplayable, pretty much unplayable. And
yeah, I mean,
we have
that gaining light one is definitely like the hardest one, I think, because there are so few ways to gain light in IS3. So, like, it's basically just a few encounters every now and then, and also some collectibles that are extremely rare in shops, for example. Like, I believe one of them is, I believe there is a collectible that you can get from a shop that is plus 30 light, but it is extremely rare because you have to roll a 6 or more. Actually, no, I think it is a 7, actually. You have to roll more than a 7 to get that in a shop from the reroll of the shop, mind you. So that is going to be a very difficult one to get if they do it. Maybe just completely impossible, like you said. But yeah, there's just so many of these different things. Like losing 30 total light doesn't seem that hard, right? But then having 35 or more max hope, that's gonna make you go pretty far into the end here. There's also something like clear a stage by deploying only on special tiles. I mean, you kind of need special tiles in the first place to clear that, and I'm pretty sure that there are some relics that give you special tiles, so maybe if you're lucky enough to get one of those, you can clear that tile out. But you know, Goody, we're seeing some pretty standard stuff here as well, you know, like having 0 keys or 0 dice, have an operator be at 1 HP. We've seen these before, right? So do you think that these players are gonna go for those tiles specifically? Because, you know, we've already seen them. Maybe they've already done it in the first place. Like, do you think this is on the table for them?
There are some tiles that, like, I see that are pretty easy to grab. Like, acquire Ending 3 Relic, which is the Bishop's Research, which pretty much gives you a relic that lets you lose light as you play more combat nodes. And obviously, you want to lose light for some of these tiles. Lose 30 total light. There's another tile that says have an operator be at 1 HP, which the easiest way to do so is to get the collectible. I mean, no, not the collectible, the curse, which pretty much drains your operator's HP if they are not at max HP, but it wouldn't kill them. I mean, there's other ways to get an operator to 1 HP. Somebody specifically like Fiametta, who has her own self HP drain, which will pretty much set her to 1 HP. Which is another way to do so, but obviously you need to have Fiametta, and she needs to sit out, and she needs to not die from a stray hit. But but yeah, pretty much rolling a curse and then just trying to enable that is also just a little bit locked behind some randomness. But another free one that can potentially be a game changer is you already acquire Ending 3, you lose light because of that relic, and then you pick up the Ending 3 relic, which is Kerula's Animus, which would pretty much give you the 3rd ending to unlock the floor 6 boss, and that gives you, just acquiring the relic will give you 2 free points. So Yeah,
There's
yeah.
definitely some paths. There's definitely some paths that these players can take to get to grab up a lot of points really quickly, and it does look like we are getting right into game. I think both of those players picked the same squad as well, which was the -1 hope. But this is the finals, guys. This is the finals, and it is the first match. 30 minutes from now, we are going to see, or maybe even closer to 30 minutes, we're going to see someone coming out here, maybe with a little bit less pressure on their heads, because they would have won this match. But we are going into this match. It doesn't really look like these players are feeling the jitters too much. I can't see them, hesitating at all. They're just going straight into it, getting into these stages first. Maybe some of that experience, coming from these, they must have played at least like, I think, 5 to 6 matches at this point beforehand. Maybe all of these kind of nerves are starting to drain off and saying, you know what? I know what I'm doing. I have a lot of experience in this. You can see here that I believe this is Larfic having the Amir and the Cruz and the Spot, and on the side of Yotes, there is the Gabriel the Invincible, the Hibiscus, and the Orchid. So pretty.
I mean,
normal
both
starts
these
here, I guess.
players, yeah, they made it far from the tournament, pretty much beating out the other 62 other players in technicality, and they're like, okay, I made it this far, I might as well. Or okay, we're balling. We're pretty much balling at this point, right? We're going. We're going right now.
Yes, we're going, and these players will not stop until the match is over, obviously. But then we'll stop for like 5 minutes. But they're not gonna stop while they're in game.
We're not stopping. We ain't stopping right now.
Yeah, I kind of wonder,
but-
Goody, if they're just gonna, if someone is going to make that mistake again of just failing a run like beforehand before they can actually really get anything done, because we have seen that before in the past where the players just fail runs because they're taking all these weird, wacky operators, right? Like I see on the side of Yotes, for example, taking the Gabriel Invincible, who is by many players argued to be literally the best operator to start an IS-3 run, because she can clear basically every stage by herself up until the 3rd floor. So maybe on the side of Yotes, having that knowledge beforehand of like, yeah, this is something that I'm going for. This is something I know I can rely on. This is something that I know I'm going to get far from. So maybe there is some of that experience coming in. Obviously, Larfic is just kind of going a little bit more normally, a little bit more casual, not using these super effective operators, so to say. But I mean, we already have one tile taken away, Goody, by Larfic, who has snatched up the Haven operator, stunned themselves with no conviction. I believe that was the
With the
Amir.
Amia S2,
The
yeah.
caster
With
Amir.
the caster Amia S2 stunning themselves, pretty much with no, pretty much AFK, because it's a auto recovery skill. So pretty much she just charges skill and then she runs it out, and then she just stuns herself that way. Pretty good stuff from Larfic. Also, you saw Yotes as well on the first stage, pretty much leaking the last enemy just to reduce their light total from 100 to 95. So if they
yeah.
roll a 3 or lower, they can get a curse and potentially pretty much probably clear out some tiles here by maybe getting the correct curses. And obviously, you also want to build up to lose 30 total light as well.
Yeah, actually, Goody, can we talk about like curses actually? Because I don't think we've explained that for some of these players that may not actually know what we're talking about with curses. So, how do you even get cursed in the first place? And what does it mean to have like a cursed operator?
So pretty much a curse is a debuff inflicted by one of your operators on every floor. Pretty much, once you go to a new floor, you roll a dice, and depending on your light level would give you a random effect. So we saw an enlightenment actually earlier on an earlier run where you need 100 light, and then you need to roll a 6 on the floor transition, and then you get a free buff. But to get a curse, you need to have less than 100 light and roll a 3 or lower, depending on what your light total is. If you're at 0, then you're pretty much at 0 life, it's guaranteed. But if you're pretty much above 0 light, I think that you just need to roll a 3 or lower to pretty much get cursed. And some of these curses, they're pretty nasty. Depending on which operator gets it, something like the curse that we were talking about earlier, where oh, speaking of which, Crew is actually getting a curse, which was the Hemoglyphic, which is I think the one that is it the one that
big one?
cuts your stats by half, or is it the one that freezes your operators?
I think hemophotic inhibition, is that what it is? Hemophotic inhibition, I believe that is the one that actually causes your operators to lose health, isn't it? When they get hit. They
yes,
lose
it's the
health
one that drains, so it's
Yeah, and
another
actually-
tile that Larfic can get here. Have an operator be at 1 HP. Yep, there you go,
Yeah,
gets the
because
tile,
hemophotic-
should be claimed right here. Yep.
Yes, hemophotic inhibition will drain your operator's HP after they have been hit, or I should say that it drains their HP if their HP is not full, and that means that it will not kill them as well, so their operators will be on 1 HP if you do not heal them, and there you go, there is the tile for Larfic. He does have an operator at 1 HP, that is the Cruise. But I also saw earlier that Larfic managed to get a regional commission on floor 1, which is actually quite rare, and they did pick up the hard commission, I believe, which is a node on the left, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, complete a hard difficulty task. I also believe it wasn't a very difficult one. I think it was the just for the next 4 combats you have like extra, or enemies have extra attack and HP.
Well, it might bite him back because he's kind of because Larfic's kind of struggling here, loses the entire run because of it. Oh no, a reset from Larfic. That's actually a little bit painful, but there's still a good amount of time left. There's no cause for concern, but Yotes is now definitely far ahead on their run. If you saw earlier, Yotes actually picked up a cursed collectible, which lets them lose more extra light per combat, and that would definitely help Yotes grab the lose 30 total light and potentially some curses that might help on a different tile. Like have 3 cursed operators.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of getting 3 cursed operators, actually, that does require you to go to 3 floors and have 3 opportunities to get the cursed operators in the first place. So maybe if someone is going for 3 cursed operators, they are going to have to go a little bit further than they might intend to, or they might want to. And of course, they're going to have to roll the RNG every time they go through that floor. So is it going to be maybe we're going to see more floor 4s, we're going to see more floor 5s, because, you know, getting something like the second ending 3 relic, yeah, you can actually get that pretty early if you have the first part already, but it's much more likely to get it in the later stages, in the floor 4s and the 5s. So are we going to see more of these long runs?
Yotes as well. If we just saw that also picked up the tile where you need to occupy all the range tiles on the map, and you know that map, the one with the Originium color, just pretty simple. There's only 4 range tiles. They have 4 ranged operators. Pretty simple, pretty clean. Just snags it up, no problem. Also, not to mention that by the end of the timer, whoever has more current cursed operators in their run will actually get 2 free points. So if we also have to keep in mind about that as well, where like a tie suddenly just turns around, like a tie in points suddenly just turns around just simply because, oh my, I have more cursed operators than you, so I get 2 free points when this current round ends. So yay! I guess I win this round just because of that. So that's why probably having a longer run with lesser life, while also potentially getting another extra tile with have 3 cursed operators, is just probably the play here, and Yotes is definitely building into that.
Yeah, and I will remind us that, like we said, between these 2 matches, match 1 and match 2, players do not have to reset their run between the 2 matches. So if the player resets the run before the match actually ends and they lose all of their cursed operators, it will not count. So they should be very aware of that going into this, because that tile is of course worth 2 points entirely. So that could swing it either way. But you know, I'm kind of seeing a little bit of a journey that we can take here on these tiles, Goody, because it seems like an ending 3 could have a lot of points in it, right? Because we have the, get the ending 3 relics in first place. That's already 3 points over 2 tiles. Then there's also losing 30 light, which is just going to happen because I believe to get the second ending 3 relic, which is the Cirilla Animus, that encounter just automatically like depletes 50 of your light in the first place. So that could be an interesting part, an interesting like triple take there. There's also some other things, obviously, that could possibly work into that, like having 3 cursed operators is just very simple because you don't have any light. And I should also remind you that when we are going between the floors for the curses, yes, if you are below 100 light, you have a chance to get a curse if you roll a 3 or lower on the dice, but if you are below 50 light, you are guaranteed to get a curse, and you are rolling whether or not you get 1 or 2 curses instead. So that might be something that plays into their strategy if they want to deplete their life so hard that they are guaranteed to get these curses. And speed is of the essence, of course. Speed is of the essence, because it looks like we only have around 20 minutes left of this match, and it's only 2-1. Kidding. It's 2-1. We've been here for 10 minutes. What are they doing?
10 whole minutes, and we only have 2 points to 1. And yeah, definitely both players feeling a little bit of that time pressure because there's just not a lot of time and too many tiles to even consider. But you don't even need to get more than half the board. You just only need 13 points. So let's see where they even make it. But yeah, just 30 minutes, and then you need to get to like floor 5. Not to mention that some of these relics are kind of some of these relics, like the ending 3 relic, are actually locked behind floor 3. So if you don't get the first one, the first ending 3 relic, before you finish floor 3, you actually cannot get the second one because the ending 3 relic can only drop on floor 3 or lower. So if Yotes doesn't manage to get the ending 3 relic, then that avenue potentially might be just closed for them unless they reset immediately afterwards. But they have such a good run here, I'm not sure. Maybe they just want to like keep that run or go even further, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess there definitely is a decision that you have to make there, because these ending 3 relics come from encounters specifically. You cannot get them from a combat stage. So with so many of these tiles being tied directly to actually being in combat, like the tile that who just claimed that? The tile that Yotes just claimed, which was have 7 operators facing the same direction at the same time. You can't do that in an encounter. You have to go into a combat to do that. Whereas getting the ending 3 relics is an encounter. So I wonder if that's going to play into their strategies of like, do I go for way more encounters? Do I go for way more combats, for example? Because it's kind of the mutually exclusive thing. You can't take both of them at the same time. So it does look like Yotes is not really going for those encounters. They are going for more of the just combat things, taking of these tiles that are related to combat. So it's a decision you have to make. Yes, maybe it's a bit harder of a decision than you would like, obviously, but it's just about whether or not you can get there or not, whether or not you can get faster.
I'm seeing like Yotes looking through his map, and actually he doesn't even have an encounter on this entire floor 3, so he's actually locked out already immediately from even getting any ending relics on this floor. Oh my god, that's just so unfortunate for Yotes. So like with this information, they probably want to think like, oh man, should I reset the run right now and have 16 minutes left? Should I just keep going for it? But I feel like, for me at least, if I was in their position, I would just keep going. Also, Larfic with the 3 count of delay.
Actually, may I put something out there with Larfic's shop, by the way? I think I saw that Larfic's shop at the bottom there had all 3 of these sniper books for sale there at the bottom there. I don't know how that's possible, but I just that just like came out to me immediately. But yeah, they do get the free cut to be like, I don't think they picked up any of those books either. But that's definitely something that
would have been a lot more useful on the earlier board involving classes.
Yeah, just a little bit unlucky. Maybe lucky in the wrong place, I guess.
I guess.
Yeah.
But oh man, right. Larfic earlier had a hard difficulty task, I remember, but just simply lost the run because the stat increase actually screwed them over as well, if I remember. So I think
Yeah.
both players don't have a regional commission at the moment, and
No,
I feel like by the
saw,
time,
though.
yeah, I feel like by the time any one of the players finds a commission, unless it's something pretty easy to do, I don't think they'll be able to clear out that hard difficulty task.
Yeah, I mean, actually, something that I saw earlier was that Yotes did have an opportunity to get a regional commission, but they took the different path on this floor, so they will not be getting it. I believe it was the decision, the real main decision was getting either a safe house or a regional commission, and they did not take the regional commission. So that is an L that Yotes is going to have to
I feel
take,
like Yotes decided like, okay, there's only half the time remaining left, so I probably wouldn't be able to finish the commission that it gives us, so I might as well just take the guaranteed reward through the safe house and just improve my team all throughout, because I part another 2 free points actually that they can grab is defeat the floor 3 boss for 2 points. That's pretty
Yeah.
simple. Unlike last time where it's like, oh yeah, you should defeat the floor 3 boss with something, and but yeah, this time it's just defeat the floor 3 boss for 2 points. So it's actually pretty simple. So
Yeah, those 2 points
yeah.
could mean a lot, really. They could mean a lot, these 2 points, because it's currently 3-3, and we're already halfway through this match, and it is only 3-3. I believe the last tile that was picked up by Yotes to even the score was have an operator increase their block count by 2 after deployed, and I believe that was the Gavial the Invincible, who, if I'm not mistaken, is actually the only operator in the game that can increase their own block count by a factor of 2 by themselves with no external output. But, maybe that's one of the tiles that they were looking at. And they also just picked up the squad size 11 or greater as well. So Toads is in the lead with 4-3. But like I said, this is anyone's game. This could go very...
They managed to get 11 squad size by floor 3, where as an earlier match that we saw, somebody was at floor 5 and then they only had 9 squad space. But yeah, there's some tiles being taken out here. Deploy the same non-specialist operator 4 times in the stage from Yotes, and then have 0 keys and 0 dice from Larfic as well. Or was it defeat the last enemy of the stage with a cursed operator? But yeah, pretty much both players just trying to scramble through, trying to get to the 3rd floor. Yotes here just kind of sitting around. There you go, going into the Saint Carmen boss here. Oh yeah, right.
And I guess we are seeing that Ines in motion there, where she can see invisible enemies. That recon guy just kind of got obliterated by Ines immediately. So maybe
that was actually
Yotes
sick.
Maybe Yotes won't have the problem of dealing with these invisible revealers. We have seen that St. Carmen has kind of screwed a lot of matches that we've watched on the stream. Like, so many people have died to this boss, or have just failed to complete the challenges that are associated with this boss. But yeah, St. Carmen is going to be one of the tiles on our screen, which is the defeat the 4th boss. And it looks like Yotes is getting there faster.
Yotes definitely learned from all the previous contestants who has gotten bodied by Saint Carmen to take out the invisible revealer, pretty much. Yep, just wasting out the ammunition here just to put in some pokes. But hopefully the Yotes won't get punished by like all the previous contestants that pretty much got punished because I just leave this guy out. I just leave this guy out, and then suddenly, oh no, everyone is dead, and now I just lose the entire match. But let's see what Yotes does here. It should be pretty simple. Oh no, there goes Blue Poison.
Where is the Ines? There she is.
There you go. Ines.
Yeah,
Ines gets a fly guy. There you go. Okay. High ground is safe. The high ground is safe. At the cost of Bloopy. I can't believe this. Justice for Bloopy. Please. Please save.
Yeah.
Do not abuse your frogs, people. Yep, there you
Yeah, I will
go. Also,
mention
Ina's dealing
for-
so much damage to the boss that she just pretty much obliterated the last amount of HP it had, and now, yep, that's another 2 points going for Yotes. Look at that, Yotes actually dominating the board out of nowhere after a slow start, and now Yotes at 8 points? Yeah,
Oh my
Yotes is now at
goodness,
8 points, 9 points actually. Now that they got the have 35 or more max HP, max hope, not HP. So yeah, they're at, how many is that? That is a lot of hope
Yeah,
actually.
that is 9.
Yep.
That is 9-5 right now in
Yeah,
favor
9
of
to
Yotes.
5. It's actually pushing in the gas right here, and they have what 10 minutes remaining. I feel like what Yotes would like to do is just simply push his lead, keep the run going, and then pretty much just throw it into the next round actually, and most likely by then, because they also have a good amount of cursed operators. I actually did not see how many cursed operators Yotes has, but
Yeah, they actually
Yotes
lost
as well
30
lost
light.
30 total light as well.
Oh.
Damn.
Ooh. Ooh, Larfic, what are you doing? You gotta speed this up. You've been on the stage forever. But yeah, like Larfic
Man, Yotes
is
just
pretty far
falling
behind.
far and far behind the longer this match goes, and it's like that's a 5-point deficit. It's actually very hard for Larfic to come back from. Maybe are they still in floor 3? I feel like the only way that Larfic can probably come back from this is to get as much cursed operators as they can, and then grab the ending 3 relic, and then hopefully get lucky and find the ending 3 encounter relic for by floor 4. Pretty much they have to get
yeah.
through the boss, and then they have to get through the boss first, because obviously the ending encounter for the ending relic only appears after floor 4, and I mean they have to get lucky here first, because they have to get the floor. They have to get the ending relic, the ending 3 relic on floor 3 before the boss. And I'm not even sure if Larfic even has any encounters left on this floor, but we shall see. Also,
yeah, something I want to mention about Larfic actually, which is that I think Larfic is trying to go for this clear a floor 3 or above emergency with no 6 stars, because I cannot see any 6 stars in that squad. And I was kind of wondering, like, this is the only tile in this entire board that requires you to not have a 6 star. And I mean, we all know that 6 stars are pretty strong a lot of the time. So I'm kind of wondering if Larfic, in trying to go for this this tile that doesn't want you to have 6 stars, is kind of struggling because his operators just aren't as strong, right? These operators do not have the quality that, for example, Yotes' operators does, where, you know, Ines is such a powerful operator when there are invisible enemies. Yabio the Invincible is an incredibly strong operator. He now has the Chen Alter as well. So, you know, these operators are kind of making these stages a joke at this point. He's doing a Hunting Grounds, for example, and Hunting Grounds is not a trivial stage, especially when you start going up the surging waves. So I'm just kind of wondering if this is a mistake on the side of Larfic to go for these tiles that really don't synergize very well with the other things that you'll want to be doing, because, you know, so far I believe it is currently 10 to 5, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it is currently 10 to 5.
10 to 6
And
now?
there's-
Was that an emergency earlier, actually?
I do not know.
Larfic, or no. Probably not, right? Yeah, it's not an emergency. Maybe, I feel like some of these tiles just feel too much like baits, where they force you to go into a specific, they force you to build your squads in a specific way, and then they also like kind of need a little bit of RNG. Oh yeah, you kind of want to go to floor 3 and do an emergency with no 6 stars, and then now you build 5 stars, you go to floor 3, you don't get the payoff immediately, and now Yotes just running away with just like all the other free tiles, because you've been just stuck doing this, trying to get this one tile, and now yeah, like we see it right here. Yotes just like almost winning actually. Is that 11 points or is that still 10 points? 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, they're at 10 points, so they literally only need 3 more points left, if just not locking them out straight up, because that is a 5-point lead after all from Larfic. I mean from Yotes, and Larfic is behind Yotes pretty much. So yeah, only 5 minutes left. If Larfic, it's looking very grim for Larfic, but there could be something that they can do. But what tiles can Larfic go for at this point? Yeah, what, like Elite Trees, different sea monsters.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, Goody, like looking at this, I feel like this is just a loss for Larfic at this point, because we have a lot of things going on here where Yotes is so far ahead, and I'm pretty sure that Yotes has probably more cursed operators just because they've gotten to more floors in the first place to get those curses. And obviously that is a 2-point tile right in the center there. You can see at the end of the match, whoever has the more current cursed operators will gain those 2 points. And if that is ending up going in favor of Yotes, then that is basically just a complete lockout, basically, because need we remind you that this game will be going either until the points go to 13 or the time runs out. So if Yotes can get 13 points, that will just be a quick end to this match. But yeah, like I don't know, I'm seeing some things like, you know, clearing a stage by deploying only on special tiles. It's not really that easy to do because you need a specific stage, maybe you need some specific relics, right? And I don't think that Larfic, having restarted his run, actually can do that at all. You know, clearing a floor 2 or above stage without deploying on melee tiles, yeah, maybe that is possible, but when I'm looking at Larfic's squad, it seems very reliant on some of those ground operators, like that counter belay, like that I believe that was a Highmore as well. So especially when they're only on 1 life, like this is not really going to be in the play, because that also locks out the 3 different sea monster leaks in a
Oh
single
wait,
stage.
but
So,
look. Larfic
yeah?
got the ending 3 relic. So
Oh,
that they could be cooking with something in that way. But I feel like this round has just been lost for Larfic entirely. So what I feel like I should do if I was in Larfic's position was pretty much just get as far as possible through the stages, and probably even try to get the ending 3 relics just for the next, not to win this round, but to pretty much set up for the next round for whatever they they're gonna throw us. If anything, I would have just pretty much taken a break right here, pretty much paused at this last 3 minutes, and then just waited until the next board. Because what if something similar to like defeat floor 3 boss and with no conditions comes up on the next board, and Larfic just literally waits on the floor 3 boss instead of like doing the boss right now, then that would have been just a free 2 points if you think about it.
actually, you know, I'm actually seeing something here for Larfic though, because if Larfic gets extremely lucky here, they could force this into a tie, because it's currently, I believe it's currently 6-10 right now. So Larfic only needs 4 points, and there are two 2-point tiles that could possibly work here. So whoever has more cursed operators right now, you can see here that Larfic actually has 2 cursed operators. I believe it was the Kazemaru who is deployed, and the reserve caster, whereas I do not think Yotes has that many cursed operators. I believe they have 2 as well. So if Larfic does manage to get one on the floor transition, then that will be a 3-2, I believe. So that could go in favor of Larfic. Also, it is possible to get it is possible to get the Cerula Animus ending 3 relic basically immediately when you enter floor 4. It's usually not that great because it bricks your light completely, and you have to deal with that for like 2 stages and 2 floors in a row, basically. But it is possible, so if Larfic can pull something here and get a little bit lucky, especially when there's only 60 seconds left and this boss just refuses to die, I mean,
Oh my
I'm not
god,
gonna
come
count them out
on,
yet. I'm not going to count them
Highmore,
out yet.
please! You need to kill it right now! There's only literally less
Highmore,
than a
please!
minute! Highmore!
Please!
Highmore! Come on! Oh no,
Don't
wait,
pause
is
the
there
game!
no...
Stop pausing the
Did they
game!
pause
Come
the
on.
game? No, you have to keep
No. You
going!
have a chance. You have a
Oh,
chance.
no, come on. The game has to load right now. They need to literally roll a 3 or lower. They just grab whatever they can on this one, and before the timer runs out, probably around 30 seconds left. Yep. Come on,
Once
ingots.
you just
Voucher.
skip this. You can skip
Just
this.
take
it's
the,
fine.
just take it. Just take, don't take, no. Oh,
You
no.
don't need to think about this. Your only chance to win this match is beyond all of this.
Come on.
Come on.
Oh, come
Okay.
on.
Well,
Please,
this
please,
is
the
the
roll.
first part. Is there a roll here? It
Yes,
is a
on the
one.
one. They get the curse. Oh,
It is a hibiscus.
Oh, please. No. Why are they doing a circle? They have an encounter.
They have to
They
take
have
the
an
encounter. It has to be the encounter. Go.
No.
You have one chance at glory.
No, I swear, if they open the
Oh.
encounter right now, and that's the ending 4, and that's the
Oh.
ending 3 relic, I'm going to.
Oh no.
Oh no.
That is the end of the match,
so
though, guys.
Unfortunate. They took
30
they
minutes
took like
over.
just a few.
No.
They just took a few extra seconds, and if they actually got the encounter right there, that would have gave him 2 points and would have extended the current round, pretty much giving Larfic just a small amount of chance. But
Yeah, and
just
actually, you know
unfortunate.
what,
just a
Goody?
bit of hesitation over there.
You know what, Goody? If that encounter is actually the Cirilla Animus, I believe Larfic would have actually won because they got 2 tiles just then, which was whoever has more cursed operators for 2 points, but they also get the have 3 cursed operators at the same time, which I believe would have put them over would have put them over Yotes if they managed to get that ending 3 relic. So I mean, maybe a bit of hesitation there has ruined this for for our players.
It will be so funny if
Oh,
Larfic
no.
decides to hold this run, opens the encounter, and we see the ending 3 encounter. I am going to laugh and cry and just be depressed about it. There's just, oh my god.
It can go either way, guys. It can go either way. Like, we saw Larfic was behind, like, basically the entire time, like 5 points at 10 or something. But I mean, getting those points at the very, very end can force a tiebreaker. So, I mean, in a best of 3, yes, you have another
let's
match,
double check
but
the amount of points that each player had. So,
yes.
Yotes has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, Yotes actually had 12 points when Larfic only had 9. So maybe if they just had like something, an extra tile from somewhere, right? Like maybe
Yeah, like clearing that
if they're hard difficulty tasks, they're hard difficulty tasks from the first round. If they still held on to that and were able to complete it, I think this match would have definitely been a lot more different, and it would have went to a 12-12. But,
yeah, exactly. And I think also that that floor 3 or above emergency with no 6 stars, I don't think Larfic has that many 6 stars at all. Maybe it would have been possible to clear an emergency and, you know, get an extra point. And it's really just like a matter of like where are these points that you can scrounge up. But as we are going into the next match, we do have another poll for you guys, and it's going to be a bit of an interesting poll for you because we have 4 options of what tile is going to be on the next board that these players are going to have to clear. So, I mean, these looks like some pretty questionable choices.
Look at these. Pretty much, one of the tiles that you can vote for now is to deal the last hit on a floor 3 boss with a certain operator. So we have Granny, Conviction, a Mia, and a Myrtle. Should I say it? Yeah, okay, I'm gonna say it. All right. But during the break, they the organizers actually were asking if putting Ceylon as one of the choices was a good idea.
Defeat the floor 3 boss with a Ceylon, huh?
Deal the
I'm not
last
sure that
hit on
would-
floor 3 with a Ceylon.
believe
Pretty
there's
much
only
the only
one
way you
way
could
to do
even do that is to pretty much get a built Ceylon and have a hand of purifier, which enables therapists and bards and phalanx casters to deal 50% of their damage as a damage over time. But you know,
I think the hardest part of that goodie is having a built Ceylon in the first place.
Yeah.
Sorry. I don't think
you
it's
guys want
bad,
to loan my
man.
account? You guys want to loan my account? I got a built Ceylon. You can use my account surely. Yeah. Of course, right. But looks like right now we got a lot of votes on Granny. Which is more likely, a built Granny or a built Ceylon?
Oh, I mean that's a tough one actually. I think if I had to take my like gut reaction on that, I think less people would have Ceylon builds, to be honest with you, because like
I don't know about that. I
don't
feel
know.
like from what I've seen so much more people like Ceylon and Builter than Granny. Right? Because like both
Is this a
operators
bit of
actually
bias,
not
though?
really bad. This is I don't know. That's just me.
Is there
That's
some
just
bias
me,
in
right?
that, Goody?
I do
surround yourself
account
with
reviews
bird people?
here, Aya. I do account reviews here. I see more Ceylons built than Grannies. Alright? You gotta take my word for it.
Well, I mean, that's
I
because
do
everyone that has-
handholds too!
everyone that
I
has
see
Granny
more
just doesn't
Ceylons
care
built
about
than
these.
Grannies.
They don't care about handholds if they have Granny, because they already know their account is good, okay? It's unnecessary.
I've seen more people. I've seen more new players unironically build Ceylon than Granny. I was like, I see a new players like, why is your Ceylon Elite 1 level 50? You know she's bad. Oh, because she's cute. Oh, okay, never mind. You get a pass.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, Ceylon would have definitely been a difficult choice here because, I mean, like we said, the relic is basically mandatory for that kind of tile. But, I mean, talking about these other options, right? Like, Granny, yeah, she is still a combat operator at least, and she is a vanguard. She does do a decent amount of damage. Conviction, you know, the same thing, is a operator that can do damage. In fact, you know, it can do a lot of damage, for example. So, you know, someone like Amir, for example, we actually saw someone use Amir earlier today, I believe, and they actually got a tile with it, which is that stun your own operator, for example. Amir can definitely do that. She's a strong operator in and of her own right. And of course, when it comes to Myrtle, I mean, everyone has Myrtle, right? Everyone knows Myrtle.
Everyone has
I think she's
Myrtle,
like the
yeah.
most used operator in the game, for example. But I'm actually getting word from the organizers right now that the poll has resulted in a tie. The poll has actually
Oh my
resulted in a tie
God.
between
I don't even know what
Granny
voted
and
conviction.
Myrtle. Granny and Myrtle are currently battling it out in a tie for this, so I'm not sure what's going to be happening with that.
Here's the
going
thing
forward,
though
I'm
with
not sure.
Myrtle. If you actually look at Myrtle's stats, like you just ignore the obvious DP generation that she can do. Myrtle actually has some pretty solid stats for a just as a unit in general.
Yeah, I mean, she still
actually
is a
hits
vanguard, right?
decently hard. She actually hits decently hard. Sometimes a little bit more harder than some of the operators in her class actually. Somebody like Koyer, who is on 4-star, probably having around 400 attack, and then like Myrtle, my Myrtle's like E2 level 30 right now, and she has 471. A flag bearer with 471 attack, having more than a pioneer. Why?
Yeah, but-
Why does Myrtle have more attack than a pioneer?
I mean, have you ever been hit by a flag before, Goody? I'm sure that it would hurt a lot, man. Like, those flags are no joke.
It's a flag with it's a flag that's made out of a tablecloth. Yeah, it's a flag made out of
It's
a
a
tablecloth, a
tablecloth.
long one at that.
But yeah, I mean, I guess when it comes to vanguards, yeah, I mean, Myrtle, yeah, she still is a vanguard, right? So she does have stats, and she can actually attack things, of course. And I guess depending on which boss you get as well, it will change things. Like, for example, I think the Scorpion boss with the Fishship, for example, the Scorpion is actually not very tanky. It can be killed by basically every operator, and maybe that's a way that you can do it with the Myrtle, for example. Something like Saint Carmen might be a little bit harder, for example, but you're like, oh, he's just gonna one-shot me, for example. It's like, how am I gonna kill this with Myrtle, for example? So it is going to be
yeah, it's gonna be a lot more tricky. but it's definitely doable. Something like the boss that duplicates itself. What's its name again?
Boss, I don't remember what it's called, but the stage is course correction. That boss.
Oh yeah, the course correction boss. Ah, here, the Path Shaper. It's called the Path Shaper.
Yes.
Something like Path Shaper can probably be. It actually doesn't hurt a lot actually. So you could probably just throw Granny in front, Myrtle or your Myrtle in front, and then just simply just have probably some healers going on while the rest of your team just deals with the small mobs. But just interestingly enough, by the way, that both players looks like they opt not to reset, so they're actually past floor 4, so they probably won't even. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay. But,
so it does look like that the final result of the poll was actually both. It's an either or choice. Deal the last hit on the floor 3 boss with Granny or Myrtle. So I hope that we don't just see Myrtle all the time, because I have no bias whatsoever. But yeah,
yeah, there is definitely no bias. There's definitely no bias. Of course,
absolutely no bias whatsoever.
Absolutely
yeah.
no bias.
It's there are some interesting tiles, Goody. Like I'm seeing right away, get ending 3, like just finish a run with ending 3. With 3
finish a
points
run
as well.
with ending 3. I think that's how Larfic is gonna stage their comeback, because they're pretty much primed to get. They already have the first ending 3 collectible. They literally have an encounter right here that could also potentially be a ending 3 relic to finish off into the floor, and they also have like 11 operators, a good amount of spare hope. So all they have to do is just build up into it, and then just pretty much kill Scotty. I mean, they have to go through Highmore and then possibly 1 or 2 extra stages, but after that it should be Scotty, and it will probably take up the rest of their run, but I think it will definitely pay a lot well if Larfic decides to try to go for it and finish the entire run in this run, because it is 3 points. That is a lot of tiles.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at some very interesting tiles here that is going to require a lot of game knowledge from the players here. So, for example, in the sort of the top right-ish area, have 3 operators die to the same infected creature. Now, infected creatures, you might think, okay, like what counts as an infected creature, but there are specific categorizations for enemies that fall into those categories. So, whether or not the players will have the presence of mind to actually realize that they are dealing with an infected creature is going to be a big deal. Something like, for example, defeat an elite enemy using an operator that's camouflaged or invisible down there in the bottom left. Like, what is an elite enemy, right? What do these players know about the game? Obviously, they can see them beforehand, but will they have the presence of mind to actually do it, for example? Having something like a clear stage with the same amount of cursed and non-cursed operators in your squad, just like this perfectly balanced kind of scenario, these are things that I don't think the players are going to necessarily be able to predict, but it is very, very important that when it does come up, they realize that's actually what's happening. So the players are going to have a little bit of time to talk about this and explore their options, especially because it looks like, at least so far, that neither of the players have decided to restart their run. I remind you that we are allowing the players to just continue their runs from the first match into the second match. So it doesn't look like they are resetting it yet on our end, but of course that could change.
They haven't started yet, pretty much. So we're just waiting for the go signal, probably 1 minute from now, and then we'll see if the players will opt to reset. Possibly even borrowing a Granny just so they can try for the floor 3 tile. You think right now they're like asking somebody like, hey, can you set up a Granny S2 M3 or something?
Can I call it a favor?
I kind of need a favor, guys.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised they hop into the chat. I was like, does anybody have a Granny S2 M3 that I can with module that I can loan? Add me here.
Actually, Goody, before we get into this, right, because we were just talking about Larfic going for the Cirilla Animus for that encounter, but they do have a good choice here of territorial tendencies, which does have an infected enemy. Pompeii is an infected enemy, and also I believe there is also okay. Well, I mean, let's just hold that thought actually, because I think we're currently in game right now. I'm in game. Yeah, it's League the Boss. That was the tile that we were talking about. League a boss enemy in the bottom right there. But I mean, if you were Larfic, what are you doing?
I feel like Larfic just went for the territorial tendencies. There's no reason to rush to try to roll for the ending 3 relic here, because obviously it's going to gimp you. It's going to give you minus 50 light, pretty much guarantee that the next time you go to another floor, you're gonna have 2 cursed operators immediately, and pretty much also just going through more stages just means that you get to have more operators, more vouchers, more command XP, just because I feel like Larfic's play should be to go for the ending 3 tile, which is pretty much 3 points that will pretty much set Larfic up for a good amount. Pretty much Yotes has to claim more tiles just to catch up, for against that ending 3.
Yeah, Larfic actually is kind of in a perfect position here, because they just push or pulled 3 or more enemies at the same time with that clip art that they just randomly have in their squad for some reason. I believe it was like a slug, it's like 3 slugs at the same time. They can leak the boss enemy in territorial tendencies, for example. I believe Pompeii only takes 2 lives, so they are going to have to play this perfectly. They just picked up the tile defeat an elite enemy using an operator that is camouflaged or invisible. That was the counter-belay being camouflaged, and I believe it was the drone that is an elite enemy. I actually didn't know that those drones were elite enemies.
That was an elite enemy. Oh wait, no, it is the bomb. The bomb tail that's an elite enemy is a red bomb tail. So it does.
I guess so. Like, I guess that's like fantastic game knowledge there from Larfic to just understand. Yeah, that bomb tail is an elite enemy, for example. Having 3 operators die to the same infected creature still on the cards for here for Larfic. Although I'm not sure how well they're going to go for that, because this is going to be a Pompeii that they're going to come up against, and this stage is kind of notorious for being quite difficult, especially on higher surging. So will they go for that? No idea, but it does look like Larfic is taking the lead in this one very early on. Kind of looks like Yotes is doing a stage that may not be very easy, so to say.
No, it's a little bit critical. They're down to their last 2 blocks on the Ubi map, which is pretty much the flower and festival. I mean, they got half of the current flower population, but oh no, it looks like that's the last block. If all the blocks break, they pretty much all the enemies actually just path towards a different path, and now all the operators deployed on the bottom tile now kinda sitting ducks here, because they all the enemies, or if not most of them, now path up towards the top row, and let's see how Yotes plays this out. It should just be fine. They still have the dice, they have Ched Altar, they have Enos, they have a good amount of stuff here that they can deal with, but it might
Yotes
be
actually
a
has
little
an
bit
opportunity.
rough going.
Yotes actually has an
But it should
opportunity
be fine.
here of defeating a Basin Sea or Nourished Reaper without them waking up. I'm actually not sure how they would do that in this stage, because I do not believe they have any sort of like... actually, they do have the stun mines if they have the ability to do that. No, okay, the last one is waking up, so they will not get that tile.
Yeah,
But,
unfortunate.
Maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity there to get that tile, but they still did get the have all breakable rubble in a stage be broken, and they survived. Which is the very important thing, is that they did survive that stage at the end. Jian Altar coming in very clutch there. You can see on the other side, though, that Pompeii is slowly making its way into the blue box for Larfic.
Just having barely enough HP to leak the boss enemy. Now at 3 for 1 for Larfic. Oh, 4 as well, actually. Having 3 operators die to the same infected creature. And Yotes as well grabbing Yuseki to open the Drifting Cache just for that extra tile. Well, but at least Larfic's on the board right here. But I feel like Larfic has to play a little bit safe, just because they're in such a critical part of their run where if they just lose it right now, I feel like it's gonna be such a hard time to come back. Oh, but the Wander into Wonderland. Oh, nice.
Yotes actually got a Wander into Wonderland, and I believe the tile is just to enter it. So yeah, there is another tile for Yotes. But it does mean that they will have to deal with this Wander into Wonderland. And I'm not sure if there's any other tile they can actually complete in here. Maybe there is, depending on like the bosses and the stages that they get. But it is random.
I'm not sure. I didn't see Yote's map, but I don't know if they have a shop here. But I don't think they do. So
I don't think so.
Unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, getting an operator die in one hit from max HP could be on the table if you get that forced enemy, for example, on the boss. That boss is very easy to die in one shot from because it does so much damage on every, I think it's every like 4 or 6 attacks. It's a massive amount of damage, very easy to get one shot there. Something else like, for example, clearing out an entirety of a shop. I'm not actually sure if this will count, but maybe if someone was to, I don't know, fight cannot and just kind of steal
it
all
probably
of the stuff,
would. It probably
you know,
would.
Would that count?
What Yotes should do right here is fight cannot and rob him right now.
It is a tile there, and you know I don't think that Yotes has that many ingots
clear,
to their name.
Not buy the shop. It says clear the shop. Think about it. Oh, that's gonna be so spicy. I want to see it. I want to see Yotes do it now, right now.
Yeah, but of course, like cannot has been notoriously difficult. It's just basically been like this giant wall for some of our competitors in this tournament, and maybe Yotes will finally be the one to make it through and actually defeat Cannot. Strangely enough,
will we finally see Cannot kill on stream? you did
strange,
mention
there's no
earlier,
Cannot specific tile, isn't there? And you know, if
There's
they kill
Cannot.
them, that's going to be kind of ironic. So.
That would be funny. But you didn't mention earlier, Aya, that like we were talking and you said that there were, I think there were like 10 Cannot tiles during the playoffs yesterday.
Oh, 15.
On day 1.
15.
Oh, 15. Yes. And only 3 of them managed to actually clear out a Cannot tile, and I think one of them even lost. Oh no!
Oh.
No!
Oh no!
Larfic!
Oh.
Losing the ending 3 run. Oh no, that's actually gonna blow so hard.
That is a tragedy.
Oh, No, it's not a tragedy because they managed to get a good amount of points with their run. So what they could do, they could pretty much run it back. Probably, potentially even borrowing certain operators here. Maybe. Will we finally see the granny? Come on.
Yeah,
the granny! Give us the granny!
Come on,
Give us the
Show me the granny.
No!
Show
You
it.
picked Jay! Oh, he's going for murder. They're going for murder. Boo! Wait,
You have a Vanguard
they
voucher,
still have hope.
Larfic.
They still have
You
hope.
have a
They
Vanguard
still have hope.
voucher.
The granny!
You
Give
have
us
the
granny!
granny! You have
Yes!
it!
Yes! Yes! They have a
base,
granny!
Larfic.
Let's go! Based. Absolutely based.
Oh, we are seeing it.
We are actually seeing granny gameplay right here, folks. I can't. I actually can't. But now that Larfic has lost that ending 3 run, I feel like there's not enough time to simply get that ending 3, which is pretty much 3 points. I feel like well Larfic's not yet out of this round just yet. I feel like it's gonna be way more harder because they're not building into the ending 3 run because they definitely still had time, right? They were at like 4. Yeah.
Yeah, there is definitely time for them, but I mean, they just restarted the run goodie, so I mean, you have all of those chances again to get those relics, right? Maybe you get it again, and you know, there's
no way there's no way because we only have around 21 minutes remaining. Well, you could get the relics. I don't think there's enough time to even clear out enough stages to get to the clear out floor 4, clear out floor 5, clear out the extra stage on floor 6, and then pretty much get through the boss. There's simply just not enough time to get through all of them in just 20 minutes. Think about it. A speedrun during the qualifiers was what, 27. The fastest we had was like 27 minutes. So imagine just doing the same thing into ending 3 in less time than that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, even in the previous qualifiers for the last bingo tournament, I believe that the fastest times were kind of in those high 10s, like, you know, those 19-minute, 20-minute runs. So yeah, I guess you were correct that like there is just not enough time to get an ending 3 run at this point, especially because the tile is actually to get the ending 3 and finish the game, for example. It's not just getting the relics. So yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity there. You know, maybe some mistakes there in leaking that one enemy, but I mean, if you're Larfic, right, you're still in the lead. It's currently 5-4. You know, like, you have a very good idea that maybe Yotes has not failed their stage and has not failed their run. So what are you kind of looking at here to try to seal the deal, to say, yes, I'm going to pull ahead with these tiles, especially now that you have a restarted run and you can go for so many more different things and you're not just so focused on the run that you have right now? Like, are you seeing anything that Larfic could be going for right now?
I think there could be some there could be some tiles here that they could grab, like solo off floor 2 or above stage with a non 6-star operator. There's a couple of operators that can do that just on the 4-star, 5-star categories, and they, like, if Larfic manages to get if they have a built scene or a built deep color, they can just easily do like a floor 1, floor 2 map, and then boom, another tile, and then what else can they do? Roll a 6? Since they're in a much more earlier floor, they can pretty much roll. They have more chances of rolling. Oh no, the J. Oh no, the dodge. Miss. Oh no, it's okay, it's fine. Oh. That was a bit too close for comfort.
Jay just barely pulling that stage back with 1 life remaining for Larfic.
Oh my god. Why did it?
I guess.
Was there any reason that they were like soloing the stage with Jay there? Maybe they misread like
actually, it was that tile at the bottom, Goody. It was a clear
emergency
with only 1 class in a squad. So Jay, obviously.
No, I don't know. But I guess it's a worth risk, just because. Okay, I'm in floor 1 anyways. I might as well just try to go for it. And if anything, I still have around 20 minutes ish left to pretty much try again. But at least they managed to get it. They managed to get a tile. So yeah, even though Yotes is like still actually doing the fake Nova stage right now, map from the original Integrated Strategies 1, which you can only access through Wonder into Wonderland. Yotes is actually still much more ahead on the points, with good potential of getting more with the floor 3 boss with Granny or Myrtle, and potentially even another one with the floor 3 boss as the last enemy. We are dealing with Granny and or Myrtle here. Well, obviously Yotes has Granny. I mean, not Yotes, Larfic has Granny right now. So Granny, pretty tanky operator in general. Like, for a charger, she's much more lean towards defense. So if Larfic gets somebody like the Pat Shaper, or like the Scorpion Bishop duo, where Granny can just simply block the Scorpion and then someone else takes out the Bishop for Granny, then they can easily take up 4 points as long as they make it to floor 3.
Yeah, that actually will be a lot easier if Larfic manages to roll the Bishop and the Scorpion, because it should count if Granny kills either of the bosses, because they are technically separate entities. So maybe if Larfic gets lucky, then Granny will have a much easier time killing the Scorpion, for example. Of course, you will have to kill both of the bosses at the same time, because that's how the boss works. but I'm actually looking at some things here, Goody, which is that Larfic is a little bit behind, yes, in terms of these stages. They are ahead in points, however, and something that I just realized that they pick up from the shop that they just passed through was something called the Inquisitor's Script Cloth, I believe, which is a very interesting relic that gives you a die every single time you enter a stage. Now, what is one of the tiles that we have here? It is roll a 6 or higher in a stage. So maybe because of this relic, Larfic is just going to have so many different chances to roll this 6 because every stage they go into, they're just going to use that dice. They're just going to use it again and again and again. And maybe they're going to basically brute force their way into rolling a 6 in that stage. So that is definitely an interesting pickup. I think they also just got the clearest stage with the same amount of cursed and non-cursed operators in your squad. So, I mean, it's starting to look like Larfic is running away with this. It is currently 7-4.
Yeah, Larfic has like Larfic now having one extra dice every combat can pretty much keep re-rolling and re-rolling as long as they keep playing combats. And look, even Yotes trying to pretty much deploying their dice just so they can at least have a chance of sniping the tile down before Larfic can. But unfortunately, they rolled a 3 on that one, so no 6, no dice. And but that's so huge though. They also get out of control, which one of the tiles is defeat an enemy without any allied units, inflicting any damage to them. And pretty much in the lower surging waves difficulties, the infected, the pre-spawn infected enemies actually don't have that much HP compared to the enemies that are in something like Surging Waves 15. So they actually get to bleed out here for free, and gives Yotes another free tile actually.
Yes, but I feel like this is one of those tiles where it's very easy to forget about this because you never really think about enemies just dying on their own, so to say, and this is one of those stages where it has such a reputation, I should say, on higher surging of being basically an instant lose stage. If you ever see this on high surging, I'm sure that any of you that have played beyond like surging 10 know immediately that it's like, oh yeah, I see out of control, I think I just lose the run immediately.
Yeah, I just lose. I remember somebody was like, oh yeah, I'm in low surging. I can take emergency out of control. Oh, but the thing is though is that remember that the player still has to call out the tile here where if they manage to get it. But looks like Yotes was circling around the
they
enemy.
did call it.
Looks like they do call it. So nice. Maybe they're listening in.
Are you listening?
Hi
right
guys.
now,
Hi guys. Hey guys, we're definitely not helping the opposition or anything. No, of course not. Blink twice if you can hear us, contestants.
I don't think it was in the rules that they couldn't listen to this actually, but I'm sure that they both have some sort of integrity in their competition. But don't give them any ideas, basically.
Don't give them any ideas. No. Of course not. We obviously endorse fair play in this broadcast. Of course, surely, right? But back on topic. Currently the score, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It's 8-6 in favor of Larfic. Actually, Larfic's still in a pretty good lead here, and potentially getting even more points as long as they get to the floor 3 boss. They still have around 12 minutes remaining, so there's still a good amount of time to clear out some more stages as long as they get through most of them, which I feel like as long as they're able to mind what's happening, they shouldn't leak any of this.
Yeah, it does look like Larfic might be struggling a little bit because what I've noticed about their squad is that it is actually very top heavy when it comes to the DB costs. Like you can see there, they've got the Rosa, they've got the Golden Glow, but they also have the J, which is really not helping when it comes to saving up enough DP for those operators. You can see still struggling already, like 20 enemies into the stage, and you're just getting down your big 6-star. Like you only have 2 lives left. Is this kind of a problem that you're going to be running into, like not being able to just clear stages normally if you're going for this weird stuff? But it seems to be kind of getting to a point where Larfic is feeling a little bit more comfortable. They do have the Golden Glow down and the Rosa, so whether or not this stage can be
here comes
done...
the Broodmother though. There's pretty much 2 of them already on the field, and Larfic's just leaking enemies one by one. They don't really have a lot of HP left, down to their last life, and they lose the run. Oh no, that could be crucial. That was literally their run that can make it to the floor 3, and now I don't even think they have enough time to do so. So I feel like Larfic's only hope right here is to just pretty much try to snipe some of the other tiles here before Yotes can. Something like an idea that I have is like pretty much take the dice squad and just start trying to roll as much as I can before running out of time, so I can snipe the roll 6 or higher. And,
yeah, so something I want to point out here, Goody, is that it is Yotes currently in the floor 5 boss right now. And there is a tile right in the center of our board that is defeat the floor 5 boss with a cursed operator, and it has to be the last hit, obviously. And I don't think they have too many cursed operators that can actually deal damage. I believe there is a Gavial the Invincible there, and unfortunately it is basically the mini mushroom essentially that is bricking her stats completely, basically cutting them in half. So there is a stun bomb, so that Gavial the Invincible will be able to hit the boss if the stun mine goes off, but that is 2 points up on the table for that is not 2 points on the table for Yotes. And 2 points, well, Yotes could really use 2 points right about now because they still are behind just a little bit.
I feel like if Yotes manages to get this Gavial kill with the 2 points, they should just also might as well drop their last dice to see if they roll a 6, and if they manage to get a 6 randomly out of nowhere, that'll actually put them in the lead. Just give them 3 points to make it a 9-8. But we'll have to see here. Pretty much, I feel like that's a Yotes win condition right here, where they have to solve the Gavial, landing the kill on the boss here, and pretty much just simply getting lucky and rolling the 6 like right now, because that would be insanely huge.
Yes.
Because there's only 8 minutes remaining. Pretty much with that 8 minutes, I'm pretty sure that Larfic can
he's going for it.
Yotes can only go for the kill. Let's see here. Gavial's going down. There's the Scotty. The Scotty bomb.
Massive attack
oh no!
speed,
Come on, Gavial! Pop the skill, and it's dead. Oh yes, let's go, Gavial. Gavial gets the kill. Oh my god, that's actually insane. Ines and I think Tex Alter just doing most of the work for Gavial. And wait, did he not roll? Did he not roll the dice before getting out?
I don't think he rolled the dice. No.
He should have. No, they don't know. They don't know. But
a possibly game-deciding mistake there, actually, from Yotes.
Oh no, that possibly would have been a 6 or higher. I mean, it couldn't only roll a 6, but if it was rolling, if it rolled a 6, that would have just put Yotes on the lead immediately. Oh no! But as of right now, it's tied. So Yotes definitely feeling a lot more better. But there's no time to waste. There's only 7 minutes left on the clock, and both players being 8-8, it's going to be a race of who gets the next tile here. Oh no! Larfic only rolling a 2. There's not a lot of things he could do. Larfic can do left. There, obviously on floor 1, you can't really get enough ingots unless you possibly grab the ingot squad, which gives you pretty much 20 more ingots, and
yes.
so that's what Yotes actually doing right now. They're pretty much banking on what I think is that they're pretty much trying to bank on clearing out the entirety of the shop by pretty much buying out everything. Oh, this would be so funny. You know what would be so funny if Yotes cannot buy the shop to get the to get everything, because one of the collectibles pretty much doubled its price, and then they rolled a 6. That means the entire shop resets.
Yes,
And
that is true.
that would be funny, because sometimes like oh yeah, I buy out a few I buy a few of the discounted items early on the shop, so, and then I'm just gonna roll here so I can most hopefully reset some of the more expensive ones to make it cheaper. But if you roll a 6 on that scenario, that actually would have you still get the point for the roll 6, but obviously you won't be able to clear the entirety of the shop.
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 minutes left of this match, and it is a 8-9 currently in favor of Yotes, who managed to pull those 2 points just miraculously, basically. But
Larfic gets another one. Solo or floor 2 or above stage with a non-6 star, so they're back 9-9.
It's currently 9-9 instead. And I mean, look, look at this, Goody. Think about this for a second, right? I think that this is going to go down to this end of timer tile, right in the center there. You see the end of the timer. Whoever is closest to a fixed boss node. Because, yeah, rolling a 6 or higher, if that happens, then fantastic. But what if these players don't get it? Yeah, so you see Yotes just roll at 4. Do they have any more dice? I have no idea. You know, defeating the last, the floor 3 boss with a Granny or Myrtle, I don't think either of these players have any of those operators currently. Defeating the floor 3 boss as the last enemy could also work, but that does require you to get to the boss and actually kill it as the last enemy as well. So is it going to be basically a timeout at this point of whoever is the closest to the boss node? And I believe that being in the boss node does make you closer to someone who is just before it, for example. So it's really close here. I can't really see that many things that these players can go for, like the top tile, for example, that defeat a sea or nourished Reaper without them waking up. Those enemies do not appear until floor 4, and these players do not have enough time to get to floor 4 in the first place. Ending 3 is completely out of the question, right? So, Goody, are you looking forward to just seeing whoever is racing to the boss faster, or are you looking forward to someone randomly rolling a 6 in a stage and
I feel
just
like
getting that tile?
No, here's the thing. Yeah. Since Larfic is actually ahead of Yotes right now, because Yotes is just about to enter and enter floor 2. So pretty much, even though if Yotes rolls a 6 here, and pretty much when the end of timer actually finishes, it will see that Larfic's actually closer to the next boss node, so they'll actually end up being in a tie 10 for 10, so they'll end up going even further. So pretty much, even if so see, look, Yotes actually just going for a reset here, probably trying to roll a 6 actually just to at least get a tie, but because Larfic's just so much farther ahead.
Actually, no, I don't even think that that's what Yotes is going for here, because Yotes did pick the support squad when they went in, which is the one that gives you 20 ingots. I think they're actually trying to clear out the entirety of the shop here.
They have no time. They have no time,
Yeah.
unless they literally spawn camps the current map they're at, which is Seastern right now. I don't think that they'll have enough time. Pretty much, I think Seastern clears out at around 1 minute 20, like, yeah, pretty much around 2 minutes, right? And there's only literally 2 minutes left. There's no way. So I feel like if, no, looks like they already rolled the dice, and they also did not get the 6 as well. So it's just really banking down to if they can clear this stage as fast as possible and just hopefully make it to the shop, and hopefully there's still enough time to buy everything. But I don't think there's enough time. There's literally 1 minute 20 seconds remaining.
Yeah, but I
Oh
mean,
no.
even considering, right, getting to the shop, are you ever even going to be able to buy everything in the shop? Because sometimes things just randomly cost like twice as much, like 32 ingots, for example. Are you even going to be able to buy them if you get there, right? Maybe it's, you know, clearing the entirety of the shop is random, and I guess rolling a 6 or higher is also random, but I don't know. I feel like one of those definitely has a better chance of happening, which is roll a 6, especially if you take that squad that upgrades your die immediately when you get into the run, and having a much higher chance of rolling higher than a 6 as opposed to the 6-sided die.
Oh
So,
no, that's also
you know,
unfortunate. They did clear the Seastern in around a minute but they got another combat node, so they won't even make it to the shop in time.
they're not gonna make it.
No.
Now,
No, they literally rolled another combat node. Oh no, they won't make it to the shop. There's only 20 seconds remaining. And looks like since Larfic is going to be closer to the boss node, they'll have an extra point and will probably most likely go to a tiebreaker round 3. Oh no, that's just unfortunate. Yep,
yes,
and
there it
time is up. No.
There it is. It is
Oh, you
1
think?
to 1 in this series now.
Oh my,
my
god. Dude. We're going to a tiebreaker! I can't believe it! Yotes was so close to closing it out! But just, oh my god. It actually started from the round earlier because they didn't get the ending 3. Their
Yeah,
floor 3
yeah.
did not have a single encounter, making them literally unable to roll an ending 3, and they just literally pushed the run all the way up to the boss, up to the floor 5 boss. They managed to get the floor 5 boss with a cursed operator, but they forgot to roll the last dice, and they pretty much just tried to rush to the store, but got walled off by the multitude of combat nodes that they were forced to play. And I feel like it was I feel like it's a misplay on Yote's side, where they could have, like you said, they could have picked up the dice squad, tried to go for a 6 or higher with better odds because of the upgraded dice, but just both players just not being able to roll a 6.
Yeah, just the dice, like, once again, just screwing these players. It's like, I am not giving you a 6, but I guess when it comes to that as well, right? The Yotes did have a chance to at least increase the odds of this RNG, right? We saw them take the support squad at the very end there. Maybe it would have been better to just take the dice squad and just hope and pray that they get a 6 in the first, like, 2 combats, for example, which they did get through. So, I don't know, like, these last few tiles available, there were definitely some misplays, right? Like getting ending 3 for on the side of
Yep.
on the side of Larfic, just kind of failing that completely. There was defeating a nourished Reaper without them waking up on the
the
side
Nourished
of Yotes
Reaper,
as well.
yes, on the floor
Nope.
on floor 5 with Ubi on Yote's side actually.
Yeah, just
They had
completely
one
missed.
chance. Yeah, they had one chance to do it with the last flower. They had I saw they had Chen skill ready. They had 2 stun devices. All they had to do was pretty much stun the Reaper, split box the Reaper into Chen Alter's skill 3 range, and then pretty much Chen Alter would be able to clean that up. But they probably didn't notice or didn't see that tile, or they totally forgot that they had stun devices. I do the same thing too. I buy devices and totally forget that I have them on hand. Like, oh wait, I had an emergency crate, no, and I just lose the match.
Yeah, I mean, it's like those games where they just give you like consumables, and then it's like, I'm never gonna use these because I might need them later, right? I'm just gonna save them
yes,
forever, and I'm sure I'll need this potion, right? I'll need this potion later, right? It's for the
Yes,
boss,
of
and then
course.
you get to the boss and you're like, oh, I actually don't need this at all. But yeah.
Yes, I also definitely need to save 100 cheese wheels because I will definitely need to eat them later on in a boss fight. Of course, right?
Yeah.
I definitely need to save 100 cheese wheels for it. Of course.
Actually, but yes, we will be going into the final match, guys. And keep in mind that the players will not be allowed to carry over their runs from this match into the next match. So they will have to start completely anew. And this match, just for a reminder, will be 45 minutes long. So it will be a bit of a longer one. Hopefully we get to see a match that was just as close as the one we just watched, because I don't think, for a long time there, I didn't really think that Larfic was really doing all that much, and then suddenly they just like take all of these tiles at the very beginning, and then it feels like Yotes is just playing catch up the entire time and just couldn't quite get it at the end. So hopefully that will happen. Hopefully these players will be a bit more aware of what their options are in this next game. But
definitely
just,
like that,
yeah.
the early run from Larfic, like the run that he decided to bring over to round 2, definitely helped Larfic grab at least a lot of tiles before losing it, which I think was key to his success in that round 2. So we're here finally for the finals, for the 45 minutes, for the tiebreaker, which will be 45 minutes. It will still be first to 13, and unlike the first 2 matches where their previous one could carry over, they have to pretty much reset any floor 3 bonuses, have to start from the beginning.
Yeah, so we will allow our players to take a little bit of a break, because obviously this can be very stressful. It can be very taxing on the mind to have to think of so many things at the same time. So we are going to let them have a little bit of a break before we get into the next match. But there is going to be a kind of a special tile, I guess, on the next board, which is that there will be a tile directly in the center where both players will be able to claim it. So we don't actually know what that tile is yet, but we have been made aware that that will be existing. So if these players are looking at this tile in the center and they kind of deem it to be at least doable, maybe then we'll have a little bit of a closer game on our hands, and maybe there won't be as much of a problem, I guess, with getting these tiles, because the opponent can't just lock you out of them completely. So that will be something that's these players are going to have to adapt to, because we've never seen that before in this tournament. And well, I think we've almost got the board ready. The players are getting ready as we speak. They are regaining the mental stamina that they need to play IS3 for another 45 minutes.
Oh
I
my
mean,
god, I can't believe both of these players probably playing just almost what, like more than 5 hours of like just IS3 on 2 days straight. I cannot. Actually, no. Just from this day alone, it's almost like both of these final contestants probably play more than 4 hours just of IS3, not to include their previous matches from yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if there's one thing that we should be very thankful for, is that all of the people that will be participating, or that have participated in this contest, probably like IS3 to some degree, because why would they be here if they didn't, right? They all have basically a very high eco sequence, which is that level that you get when you play IS3. So hopefully they don't start hating IS3 after playing this tournament, because they're like, wow, I played this for 5 hours in a row,
they'll probably be hungry for more. When is the next tournament?
When is it next? I don't know.
When is it next time?
But yeah,
we shall see in the future. But here we go. We're gonna have the boards revealed in just a few moments here. I'm actually excited, especially for the middle tile, because if the middle tile is gonna be shared, that could possibly be like a pretty much a tiebreaker for some, because now both players can opt to go for that middle tile, and will pretty much be guaranteed to have both of them if like I said, they both decide to go for it. So like if Yotes or Larfic just gets the middle tile early, at least the other player can also get the same one. And we also right here we get to see the board actually.
This is the final board for the IS3 Bingo Lockout tournament, and I mean, I'm just looking at a lot of things here, Goody, where we've kind of seen these before, but they're just getting souped up to like the next level, basically. Like, yeah, you can defeat a boss, but this time it has to be an IS1 boss. And it is for 3 points, for example. Recruiting the last night by throwing a dice, which is the one we were talking about earlier, where both players can claim this tile. I believe that is from an encounter, and I believe you have to roll not a 1, basically. You have to just not roll a 1, which is not impossible, but, you know, it happens. It happens. You can roll 1s. But yeah, so there are also some other tiles that I think might need a little bit of clarification, I guess. Like, for example, this kill an enemy with a critical hit. What actually counts as a critical hit? Could it be something that is like a Highmore, for example, with a first skill? Would that be considered a critical hit? Or maybe you have something like Meteorite, which has a crit from her talent, for example. Like, I think the players will have to ask a few questions about these tiles, but yeah, I mean, these tiles are just, they're shaping up to be a good game, Goody.
Let's see. I heard we got spelling again, did we? We got spelling again, right?
I have no idea. Did I see that?
Do we have spelling?
Yes, actually, right there in the bottom, in the middle. It's spell a 5-letter word.
Spell a 5-letter word with the first
5 adjacent operators, and it's worth 2
Oh,
points.
not again!
It is worth 2 points.
Spelling! Oh yeah, sure. I hope you guys like playing Scrabble because we'll be playing IS3 Scrabble edition.
How quickly
Oh,
can
God,
you
spell
unscramble your operator names to find a word that you can use? That's gonna be kind of hard. Like, I've definitely tried that before when I was playing these kinds of things, and it is very hard to just have 5 letters and just think and have all of this going on in the background with what squads you're taking, what operators you're going for, what strategy you're going for, and then still having to play Scrabble in the background at the same time. Like, I'm not a great Scrabble player in the first place, so this is definitely going to be your mastery of the English language, I believe, that is going to play into this 2-point tile.
I can't English, dude. English is my worst language because English is a very hard language. Do you agree? I'd say English is a very hard language.
English is a very hard language. Like, you know, there's so many like random things where it just doesn't make any sense with how people pronounce them versus like how people write them, for example, how they're spelled. So it is going to be a little bit weird. We will try to figure out what some of these words are that these players could be going for, if they are going for them at all. But yeah, like, talk to me, Goody. There's some of the tiles here that actually have to do with the last night. I've seen quite a few of these last night tiles. Do you think these players are
the one in the middle, actually. Recruit the last night by throwing a dice, and that's the middle tile, which both players can get. If you don't know, you actually could fail in recruiting the last night by throwing your dice. Pretty much. It happens very infrequently because you actually need to roll a 1 to miss recruiting the last night, and obviously you have 6 sides of a dice, so you can roll a 2, you can roll a 6, and you'll always recruit the last night, by the way. But if you roll a 1, you're actually going to miss, and it's going to sting if you miss. Because there's no way you roll a 1 on such a critical tile, right?
Way.
Of course
No
not. There's
way.
no way.
But yeah, I mean, obviously you can try and alleviate that a little bit by taking Dice Squad, for example. But you know,
You're taking
even with the Dice Squad,
You're taking
even
Dice
with the
Squad
Dice
for a check that only needs to make you roll a 2 or higher. Nobody took Dice Squad, and they were doing 6 checks.
Yeah, but I think you more than anyone could even know how bad it is when you're trying to roll certain numbers on IS3, okay? You would know. Give these players some slack.
Alright, here we go. We're about to enter the match proper in just a few seconds here, in 15 seconds. Oh my god, I'm so ready. I'm so ready. It defeated,
wow.
like, there's a lot of good stuff here. Like, we saw Larfic, Yotes actually earlier defeating an IS1 boss, so I'm definitely want to see somebody clear out a Wander to Wonderland once again. And
yeah.
oh my god, I'm super high. Clear a stage by having allied units in the range of an altar. There's a lot of tiles here that both players can go for, and it's gonna be definitely a lot more closer match because both players now starting from scratch, and you know they're warmed up. It's a 1-1, the final match of the IS3 Bingo Lockout tournament 2.
Yes, and immediately off the bat here, Goody, I have so many questions for Larfic because I believe Larfic started with Spearhead Squad, which reduces your life to 1 and gives you a stat boost. I believe it is HP and attack, if I'm not mistaken, 15%. What are
Was
they
it HP
doing
or
here
attack?
with
I thought it
that?
was attack and defense.
Attack and defense? Well, it's attack and something. I know
It's
that
still
for
a
certain,
it's still a
but,
stat buff. It's still a stat
yeah, it's just I'm kind of confused about what they're trying to go for here with the Spearhead Squad. Maybe it's getting a rejection, for example, so that you can remove it later with that tile in the kind of top right there. You can see.
Yeah, they also
Maybe
have.
that's
There's also
on
another tile. There's also another tile which is enter floor 2 with 1 HP. So what they probably want to
True,
do is that they want to speed through floor 1, and then grab a free 1 tile with floor 2 or on floor 2 with 1 HP.
Yes, that is actually some nice, I guess, foresight, so to say. But I mean, what is happening on the side of Yotes right now? They're just leaking a
Oh
bunch of
yeah,
enemies.
Yote's
Oh,
taking the other approach of not taking spearhead and leaking the rest of them manually.
just leaking them manually. I mean, that's one way to do it, I guess.
Oh no,
And
but here's the crying doggo actually slowing Yotes down a little bit here, but shouldn't take a lot of time because Larfic here also got a slower map as well. So they should come out around even. Larfic probably gonna come out of the stage a little bit faster than Yotes, but Yote's just not that far behind even with the special enemy.
Yeah,
but
I'm
yeah,
actually
kill an
thinking
enemy
about
with a critical hit going for Yotes. Wait, Hymar has a crit?
What was that actually? I actually have no idea how Yotes cleared that. I guess the Hymo crit does count for the purposes of a critical ability. We will just see if that was a mistake or not, but I will have faith that it isn't. But yeah, something that I noticed for Larfic as well is that being on 1 HP does force you into having a flawless strategy streak of 8, which is a tile. He will have to play flawlessly for the time being, at least. So maybe that is 2 tiles that that can go straight to Larfic. Although a strategy streak flawless of 8, that is a that is a long time. You have to do 8 tiles, and I am actually getting a confirmation that a crit is any attack that spawns a red number out of the enemy. So it is the it was in fact the Labuma, I believe with the skill 1, that did have a red number on some of those enemies. So it does crit. That's just how the rules work. You can argue with them later if you want. But
yep, there you go. Larfic as
like,
well, grabbing the floor 2 with 1 HP, just because Yotes simply had another combat node that they have to fight through. So Larfic making sure the floor 1 first, and getting a free tile pretty much, the first free tile pretty much. So ooh, they could also try for like another tile here. Like Larfic's already on floor 2, which is clear floor 2 above stage doing 1P relay. Well, obviously you don't want to do it on this map because they have two lanes on this map, but definitely another one that they can try for on possibly another easier map. They can deploy Highmore on the choke point and then pretty much just hold it off that way.
I mean, what even is a 1P relay, Goody? What is that
pretty
even,
much 1P relay is a pretty much 1P relay is a niche where you pretend that your deployment limit is 1. So pretty much you can only use 1 deployment limit, and operators that pretty much that circumvent that, like Neural Alter S2, the robots, can be deployed alongside that 1 deploy limit. But yeah, usually 1P relay sometimes just ends up being yes, I just deploy my operator here and just do nothing else. But there are some cool things that you could do on 1P relay. I've seen cool players like that. Oh no, Larfic, no!
What?
The
So
cruise!
you're doing there? What are you doing there,
Cruise!
Larfic?
Oh
Just kind of.
no! Oh, Larfic kind of shooting themselves on the foot here because.
Yeah, it's just.
No.
I mean, these tiny little mistakes. You are in the grand finals. Can you afford to make these mistakes, right? I guess when there is a silver lining here, Goody, where every time you restart, you do have chances to recruit that last knight again, because it is very common for that encounter to appear very early on, even early as floor 1, for example. So, I mean, maybe there is kind of a silver lining here, but I wouldn't count on resetting over and over and over again, because Yotes is going to be pulling the same thing. Yotes is going to be pulling the same thing and is also restart?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Incredible.
Okay. Pretty
It's
much, apparently that Yotes actually got the tile first, but wasn't able to call. So a little bit of a correction. A little bit of correction there. So Larfic killed an enemy with a critical hit first. So now 2 points for Larfic now. A little bit unfortunate for Yotes, not realizing that the Highmore crit also counts as a critical, I believe. And just a little bit of a hiccup from the mods, oopsie. But now both players actually just going for a reset here. Probably, I mean, there's still a good amount of time. There's 45 minutes, probably the longest allocated time for all the matches we have so far. 45 minutes? Oh no.
Yeah, I mean, these players, yeah, they still have 40 minutes, right? This is, even though you might be down 2, you're not out of the game yet. You still have those 40 minutes, and there's a lot that you can cook. If you are the speediest of speed runners, that's like 2 runs that you get in. So obviously it's not going to be that fast, but I mean, it does look like Yotes kind of seems to be struggling a little bit, to be honest with you, because it looks like they just restart, and I'm not entirely sure why they, what the plan is here for Yotes. Larfic also
the plan is waiting for the duck to move faster. That's definitely the plan.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, finally, there you go. They got the reserve caster redeploy. Wait, actually, are they gonna manage to kill this? I don't think so. Nope. Just unfortunate, but so that's a big time waster there. Probably losing out on almost half an entire minute just for that duck to move.
Yeah, there's a 6. Wow, a 6 on the side of Yotes. Too bad that isn't a tile that you could get, for example.
Oh, we definitely could have used that 6 earlier as well. But,
where are all the 6s when you need them?
Damn, amazing. But let's see. I mean, most of the tiles that both players can really go for are pretty much above floor 2. So there's not really a lot. There's not really much going on. Just the players just advancing through normally. Pretty much both players getting 2 floor 1 combats once again. Actually, a sniper squad emergency. So just. But you have to note that one of the tiles is actually enter floor 4 with 7 or less collectibles. So pretty much, feel like Larfic probably want to hold back on purchasing some collectibles, or maybe purchasing them but holding back on collecting some collectibles later down the line, just to maybe get to floor 4 first, and then having 7 or less collectibles by then.
Yeah, that tile is actually a callback to the qualifiers, if I'm not mistaken. I believe it was like row A, the top row, had a tile that basically limited you to, I believe it was 7 collectibles for the entire run. And I actually remember trying that myself, and I was at 7 collectibles. I was like, yeah, this is great. I'm just going to keep going on. And then I got forced into an encounter that gave me a collectible, pulling me up to 8, and it basically just invalidated the entire run. And it looks like Yotes did find the last knight, and the last knight is a huge pickup for Yotes because there are so many tiles that require the last knight in some form. Obviously, they did get the middle tile there, which is by rolling a dice. I think they got a 6 again. So that was, I guess all the luck is coming in this run, and they kind of don't really
The luck didn't come last run, unfortunately.
But yeah, the last knight is a fairly, it's a fairly okay unit, I would say. It's not amazing by any means. I think the greatest arch nemesis of the last knight is, of course, Gopnik himself. who is notorious for just kind of running into your runs when you need it the most and just blasting the last knight to smithereens when you really don't need it. But it looks like Yotes will have the advantage going on into the later floors because they do have that last knight under their belt. So it will be a matter of protecting them.
Definitely if they also get some of the tiles tied to the last knight, have an allied last knight defeat last enemy in the stage, and I guess they already recruited the last knight, so that's also that. And is there any tiles other than those two that really involves the last knight? Oh yeah, here, have allied last knight defeat an elite enemy. So you also have to keep in mind on which enemies the last knight's already blocking and which enemies are also elites, right? So we also have to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, definitely coming back into that sort of like game knowledge thing. It does look like Yotes is going for that last enemy killed by the last knight thing. You can see that that little spider has no idea what's coming for him. Smack, and there you go. There's that tile.
It's funny that he didn't even need to soften that spider. He could have just let the last knight push the spider into the hole, and it'll probably count.
Probably, but I think when the stakes are this high, I'm not sure I would take the chance that falling into a hole is maybe not counted as being killed by the last knight. So I guess taking the safe bet here, just softening out that spider, not taking any risks whatsoever with that. But it looks like while we were talking about that, Larfic did pick up another tile, clearing emergency without deploying on any melee tiles. So that'll be cool.
Yeah, both players actually very neck and neck to each other. Just 3 points for Larfic and 2 points for Yotes. But a lot more closer match than round 1 and round 2. But what like from here on out, they're now progressing through the stage, progressing through the floors, progressing through the stages. Like, which tiles would you rather try to focus on getting here? Yeah. Also, mind that that Larfic looks like also got a curse as well in one of their operators, so that could also be like a tile to go for, pretty much removing a rejection.
Yeah, removing a rejection. I think removing a rejection is not a trivial task, mind you. I think there's only a couple ways. I think there is an encounter with Irene, for example, where you require a different encounter beforehand that gives you Dario's Lantern, and I believe that you can trade Dario's Lantern for a cleanse on a rejection. You can also access a safe house.
It's the lantern that gives the cleanse, and giving the lantern to that encounter will give you back light.
Ah, right. So it's actually just the lantern form. Yeah. Okay.
The lantern pretty much takes light, but cleanses an operator, and then giving back the lantern will give you back more light. But sadly, there's no light tiles in this board, so that won't really matter much. But yeah, there are pretty much 2 encounters. There's 2 encounters that can cleanse your operators. There's also another one, which is the emergency. What was it called? The emergency callback or something of the sort, right? Like that. Where you send an operator out. Yeah, the emergency dispatch, where you send an operator out, and when they come back on the next floor, they come up back promoted with a couple of ingots and cleanse any debuffs that they had, or rejections that they had in the before sending them out to emergency dispatch. There's also a fourth way of cleaning. There's also a fourth way of cleaning the rejection, and it's through the regional commissions actually, where you pretty much use Tulip's paste to cleanse out any debuff. But I think Tulip only gives you this paste if you finish a hard commission. But you know, cleaning out a hard commission is a task on itself, and you probably would want to grab something else, something like life points from the commission rewards, or maybe a free recruit plus some hope, or maybe even a collectible, a high rarity collectible.
I believe with that regional commission thing as well, I don't even think it's guaranteed that you get the paste from Tulip at the end of a hard commission. I think it is just random because I think there's like 5 different things you can get from that at the end. So it is going to be a risk if you take that, but you know, it might be a risk worth taking if you just don't believe in your luck in being able to get any of these other ones. But while we have been talking here recently, there have been some other tiles that have been claimed. So for example, clearing a floor 2 or above stage, doing a 1p relay, going over to the side of Yotes, and clearing a floor 2 above stage
have
in 3
Allied
steps.
last night defeat an elite enemy too. You saw that
Oh,
where
yes.
I saw Yotes doing a little bit of block manipulation there, where he softened up the the butcher,
like,
yeah,
axe
the butcher
guy?
enemy,
Yeah, the butcher.
yeah, the Axeman. So he softened up the Axeman, but at the same time there were some invisible enemies coming at the same time, so he had to do a little bit of blocking just to let the last night manage to get the elite kill, which thankfully managed to get it, but also sacrificed some HP in the process. So Yotes also losing their whatever flawless streak that they have, because also one of the tiles that you can grab is have a flawless strategy streak of 8, and now
Yes, true.
yeah. So now most likely Larfic can possibly get that tile if they haven't been leaking any life points in these past few maps.
Yeah, but it looks like these players are just kind of getting to the point in the game where they can clear a lot of these tiles. It's a bit strange to think that these players are so close right now. It's currently 5-4, but I mean, if we are to go from the matches that we just watched, for example, it has gone both ways, right? It has gone in favor of Yotes for the first match, and then it went to Larfic in the second match. Maybe some of that, yes, has to do with the runs that they preserved over those matches, but it's not really that much of a surprise that they're this close. The thing that I'm surprised about now is, like, you know, yes, you've gotten to this point. How are you going to move forward? You know, you have some of the easy tiles, so to say, but clearing a stage while having all of your allied units in range of an altar, are you going to be looking for those altars specifically? Especially on the side of Larfic here, I believe those Originium altars don't, the ice altars do not count, because I don't think they have the word altar in their name, but there are plenty of other stages that have altars, especially as you go later on into floors 4 and 5, for example. So I don't know, it's still close. I'm not entirely sure what the game plan is at the moment, though.
It's really close. There's some tiles here that I feel like could be a win condition for one or the other players here. Something like spell a 5-letter word with the first letter of 5 adjacent operators in a line. So maybe you can probably spell a word out like that out of nowhere. That would definitely catch your opponent off guard. It's like, oh my god, I did not think that you'd go for this tile. Now that you're 2 points ahead of me, and now I have to like pick up the slack. Probably grab some of the other tiles here. The other ones, like defeat the last night boss, which it's a little bit tough. There's only around 26 minutes remaining. If they had a last night boss run from the start, then I feel like they would have been at floor 4 right now, and by then they would probably have like a good team rounded out. But as of right now, look, both players actually haven't even managed to make it to floor 3 yet. If not floor 3, then the floor 3 boss fight just yet. And
yeah, I mean, look how many of these. Yeah, look how many of these tiles are actually locked behind that floor 3. It's like that top left one, clear a floor 3 or higher stage with no 5 or 6 stars in your squad, right? You need to be on floor 3 to do that, and obviously you have to be really good because you can't use 5 or 6 stars. Something like have 3 operators die at the same time, probably significantly easier when you get to the later stages. For example, like Imor, for example, is that 4-5 boss that does do a multi-hit and does a multi-target attack, so maybe if you have some really, really weak operators, that could be in the cards for you, but you have to get to floor 5 in the first place, right? Defeating an IS-1 boss, yes, you have to be basically beyond, or at least at floor 3 to even get the Wander into Wonderland, and then you have to kill the boss after that. It's kind of like these players really need to like speed it up a little bit because there's so many of these tiles that are just waiting to be claimed. It almost looks like they're free to be honest with you if they get to those floors before their opponent does. So it is another tile going in the favor of Yotes, by the way, which was an acquire, a hand, and an operator of its listed branches. Did you manage to catch that, Goody? Because I did not catch which hand it was or which operator.
I believe it was it Ines who got it? We'll have to check after this map finishes. But we'll have a brief look here. Let me give a sec. Yeah, it looks like it's the.
I think that is hand of flowing water.
Hand of flowing water, right? So that's the caster. That's the caster. That's the caster hand. The core caster hand and the summoner hand. Pretty much improving the SP charge rate of casters or summoners or yeah, actually, yeah, that it counts because they have a reserve op caster, which is also a core caster, even though they don't have skills. They technically of the same archetype. So it actually counts. It actually counts.
That is a technicality, but I guess
it makes sense. It makes sense. even though the reserve op caster does not directly benefit from it, they still are affected by Hand of Flowing Water. Pretty much, if I haven't said it yet, Hand of Flowing Water is a FX core casters, summoners, and I believe is there one more
Mystic
class?
Caster. It's Mystic.
Mystic Caster.
Like the
Mystic Casters. So pretty much when they cast a skill, when those three archetypes use a skill, their SP regen rate improves by 0.5 per second, stacking up to 2 per second, and on some cases like AIS2 that actually scales up pretty well very fast and just becomes really a powerhouse. And you know, we get this reserve of caster with no skill about to benefit fully from the Hand of Flowing Water, of course.
Yeah, I'm sure that +2 SP is really going to be getting next to that next skill for the reserve cast. Maybe it'll get them a skill eventually. Maybe that's how they evolve. Like they evolve like it's Pokemon, if they just have enough SP. But it is currently in favor of Yotes right now. It's 5-4, so it's a pretty close game. It looks like these two players are kind of in the same area of the IS3 run. I think Yotes is a little bit ahead. I think they're on 4-3 because that is Sanguinarch's legacy. So they will have a chance at some of these bosses and some of these more difficult tiles. Something I was looking at earlier, though, is that Larfic actually got a stage with many sea monster enemies, and there is a tile that has leaked 3 different sea monster enemies in a single stage. Unfortunately, though, Larfic only had 3 lives, so it couldn't really work out.
It's a little bit unfortunate, but it is what it is after all. Like same with Yotes here actually. One of the floor 3 boss tiles is actually no, clear a floor 3 or higher stage with no 5 or 6 stars in squad, and I feel like it's gonna be very hard for Yotes to even try to go for that tile unless he does a full reset, because most of Yotes squads now is mostly filled with 6 stars and possibly a 5-star or 2, and by now there's no way to build an entirely 4-star squad to finish a stage with just only 4 stars or lower. Yeah, as you can see, they even got like a free Hoshiguma that's cursed. They even actually started with La Pluma as well, actually, so it would have been tough all around just starting it out.
Yeah, I mean, there are definitely some 4 stars that are quite a bit stronger than the other ones, but I mean, that doesn't mean that many 4 stars aren't good. It's just that, you know, do you actually have them leveled up in the first place? That's really what I want to know, because obviously, you know, not every player has many low rarity operators leveled, so maybe this tile is just kind of unclearable because they don't have a very built account when it comes to low rarity operators. No shame on that, mind you, but it is something that you need to keep in mind, that if this player does not have enough 4 stars and does not feel, I guess, they don't feel confident in themselves to actually complete a stage with their 4 and 3 stars, then this tile could go to the other player just kind of for free, if they realize, of course, that that tile is up for grabs. So I'm kind of wondering if any of them will go for it. Definitely it will have to involve a run restart. But, you know, there's only 24, 23 minutes left of the match. Are they going to be able to get enough time to go back to floor 3 if they restart and clear that boss? You know, it's just... sorry, not the boss anyway, it's just a floor 3 stage in the first place. Will we see enough time to get there in the first place? Although Yotes does look like he's struggling a little bit with this stage. There's so many Seaborn enemies here. Actually could possibly claim that tile of leaking 3 different sea monster enemies in the stage if they remember that, if they don't get blinded by the fact that they're about to lose the run, it almost looks like. So
yeah, actually, it looks like they're able to leak all three different sea monsters, right? That should be it.
I'm actually not sure.
They leak the crab, they leak the flying enemy, and they leak the I don't remember. I wasn't able to see, but we'll have to see if Yotes calls it out and a mod gets to verify that claim. But if they do, then that's another good good tile to get. Also, Larfic as well. While we're at it, also have all 5 reserve operators deployed at the same time. So,
the 5 reserve operators there. It's the medic, the vanguard, the sniper, the defender, and the cast striker. I think that's all of them actually. I don't think you can have any more reserve operators.
And Yotes as well, clearing a stage with hovering enemies without landing any of them, and by clearing it, you mean leaking everything.
Hey,
I mean, they got a tile, but but it costed them a lot of HP. Pretty much, you saw like literally going from 11 minus 8, so going down to 3 HP down here. It might be a little bit harder, especially that. Well, they also got the leaked 3 different sea monster enemies in a single stage, so at least it's worth. They got a 2-for-1 while costing a lot of HP.
Yotes does have an opportunity here because this stage that they're currently in, I think it's Nethersea Brandland if I'm not mistaken, that enemy does have Sea Basins Reapers and Norris Reapers in it, and there is a tile there in the bottom left where it's blocked 3 of them at the same time, so I'm wondering if, you know, letting that one just kind of waddle its way over onto the right-hand side there is part of the game plan here for Yotes.
I feel like without any form of stall, the follower actually move faster. Oh wait, no, never mind. The second one will spawn soon, right? Probably
soon?
Before it rounds around. Yep. That should be it. No, that's just more sea creatures. Oh no. This is tough. Yotes has to make a decision here and to see if he wants to risk getting that block 3 Basin Sea Nursed Reapers, or actually maybe just try to go for it in general and probably just sacrifice this run just to get 1 extra tile.
There are 3 currently on the field.
Oh, there he comes. Can he block it? Yes, okay, he got it, right? That should block.
That did count for just a moment.
Did count.
It was only a moment.
Yes. That should count because that is pretty much block 3 Nurse Reapers at the same time. It doesn't have to be the same operator. It just has to be blocked by 3 operators. Just has to block 3 of them at the same time. But oh no, this might cost Yotes this entire run.
Whoa.
Yep, he just loses the run into Sea Reapers, but at least he got a trade there. But now I feel like stuff like enter floor 7 with 7 or less collectibles is just locked out of Yotes, and Larfic probably has a chance here. How many collectibles does Larfic has actually? Yeah, Larfic has 9. So actually oh no, never mind. It's 7 or less. So Larfic also locked themselves out of possibly entering floor 4 with 7 or less collectibles. Unless Yotes just tries to speed run through all of these nodes and actually makes it through floor 3 boss in 15 minutes. It seems a little bit unlikely, but can be done because we've seen speedruns go for like sub 20 minutes in the last in the last bingo tournament. So if they just fully focus on pretty much just going to floor 4. Oh, Yotes, never mind. Probably.
What happened to
Oh
Yotes?
no,
What are you doing?
resetting and even taking a cooldown timer of just a few extra seconds because they reset too early. Oh my god, that's gonna cost them. I think now it's so much more harder to make it to floor 4 because yeah, like I said, you have to just speed run through most of it, and then you probably have to not take a lot, which obviously you want to do that because you want to enter floor 4 with 7 or less collectibles. Actually, Larfic here taking a lot of time to think about their decision. I spent probably like the past 2 minutes actually like pondering at the safe house and looking at the map. You think they're like trying to look for something here? Like what are they looking for here? Like,
I think that Larfic was probably trying to look at that. Have 3 operators die at the same time with the same instance of damage, but when they realize that this boss is just unable to do that, it doesn't have like a multi-hit attack, I think they just realized, I'm gonna take all these reserve squads operators out of my squad and just put in all of my broken stuff that I have so that I can just clear the stage as quickly as possible, right? So good seeing on that from Larfic, but yeah, I mean, Larfic is in the lead in terms of where they are in the stage, in the run, but I believe that it is still Yotes that is far ahead. Although, like we said, Yotes having to restart the run there is kind of a big blow because one, that was a last night run and they just gave that up completely. So that's 2 points off for defeating the last night. Defeating the floor 5 boss for 3 points as well. You cannot get to that floor 5 at this point, whereas Larfic may have a chance of getting to floor 5, really. Removing a rejection becomes way more likely as you go on to the later stages, and having a flawless strategy streak of 8 also very likely as you keep going if you can play flawlessly, for example. So, like, I'm not sure if the trade for blocking the Nourished Reapers was worth it for Yotes, particularly when the opportunity cost was so high, and Larfic is just not really catching up in terms of the points right now, but they do have a lot on the horizon waiting for them. They have so many things that they can get to. Like, obviously there is still that spell a 5-letter word with the letters of 5 adjacent operators in a line, for example, that has not been claimed, and I haven't seen any of these players like even try to do that in the first place. So
I guess that's why Larfic, I guess that's why Larfic took their time to try to see if they could map out a 5-letter word for this stage, but it looks like they weren't able to think of one. If I'm gonna guess, so yeah, that's why they're just naturally just moving through the stage as soon as possible. I mean, they did. I just saw Calcet literally blow up Patch Shaper in like what 5 hits. But yeah, even if they do get the spelling tile, right now the score is what 9-6. So even though Larfic does get that spelling tile, it will only go back to 9-8. Larfic still has a lot more to go with to catch up, and with only pretty much 11 minutes remaining, it's gonna be just an uphill battle from here.
Yeah, I think for Larfic, if I was Larfic, I would definitely be looking at that floor 5 boss, for example, because that is 3 points on the table, right? And if you really go for your... Oh, actually, I'm going to interrupt my thought there because I just saw on Larfic's screen that there is a Wander into Wonderland, but he does not have a key. And getting into a Wander into Wonderland can defeat an IS-1 boss, but unfortunately they don't have a key, and the encounter that they got did not give them a key either. So that is a gigantic missed opportunity there for Larfic. I'm not actually sure where that key was used because I'm pretty sure you should start with one, but I just didn't see it, unfortunately.
I think they opened a cache in the earlier part of their run.
Yes, yeah.
But that's a little bit unfortunate. But
that does unfortunately sting.
There could still be a chance for unless they took a different path that does not involve the Wander to Wonderland anymore. But there's sometimes a small chance that a key just randomly drops from after a battle, which happened to me once before, where I just
I don't think I've ever done that before.
I've gotten keys. I've seen our players get the players earlier get keys on one of their battles. So somebody even skipped it. I saw someone skip it. They skipped the key.
I don't need this. What is
I
this
don't
stupid
need
key? I can just
this.
roll dice for all I care. But yeah, it's just you know, a bit of a missed opportunity there for Larfic. But what I was saying earlier before I had to interrupt myself was that yeah, I would be going for that floor 5 boss because it is worth 3 entire points for Larfic. And since you were already on floor 4, maybe if you just get the speedrunner mind totally totally locked in, for example, and take every encounter, take every non-combat node, you can speed right towards that floor 5 boss and just beat it really, really quickly. So maybe that is one of the things that Larfic can go for. Obviously, the spelling with the being worth 2 points as well, kind of important, especially because Larfic does have a lot of operators in their squad. They're on floor 4, and I mean, they took so long to get into this Never See Brandland. I can't help but feel like they were kind of thinking about that, even though I don't think there is a very good way to spell operators on this map. But I mean, can you see something that they're trying to spell here, maybe, Goody? Because this is maybe the key here. There's a K and
There's a K. There's an
S.
There's an E. There's SE. SK.
There's an I, there's another K, there's an R. I believe the reserve operator should count as an R. There's a Thermex with it for a T as well, I guess.
No, remember they have to be adjacent in a row. Yeah, in a line, so it could be a row or a column. Oh here, they're spelling it out. Like,
is there something going on here?
Space, SETIM.
Huh? Is that
Setim?
Is that a word? Is that a word? I'm no master of the English language.
Oh, the other way! It was the other way! Wait, it was M-I... Oh, wait. It was M-I-T-E-S.
Mites?
No, mites. Oh.
Mites?
Oh,
I guess, yeah, that does count. Yeah, mites.
That is a word! Oh, let's go.
That is
we can spell! We can
with
spell!
The Thermex.
No way!
With the Thermex just sitting in there like that for that 1 second. And yeah, I mean, props to them. That is another 2 points to
yeah, okay.
So, I mean, I think that's the first time, right? I think that's the first time we've ever seen someone actually attempt that spelling tile and actually get it as well, because I don't remember that at all. But if you guys wanted to know what mites is, it's just the plural of mite, which is that kind of small, like, insect, essentially. I think it's an arachnid. It's like a spider of some sort. But that was the word that Larfic spelled. Congratulations, you are now the official...
The first spelling tile cleared. Oh, wait. Larfic as well also get flawless strategy of 8. But Yotes will clear a stage by having all allied units in range of an altar, so it's back to like 10-9. Oh, it's actually a lot more closer than it should. Now because of that spelling tile, but with only 6 minutes and 30 seconds ish remaining, there's still some time for Larfic to try to stage a comeback here, but he needs to tie this up first so that he gets more time. If he gets more time, he will be able to try to defeat the floor 5 boss. So what tile can Larfic do to just pretty much just tie this round up, like.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking at these tiles, right? Because like the top left one, right? Clear a floor 3 or higher stage with no 5 or 6 stars. I think that one's kind of off the table at this point. Larfic has so many 5 and 6 stars in the squad that are very important to their strategy, right? You know, removing a rejection, for example, that's just kind of... I don't think you can really rely on that happening at all unless you get a safe house, for example. You know, defeating an IS-1 boss, we just saw Larfic miss that Wander into Wonderland entirely because they didn't have a key. There's Enter floor 4 with 7 or less collectibles already passed. To delete the last night, did not have the last night in the first place. So really what I'm looking at here is that defeat the floor 5 boss, or have 3 operators die at the same time to the same instance of damage.
I feel like, yeah. I feel like Larfic has a chance for that right now, where he's in the stage where the Rat King spawns, and one of the attacks that the Rat King can do is a cross tile attack targeting was it the highest HP or the highest or
Yeah, I think
lowest
you are
HP?
correct. Yes. I think it's the
So pretty
highest
much
HP
the
for
cross style,
Oh.
the cross style attack will target the highest HP, and there's going to be a dust storm that attacks the lower HP. But I guess Larfic just does not want to even try. Just literally obliterate Rat King with
Did not
Calcid.
give that Red King a
Did
single
not
chance to
give
do
him
anything.
any taunt. Oh my god.
Oh
So
no.
no, I feel like that's a mistake. I think that's what Larfic should have tried to go for. It's pretty easy to set it up too, right? Where the highest HP just sits. The highest HP just sits in the area, and then other units that are pretty soft that they have in hand, some like their reserve ops. Yeah, they have like reserve operators that they can just sit beside whoever that is and just pretty much explode them at the same time, right? But oh wait! Yo, no way! They got the emergency dispatch, so that will actually cleanse the rejection on the next floor. So they actually could tie it now when they move on to the next floor. Oh, that's so huge!
Yes. Oh, but they quit. What?
Oh no! Why they quit?
Why do you
no,
quit,
they didn't.
Larfic? You are so close to getting that 4-5 boss, and that's 3 points that would literally have won you the entire run. That would have won you.
Oh no, that could be one of that could be a blunder that can cost the entire tournament. Oh no, they tied it up with they tied it up by cleaning out the rejection, but probably just wants to opt for a what tile can he even go for aside from just the floor 5 boss immediately, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Like-
okay, well, let's reorganize here, right? Yes, they did completely forgo the floor 5 boss, right? But now there are actually a few other things that Larfic can be going for, like for example, right, that clear a floor 3 or higher stage, which actually just got taken by Yotes, who cleared a floor 3 or higher stage with no 5 stars or 6 stars in the squad.
Oh
So that is
no,
gone
that
off
puts
the table
Yotes in the
completely, right?
lead. Oh no,
Yeah, you know,
that puts Yotes in the lead. How many points does Yotes have right now? Like,
I think it is 9-11 right now in favor of Yotes, but I mean, is this the critical mistake that's going to cost Larfic the entire tournament? Like, I cannot see anyone clearing a 4-5 boss anymore. I cannot see you completing the IS-1 boss anymore. Those two are completely off the table at this point, right? Defeating this last night also completely off the table. So really, it is going to be getting those 3 operators to die at the same time. And if Larfic does get lucky, we do have some stages early on that have those exploding spiders, for example. They can possibly be a way out into this if he has some very low HP operators, maybe some level 1 operators, for example. They could just basically instantly die to all of those spiders, but like, I don't know, it's like 9-11 right now, and it feels like Larfic just kind of
No, it's not 9-11, is it not? It's 10-11 because
it
Larfic has the
10-11?
2 points. Larfic has the 2 points. So
Oh, yeah,
I
it is
feel like
actually.
I feel like Larfic's out right now is to pretty much get the middle tile by recruiting the last knight by throwing a dice. If Larfic gets the recruit the last knight by throwing a dice, Larfic can
because
even
that
out to
tile can be
11-11.
claimed by both. Oh,
Yeah, because people
Larfic?
because they can. Oh wait! Did he get the
actually
roll?
got it.
He got the roll. He got the last knight. It's even. No way!
there is no way he actually got it,
the
and it's
last
actually 5. No, Larfic, you cannot do this. You cannot do this, Larfic. No, please.
Okay, Larfic just literally needs to find. Larfic just literally needs to find. Oh wait, no! Yotes is on the stage with spiders on them. Oh, he could potentially get 3 operators killed at the same time. But Golden Glow doing too much of a good job. Golden Glow, stop!
No
Golden
way.
Glow. She literally crit just enough to kill all of the spiders in the current map.
No.
Oh no! Yo,
This is a disaster.
It's a disaster. Oh no! Wait.
Oh
Okay.
my
Okay.
gosh.
So we're definitely going to sudden death over here. now that the timer expired, both players at 11-11 looking to snipe just the last tile here. Most likely, what we're seeing right now is that both players will definitely want to contest, have three operators die at the same time with one instance of damage. So
Yes.
Larfic definitely wants to try to look for a map that has spiders early on. Probably both on floor 1, floor 2 has both of them, but Yotes, no, his golden glow overcooked.
Actually, I think there was something that I think there was actually an opportunity there that might have been missed entirely by Yotes, which is that there was an opportunity to take the nest, I believe. And the nest,
the nest
does have one of those enemies that are more likely to one-shot your enemies, as opposed to, for example, this one, I think it's Trog Tribe, which does not have any enemies that can multi-hit your operators. So maybe these stages are going to be very crucial in determining the next winner of the IS3 Bingo Lockout. But I mean, Goody, I want to talk about this enter floor 4 with 7 or less collectibles, right? We have both of these players. They are both almost getting to floor 4, but I don't believe Yotes is on floor 4, and obviously
Larfic is too far away. They just entered floor 2 for so I feel like both Larfic and Yotes are both on the timer. Like Larfic, he wants to get to floor 4 with no collectibles, and
it's just so much like RNG at this point. It's like, do you get a stage that has these enemies that can one-shot your operators, right? Because if you look on the side of Larfic here, they do have those 2 reserve casters, and you know, those casters have basically 0 health because they are reserve operators. They have the stats of like 3 stars basically. So I'm starting to wonder, is Larfic
stats
really
like 3
gunning
stars? That's generous to say. That's pretty generous, if I would say so myself. But they actually kind of do have a little bit more stats than the 2-star, but you get what I mean.
Yeah. So looking forward to seeing if these stages are going to be kind to these players. Obviously, having the 3 operators die at the same time is something that can happen basically on every floor if you are lucky enough with the right kinds of enemies that you find. So we are actually going to be going into the boss very soon for Yotes. I didn't quite see what that boss was. I'll just have a look when they click on this.
It's the floor 5 boss. Is it the floor 5 boss or the floor 3 boss?
No, it is Requiem Aeternum, which is very unfortunate because Requiem Aeternum does not have a multi-hitting boss. Actually, I don't even know if any of them have a multi-hitting boss now that I'm thinking about it. So maybe these boss stages are not going to be the solution for these 2 players.
Yotes does not have the floor 7 with floor 4 with 7 or less collectibles, right?
I believe I didn't actually see how many collectibles.
I don't think Yotes has. I don't think Yotes has the 7 or less collectibles. So, definitely. So wait. What map is what map is Larfic on? Wait, I wasn't able to see. Wait,
Larfic is chilling right now. He's just kind of trying to
it's my lady. No, it's my lady. It's the one in the original altar.
It has a. Oh my goodness! No way. There is no way.
No. There's no way.
No. It's an altar. No, please.
They're gonna try to sync it up pretty much. This is gonna be pretty tricky because this is gonna be pretty tricky because what they want to do is that they want to deploy the casters at the same time and then deploy Lancet. But when you deploy Lancet, she's going to, with her talent, she's going to heal the casters as well, and you kind of want to like time it in a way where where Lancers where Lancet Lancet and the extra casters die. But like look at this, the actual map itself might just actually leak
the entire
map. Does he have enough HP though? Oh no! The Lancet died too early! Oh no! What a blunder!
Wait, come on. No, it's the Highmore. The Highmore might be the one that's going to die here.
No!
And it doesn't work!
The caster! The caster died because silence
Does not
healed him!
work.
Oh,
No! It's a tragedy.
no!
It's
No,
a
that's
tragedy.
so tragedy.
Oh no! Larfic loses the run at the same time, and they will not have a chance except to restart the run.
Oh no!
This is the skill issue that we've all been waiting for. This is the skill issue.
I can't believe this. No.
And it
wait.
looks like Yotes has pulled ahead. Because they have
Yotes
the last
managed to
tile,
got
which
it.
is entering 4
4
with
with
7
6
or less.
with yeah, 7 or less
collectibles.
collectibles. Oh, let's go!
No
Congrats
way.
to Yotes. Let's go! Damn, that was so close by Larfic. If we just managed to figure out the math on the Lancet and on the casters, that's just that would have actually been so close.
No.
Larfic was just so close to actually stealing that away from Yotes, but Yotes just managed to get there at the very end by just pretty much completing the floor 3 boss and having less than 7 collectibles. So congratulations to Yotes for winning the IS3 Bingo Lockout 2.
Hold on, Goody.
Oh
I need
my
just a
God.
moment. Sorry, I need a moment for this. I need a moment to process what has just happened. Oh, okay.
My God.
Oh,
That
I
was
just
actually
need
so
a
great.
moment.
Like both players actually could have made it. Like Larfic just barely pulling ahead just to tie it, just to get us back to sudden death with the recruit the last night. Oh man, imagine if that encounter wasn't last night. That would have actually that would have just sent it back. That would have just sent it to Yotes immediately. But Larfic managing to get the last night encounter just at the literal last minute. There was literally 60 seconds left, and the last night came out with a 6. My man rolled a 6 on that.
It was a 6 as well.
It was a
Yes.
6 too. Oh my god. And also Larfic as well managing to spell a 5-letter word with the first letter of 5 adjacent operators in a line. Barely managing to without that tile, I don't think Larfic would have evened the playing field out. Right?
Yeah, I mean, like this is really going down to the wire here, and we almost saw the comeback from Larfic. We almost saw it, just a little bit of maths just, you know, going wrong there. And I guess the Highmore healing herself also threw a giant wrench into Larfic's plans there, just healing herself by hitting those enemies that he was trying to leak, basically. Yeah, I mean, that altar does do 500 damage, I believe. It's 500 true damage, so, you know, doing the maths in that in the moment basically is so crucial, and unfortunately it just didn't work out. Maybe there was a little bit of panic involved with the Lancet and with the silence, but you know, I guess that is what happens when things go a little bit wrong and you don't expect them to. That Highmore just kind of screwing it a little bit, or just kind of screwing it a little bit. So
I
mean,
felt like I felt like Larfic made a big mistake there. Imagine if instead of trying to imagine if Larfic just did not reset their run and just tried to go for a floor 5 kill. You think that the match would have just went a different way altogether?
Yeah, I mean, Larfic, like, we have to, like, talk about that at least. Like, you know, defeating the floor 5 boss is a 3-point tile, right? And Larfic, having gotten to the final floor there and just deciding to reset, you know, I'm sure that they had a plan in mind, and they did claim some of those tiles at the end there, but, I mean, it's definitely kind of a questionable decision to forgo a 3-point lead entirely, especially when it becomes this close, right? Especially when it comes this close. How can you claim that this was going to be a good decision for you? But you know, if something did go right, for example, right, maybe if the tile above, which is the have 3 operators die at the same time, maybe if that did go off, then yeah, it would still be tied, and when we go into sudden death, for example, that tile will just instantly win you the game, so it doesn't really matter how many points you get. So, I mean, a little bit unfortunate on the side of Larfic, but I mean, Yotes has been playing phenomenally this entire series, right? Never giving Larfic a single chance to like breathe, basically. Even though, yes, between matches 1 and 2, Larfic did get the better of Yotes, especially with that run they had going that they carried over. I mean, Yotes has been playing fantastically, and also the presence of mind to get that last tile as well, of entering 4-4 with 7 or less collectibles. That is not a trivial thing. Sometimes you can just be on autopilot, for example, and just pick up the collectibles, like, oh yeah, I'll take this looks pretty good, or this one is nice and stuff. Like, yeah, it's very present there, understanding what they need to do to win. So.
Yeah, like we see that on the previous matches where one person was about to get the HP seals with a prime number and just literally missed it out because of a level up that they did not notice, and just entered the next floor with 8 HP, something like that, right? Just those small mistakes that just pretty much accumulated into just a straight up loss to that match. But yeah, whew, that was honestly a very good match by both players.
Yeah, having the final match of today be a sudden death, and it comes down to this. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we saw like a closer match that got all the way to the finals, especially. Like,
I think the closest match that we got on stream at least was round 1, where we had that 8 out of 8, and the same thing happened here. Oh man, that was pretty good. Yes, so yeah, here's the final day 2 bracket results for the IS3 Bingo Lockout 2 tournament. Pretty much, it's just climbing through the ranks, just pretty much annihilating everybody they just ran past.
Yeah, I guess if there was ever a player to challenge them, it would be Larfic, who at the same time has been climbing up the ranks as well. You know, they've done their fair share of work, and Larfic did pull them all the way into a sudden death in a best of 3 as well. So congratulations to Larfic for getting that far as well. And, you know, I'm sure if things go differently, if there is a next time, for example, that maybe things can be different, but it is today. Congratulations to Yotes. We will be getting Yotes in here very soon for just to chat about, like, you know, what they were thinking, just a little interview. And yeah, we'll have a look at if that's good. Are we ready to go, guys? I think we are ready for the interview, the post-match interview, the winners interview. So let's go into that now.
Cool. Let's send Yotes in. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Yep. Hello. Let's just fix your audio and stuff so we can hear you.
Let me crank you up. Hello, congrats once again, Yotes, on winning the IS3 Bingo Lockout 2 tournament today. How are you feeling right now?
Man, that was insane. The ending was so close.
Yeah, I don't think you could have wished for a closer ending than a sudden death that goes down to 1 tile. But yeah, I mean, congratulations on the win, obviously. We have some stuff that we want to ask you about, like your qualifiers first of all, right? Because I mean, what did you even do for the qualifiers? Which was the column or the row that you went for actually? So there was 3 column 1 was it? So at most 3 6-star operators. The first 3 operators recruited must be 5 stars, and of course Surging Wave 4 or higher, which, you know, I'm sure played very well into what you were doing here, because we are playing on Surging 4 obviously. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, are you like a Surging 15 kind of player? Yeah.
What kind of strategy did you go for when you're going for your qualifying time? Do you like have any specific 6 stars in mind that you were like recruiting? You could only recruit 3 6 stars after all. Oh. Oh.
This is definitely on our end. Don't worry about it.
Muted?
Yeah, so
muted.
guys, Goody and I are not crazy, mind you. I mean, maybe, but we're not crazy in this time because we are having some technical difficulties in the back end where we cannot hear Yotes at all. Don't worry, it's not your fault, it is our fault. But we
No,
will
we're
be
hearing
back.
voices, Aha. Ooh.
Yeah, I've been hearing things.
Ooh.
I've been
Can
hearing
you can
things.
we
I'm working on like
can
Okay,
we
are we
get
good
an
now?
audio check once again? Can we get an
Are,
audio check once again?
are we good now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
We're good. We're good. All right, let's start this again. Congrats! Congrats once again. Wait. What? No. We're not yet. We're not yet good. Oh, we're
this
good.
is
We're good. Okay. Congrats
yeah, the first
once
try.
again.
It all worked
Yes.
perfectly.
Congrats once again to Yotes for winning the IS3 Bingo Lockout 2. How are you feeling right now, Yotes?
Like I said before, that last fight, like that was so close at the end there.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, this is probably the closest game that we have ever seen in IS3 Bingo Lockout. Even the first game that we watched was pretty close, but I mean, it was not as close as this because that game didn't even finish. It didn't even finish, and it had to be emergency ruled. But yeah, like this match was incredibly close, coming down to the wire there. But yeah, I mean, you were talking about earlier when people couldn't hear you, obviously. But I did ask you about which tile you went for
Yeah.
in
Which
the
line?
what is it, the qualifiers, right? In the qualifiers, and you said that column 1 definitely helped you out in your runs
Was
today
it? Was it?
because
Oh yeah, it was column 1, right? Yeah, it was column.
yeah. So do you want to just like say that again? Sorry, because I don't remember, and people would love to know. You know, what was your like idea about doing column 1 over everything else?
Column 1 plays into a lot of what I already do in IS anyways, starting with lots of 5s. I don't need that many 6 stars to make something, and then playing on higher difficulty is more fun anyway. So it just sort of worked out that way, where that was a line that's closest to what I already do anyways.
Do you had like
Yeah.
any 6 stars you had in mind when going for this going for that column? I mean, after all, you can only pick up 3 6 at the very most 3 6-star operators.
Yeah, I was going lots of Posy and Enos, and then I would flex my third into whatever it felt like I would need.
It's like Posey and Enos. Maybe I should build my Enos.
Yeah, Posey and Enos. Surprised did not hear the Texas Alta because I know that a lot of people love that operator. I think that she's incredible. But like, is that on the table for you at all, or do you just, do you just feel more comfortable with these
Normally
operators that
she
you
would
picked?
be, but I couldn't in the qualifier.
That is true, yeah, because I'm stupid. Don't worry about it. But, let's move on to the actual tournament before I make a fool of myself anymore. But yeah, I mean, this tournament, right? You've played like what up to 6 games, I think, up until
Yeah.
this point, right? And I'm sure that it's quite a toll on you, probably physically and mentally. Do you have like a favorite match that you played today? Because, or not even today, just like yesterday as well. Did you have a match that really went the distance? I know that this one is probably up there as well, but.
I actually had a
Did you have
bunch that
anything around
got
that?
pretty close, but that last one was too insane. That's the first time I actually went into overtime, so that was crazy.
Oh damn! He
Yeah.
actually just rolled everybody.
Oh
and
no, I
never
didn't
went to
roll. I made a lot
overtime.
of like last minute passes, but I never actually went into overtime.
So you
Yeah.
did roll them.
You
No
just rolled. If
chance.
it doesn't go to overtime, it's a roll. But yeah, I'm
It's a
seeing here
roll.
that you faced off against Dra in the first round. Then it was Kontik, and then it was Moose in the third round, I believe. And then it was the rest of the matches today that we already know about. So congrats to you on getting this far. But I really want to know, is the mental game actually that big of a deal? Because we were talking about that on the broadcast, for example, of seeing your opponent just like taking tiles that you were thinking of, right? Is that like a big deal when it comes to you and playing forward into the future for more tiles? Is that mental game like of any significance to you, shall we say?
I would say it was, yeah. Especially, I will use the last match as an example. Again, the beginning of that match, I was like on the back foot. I had to come back into it. Like I lost a whole bunch of runs early going for stuff that wasn't smart. I
Yeah,
ended up
that
having
makes
to
a lot of
drag it back.
sense. Because we saw on the stream matches itself where like I remember a couple of openers where people were two of the contestants were thinking of the same thing and suddenly Oh, I just rolled the worst map out of from my opponent. My opponent just suddenly got 3 tiles because of that,
Yeah.
and that actually might just blow. Like, oh man, that really sucks. That was really bad. Just
I'm glad
because
that
I got the worst map,
I'm
I
glad
just
that only
lose three
happened a couple
tiles.
times.
Yeah,
But yeah,
definitely RNG does play into this a little bit, but I guess it's also the skill in trying to get through the RNG as tough as much as you can. But yeah, did you have any like particular thing about this match, right? Going into like this is a best of 3, right? It's very different to what you've been doing before. And of course, between the first 2 matches, you were able to carry over your run that you had saved up. But obviously, you got the better of you got the better of them in match 1. Going into match 2, which is the one that you did lose, did you feel like you were getting like unlucky, I guess, or was it more of a skill issue, so to say, if you can be that critical about yourself?
Going into match 2, I actually felt really confident because I had a team set up like already that would have claimed like 5 tiles at the very beginning, and he just beat me to them, like all of them. It was insane. Like he had
Yeah,
the same stuff lined up with different operators. I was not expecting it.
yeah,
oh
I think
damn.
I'm not sure if you know this, but I believe they went into a territorial tendencies immediately, which has the Pompeii boss, and I think they had a cliff art as well. So we saw them snatch up those 3 tiles like immediately, and something that we have seen before, which were those people clearing tiles very quickly as soon as they start the run. But we were kind of worried for you that, that things were not going to go your way in this one, and I guess they didn't. But you did manage to pull it back in the finals. So is there anything that you want to say before we get your details and send you the Highmore body pillow?
Oh, hey yo, where's my copy?
Just answer the question before this
quite
gets
the
any
prize.
worse.
2 things. First of all, we should buff Frosty. That's a great idea. She should be a good operator who's accurate to her anime portrayal.
Oh.
Why do we all like bad operators in this call?
There's 3 people who are coping really hard for bad operators. Okay.
But yeah,
Okay.
is there anything
Is that your
else?
And
you'd
then,
final
like
yeah,
to-
wish?
there is a second thing. It seems to be an important issue around here. Bring back pause deploy. It would help so many people so much, me included. There's so many times where it's just, especially like those blue box objectives. I'd like to have that. Oof.
Oh my. Pause
Yes,
deploy
I mean,
when? Pause chop?
I'm sure that Arknights is watching, right? Surely, right? They sponsored this. They have to be
Listen
watching
to
now.
our calls.
They
Surely
won the
they'll
tournament.
listen.
Surely it's like worth, right? It's just a little
Of
request, small
course.
request.
Bundle them together. Do both.
Okay,
Larfic,
but
I
well,
would have
yeah.
won with pause deploy. I would have won.
Yeah, maybe if there was pause deploy, you would have gotten we would have gotten a different outcome for this, but that is not the universe that we live in right now. So yes,
But yes.
yeah, congratulations once again, Yotes, for your win in Bingo Lockout 2. Like I said, we will get your details about to send you stuff that you have rightfully won today. But yeah, congratulations. I guess we'll wrap things up here, if that's all
Yeah,
right.
congratulations once
Yeah.
again.
Okay, well, you want to take this away, Goody? Because as the person on the casting bench that is actually part of Lungmen Dragons, why don't you take this away? Yeah.
Man, this was such a stream to participate on, but it would not have been possible without these amazing people in the background. Special thanks to our playtesters who have been testing the boards almost non-stop, almost every day before, like a week before the tournament proper, and also even before that for the qualifiers. We have Asa Dekai, Ako Magma, I Love Amia, Q, Storn, Tums, Yetears, Yi, Zoikaku, Danbo, Kuma, Mess, PPLTN, Pengad, and Late. Thank you so much thank you so much once again to our playtesters. We also have some more people we would like to hang. Here. Okay, it's wait. Did it take us? Yeah, no probs. Yep. So the tournament organizers and moderators, special thanks to them as well. Asadekai once again, Aqua, Q, Storn, Tums, Yi, Danbo, Kuma, Boulder, Entact, and Darian. Pretty much some of the playtesters going double duty and while playtesting also went to organize and moderate for the rest of the matches. So thank you to you guys once again. Really appreciate it. And then special thanks as well to the live stream chat moderators, Mess, Zoikaku, Alzak, Prince, and Late for watching over the chat and watching over both streams on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you to
I'm sure
you
that you
guys
guys
as well.
haven't been doing anything sus in the chat, right? These guys probably didn't do anything the entire time, right?
Yeah.
You guys didn't say anything weird?
You guys gave them such a great time of pretty much watching paint dry. Of course.
Watching paint dry with a little bit more action because they actually have to read everything. But yeah, thanks to them, obviously.
Special thanks as well to the graphics and animation team, Alzak, Chrome, and Rumby. Thank you so much, you three. Without those three, they won't be able to give us the assets that we need to make the stream run. So thank you as well once again. And lastly, to us, the stream team,
It's us?
the people,
What?
yeah, us. Wow,
Why
I mean,
are we thanking
to these
ourselves?
guys. No, that's not us. That is the
Oh.
special thanks as well to the stream team. Yeehaw Arknights and Giddy4 for being our casters and hosts for both day 1 and day 2. And special thanks as well to both Undusk and Fago for literally carrying the front end of both the streams on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you guys both so much as well.
Yes.
Oh
I
man,
think
you guys would not believe how hard they've been carrying the back end of the stream.
Yes, it's kind of hard to put into words just how much work Undusk and Fagel have been doing in the background. So please, if you have the chance, you can go and thank them in the chat right now, or you can go into the Discord server and PM them directly because I'm sure they won't be annoyed about that. But there is one final person, of course. There is one final person that we must thank all the time when it comes to anything with Lungmen Dragons, and of course that is Afang21, who sadly could not be with us this time.
21.
Unfortunately, Zafang is somewhere else right now and is unable to help.
Who's Zafang? It's Afang.
Sorry, Afang21, right? Yeah, unfortunately, Zaf has not been around to help us out, but he has been trying to make sure everything goes on well, and I'm sure that he's very stressed wherever he is right now. So I hope we did you proud, Zafang. I hope we did you proud on this one.
I hope we did you proud, Afang21. And just a special mention, thank you as well for Arknights EN for sponsoring today's prizes and for sponsoring this tournament proper. Yeah. Thank you so much, Arknights EN.
Yeah, thanks Arknights for making this game, by the way, because without you, we would actually not be here.
Thank you so much, Arknights.
Yeah, I'm actually getting something in the back end just before we go that I need. That it's actually one person that I forgot to mention in our little congratulations here, or a little thanks, sorry, which is actually Undusk again, because apparently she is the newest member of LD. So congratulations to Undusk for finally getting into
round of
LD.
applause.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
But yes, thank you.
Omedeto? Yeah. Congrats once again to Undusk for literally carrying the stream and in turn becoming our newest LD member on the Lungmen Dragons community. Thank you so much, Undusk. And
yes.
That's it. That was today was a good day. We saw a lot of matches today, and all of them were wonderful. They were actually all so intense. Like
Yeah,
even the off stream and the on stream ones, I'm pretty sure that all of them were as tight as the grand finals. I hope.
yeah, I mean, I definitely know that on stream we saw a very wide spectrum of the kinds of games that are possible. You know, we saw the sweeps, we saw the really close games, right? And I mean, it's just such a pleasure to actually be able to watch them on stream and share that with you. So that's basically all we have for you today, guys. Thank you so much for watching Lungmen Dragons' IS3 Bingo Lockout number 2, sponsored by Arknights, of course. But we will be seeing you later, maybe for another one. We don't know yet, but we'll be seeing you sometime. You can go check out everything, especially the Lungmen Dragons Discord server if you are not following or if you're not into that already, where you can see tons of people that are just playing the game. They're just playing Arknights that love Arknights. So I guess that's all. That's all we got
That's
for you.
all. Yeah, thank you as well to you, Eha, for accompanying me on this long 6-hour stream as well. Thank you so much,
It
Eha.
was a very tiring day. Yeah.
Today has been a tiring day. I'm spent.